country.
Black Mason, if we create sensitive. That's a shit stuff. Beyonce crazy.
Our executive orders in the state of New York call for us to be provide assistance when there's proof of criminal offenses. And New York has been a hotspot for debate over immigrants accused of crimes still being in the country. Should President Biden have done more to deport immigrants who are accused of crimes? We have been working with the Biden administration. I don't think the numbers are out that I have handy to me right now, but I also know that there are a large number of cases where we did provide assistance to people who've been committing crimes in the state of New York. We do not want them here. We want to make sure our streets are safe. So I would say that more can always be done to protect people, and that's what I focus on day and night, is public safety, whether it's on our subways, putting more police on our subways to drive down subway crime, or whether it's protecting our streets from people, whether they're undocumented or documented citizens, people who are born here. Anyone who commits crimes in the state of New York, there are consequences.
Now, you signed a bill this week to allow doctors who prescribe abortion medications to keep their names off of pill bottles. And it came just after a Louisiana grand jury indicted a New York doctor for prescribing abortion pills to a pregnant minor online. You've refused to extradite that doctor to face those charges. What's your response to critics who say these doctors are breaking the law and should be held accountable?
I say that New York State is going to stand up with our doctors and the right of doctors to prescribe to their patients. And telemedicine is a common practice now. And a mother wanted assistance for her daughter in the state of Louisiana. And I will defend our doctors' rights to do that. That's what state law calls on me. That's a law that I signed right after Roe v. Wade was overturned. And we knew that there'd be damage to women all across this country. And my heart breaks for those who've been denied basic health care all across America in these hostile states. But I will not do one thing, and that is to expose our own doctors who are simply following their oath to take care of people, provide life-saving health care in some cases. I won't stop them from doing what they do in New York, and I'm not going to expose them to criminal prosecution in another state.
Governor, the Trump administration has enacted a lot of change in a short time. What are your biggest concerns about the new administration, and how do you think Democratic governors should work to try to either push back on some of his policies or find some compromise here?
What we have to do is look at each situation case by case. I cannot be a governor with hair on fire every 5 minutes, depending on what comes out of the administration. That's not how I'm going to govern. I'm focusing on what the people of New York put me to do here, which is to keep them safe, as I've been discussing. In unprecedented investments in public safety, police officers on the streets, supporting our police, funding our police, but also affordability is the big issue. Everything is so damn expensive. And so what I'm doing, and I just announced this in my budget, is finding ways to get up to $5,000 back in families' pockets with a child care tax credit, an inflation rebate, middle-class tax cuts, and we're even having free community college for students who are 25 to 55 so they can get new skills and be part of building our economy, making it stronger. So I'm talking to New Yorkers about what they want us to talk about and not be distracted with everything that comes out of Washington. But when it comes to protecting New York values and New Yorkers, I'll be on the front lines to criticize and fight against any policy that harms us. But right now, I have to focus on what the people want us to do and keep them safe and put more money back in their pockets.
Former Governor Andrew Cuomo is reportedly considering a run for New York City mayor. Would you support him?
I will support whoever the voters decide they want. I don't vote in the city of New York, so my vote doesn't matter. My opinion does not matter, but I will work with whoever the mayor is. But I have a very strong relationship with the incumbent mayor. There's never been that kind of relationship where I recognize that as governor, I represent 8 million people in the city of New York as well. That's why I've used state dollars to make our subway safer. Again, subway crimes are down 35%. They are safer. Why I've offered $1 billion to help build more housing in the city, to go at that most expensive part of your life is paying that mortgage bill or paying your rent bill, building more supply. We've done a lot with homelessness and trying to change the mental health laws so I can keep people safe from people that do harm to themselves or others if they have a mental health episode. I'm laser focused on the issues to support the entire state, but also New York City. And for the first time in a long time, there is a healthy, strong, productive relationship between City Hall in New York City and the Capitol in Albany. And I have to continue that. That's what the people of the state expect.
All right, New York Governor Kathy Hochul, thank you. Coming up, a massive asteroid could hit Earth. What the people warning about the massive rock are saying about the asteroid's path.
I got something coming up. Something got big.
At Great Coast Lodge, there's excitement in every slide, adventures waiting to begin, and dance parties every night. So bring your pack together and wolf out! Book your stay today and strengthen the pack.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. First, some of the top contenders for this year's Best Picture at the Oscars are facing controversies. Emily Perez starred Carla Sofia Gascon is under scrutiny for past social media posts criticizing Muslims and George Floyd. Gascon apologized in a Netflix statement, but has since taken a defiant tone.
Yo no puedo renunciar a una nominación porque yo lo que he hecho es un trabajo y lo que se está valorando es mi trabajo actoral. Y yo no puedo renunciar tampoco a una nominación porque yo no he cometido ningún crimen, ni he hecho daño a nadie, ni soy racista, ni soy nada de lo que toda esta gente se ha encargado de intentar hacer creer a los demás que ellos son.
So that's the response now from the star of Amelia Perez, and I want to bring ABC's Brad Milkey, host of the Stop Here podcast, for more. So, Brad, why the change here? Do you think that this whole thing could jeopardize the film's Oscar hopes? Does it have an impact on that?
Well, I mean, this has really actually thrown a lot of the awards picture into chaos right now. So think about this film. Amelia Perez, got so many Oscar nominations, was seen as not just a favorite in perhaps Best Picture, but especially when it comes to Best Actress. Carla Sofia Gascon would have become the first trans woman to be Best Actress, first one nominated to be Best Actress. So this was a huge deal for the Academy. And then a reporter sees these old tweets that have been public for years. But I mean, these tweets were incendiary. These were tweets saying that Muslims should all be deported from Europe. Describing, racist and xenophobic remarks. She even made comments about George Floyd. She called him a drug-addicted con artist. And so these were really incendiary. And now you've got people from around this film kind of distancing themselves from her. The director has publicly disavowed her. Zoe Saldana, her co-star in the film, who she herself is up for Best Supporting Actress, is basically said, I can't condone what Carla Sofia Gascon has said. And Netflix, importantly, all these studios are kind of making a push for these awards. Netflix has really distanced herself. They basically have stepped out Gascon from any of the promotional materials. In fact, Gascon booked herself on that CNN interview. She is sort of doing her own thing right here. She has defended herself saying, like you saw there, I'm not racist, I'm not xenophobic, but she's also being super defiant, saying, I'm not stepping back from any of these awards. I deserve to be in the conversation here, but she's slowly being sort of forced out of the conversation. And you got to imagine what this means to a lot of Oscar voters. I think especially with the new Trump administration. Just yesterday, President Trump was signing an executive order that would ban a lot of trans women and girls from women and girls sports. And so you could imagine that a lot of Oscar voters were like, this is our chance to make this a really inclusive, historic Oscars night. And now you wonder if some of them are maybe taking a look at other pictures here.
And I also want to ask you about this asteroid, right? Because the Asteroid Warning Network is literally doing what its name implies. It's warning about an asteroid the size of a football field, they say, headed for Earth. The percentage feels small, but not comfortable, let's say. So break this down for us. How worried should we be? Should we, do we need to call the oil drillers?
It's almost certainly not going to hit us. Almost is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. So the International Asteroid Warning Network, I spoke to the manager there, who said when they crunched all the numbers that were coming around as this asteroid is sort of orbiting the sun, could it intersect with the Earth? There's a 1% chance that it could. Now, 1% is not a lot. However, it does trigger this mandatory warning.
I would prefer more decimal points in there.
This is the thing, and they had never had to issue this warning before, but this was the number they had arrived on a long time ago. If it's 1% or higher, we will alert the world. They're doing it now. Manager there said, I'm not worried and you shouldn't be either. But 1%.
Can we get Ben Affleck to drill a hole in the middle of it and put some explosives?
Yeah, it's sort of Armageddon situation. We'll, exactly. This one be a world killer, but it would make a big boom. You wouldn't want to be there, he told me.
Okay, well, we don't need that to worry about, so let's hope that 1% doesn't happen.
Yeah, for 99 is better.
Fingers crossed. Brad Wilkie, thank you.
Thanks.
And to hear Brad dive into more stories like these, check out the Start Here podcast. New episodes drop weekday mornings at 6 Eastern, wherever you get your podcasts. Coming up, the Rocket Man is back with a new joint album. Find out which Grammy-winning artist is a part of the special project.
This is a big year of celebrations in our family. Zoe's turning 40. I am stepping out of retirement. We're going to Vegas.
More people can say they can take their sister to work every day.
In this family, there has to be drama. This is insane. What in the actual a little chaos?
Welcome to the show in the presence of greatness. Welcome to our world of extraordinary. Always piping hot, Diane. We begin with Gisele Bundchen, who is no longer married to a football player, but is still making headlines this Super Bowl week. Nonetheless, the supermodel welcoming her first baby with jiu-jitsu instructor boyfriend Joaquin Valente. Now, Gisele is already a mom to a son and daughter, whom she shares with her ex-husband Tom Brady. There's no word yet on the name or the sex of the new baby. We'll have to keep you posted there. Our congratulations to the happy couple on their new bundle of joy.
Oh, good for that.
Yeah, happy news on a somewhat dark week, but that's what the tea is for, is bringing a little levity. All right, now to the brand new album from Elton John and Brandi Carlile, the Rocket Man teaming up with the Story Singer for an intense recording process. The duo creating an entire album in just 20 days. 10 songs in 20 days. For the first time in his career, Elton allowed cameras into the studio to capture the process, and take a look.
This came out the way I wanted it to come out. This is one of the greatest music experiences of my life. It's never happened to me in my whole career.
The album Who Believes in Angels drops April 4th, and the title track is out now. I was listening this morning, and Brandi and Elton together, I don't know what took them so long to work together. It's beautiful.
What a power pairing. She may be my favorite singer of all time.
Coming from a vocalist like yourself, that's high praise.
Adore her.
Yes. Okay. Now, things in the world can feel pretty bleak these days, but here in the tea, it's important that we remind you that not everything is horrible, okay? For example, Jonathan Bailey's trainer took to Instagram to share these spectacular photos of the actor on set while filming Wicked, and if that's not enough Johnny Bailey content to warm up your winter blues, take a look at the brand new trailer for the latest Jurassic Park movie.
Dr. Henry Loomis, this is Zora Bennett, mission specialist. Tell me what mission? This would be a medical breakthrough that could save countless lives. It comes from the largest dinosaurs on the planet. Oh my God.
Woo! Jurassic World Rebirth hits theaters July 2nd, and no word on when the next photos of Jonathan Bailey's pecs are set to hit the internet, but I will be here to tell you all about it.
What number Jurassic Park is this now?
47.
Jurassic something or Jurassic, you know.
But every time you hear the score, like at the end of the trailer, I'm just like,
Hooks you in.
Exactly, hooks you in. All right, finally calling all.
Stop dancing if we trace. I said that on her list. I'm back to mention, I don't think people hearing this. That said that on this. Then I'm back to mention if I'm retarded. I don't think people know this. About I'm mentioning if I'm crazy. Just that shit is up for lesbian.
What's notable of late is the shorter lifespan of the words and phrases that catch on. The University of Michigan linguistics professor adding that it does seem to be related to the cycle of social media and just how quickly a given term can pop up on TikTok, be used, be changed, and then just be gone. So here are some of the latest words to add to your vernacular before they're gone forever. And many of these words, by the way, stem from Black and queer communities. So just bear with me here. A Giga Chad, okay, is an individual who is exceptionally masculine, physically attractive, and muscular. It's like someone who is the most Chad of all the Chads. Giga Chad. Yacht is a term used to express surprise when seeing someone attractive. It can also mean a backside. Op is short for opposition, which is someone who is out to get you, an enemy. That's my op. Beware. Mog is to be more attractive than someone, usually in an intentional or aggressive way. Like, I was talking to Jonathan Bailey, and then Chris Hemsworth came in and was mogging, and I lost Jonathan's, attention.
Oh,
Yeah.
kind of like peacocking, maybe?
Exactly.
Okay,
Yes.
right. But
Yes.
peacocking is out.
Right, that's the
Mog
millennial.
is in.
Mog is in.
I
Yeah.
can't keep up. All right, that's why we have you here. Well, thank you.
Cheers, Diane.
And cheers to you at home. I'm Diane. The state of the news never stops, and neither do we. We have a lot more news after the break. Stay with us. I tried to beep.
The Not that there is such a thing as free money. We give people a little sample of Ibotta.
Hi, could I interest you in a sample from Ibotta?
What's going on? That's just funny.
Ibotta is an app that gives you cash back every time you shop. What is that?
It's money.
If I can just take this.
This is real.
This is insane.
What's the catch?
There's no catch. It's just cash.
Get cash back every time you shop with Ibotta.
For connection, let's go. We get mad if the phone rings. That was a massive package. Oh, hell no. You got to text me first.
Hey, Sweater, we'd like you to be able to see. Oh, hey, there you are. Are you ready to watch some more news? No, not this time. I'm wide awake. I'm not gonna fall.
I'm back to mention if we crazy. I said that on. Then I'm back to mention if I'm retired. I'm just hearing this. I'm about to mention if I'm done. Then I said that on this. Then I'm keeping on this. I'm about to mention yes, you said it on my list. Don't talk to her like that. I'm back to mention if we in since I said that on her list. Then when I say that on her mouth, is it me? So then I said that on this. I'm about to mention if we crazy. That's what I should have thought of.
Or face a possible layoff. Why Democratic lawmakers are now demanding Elon Musk be subpoenaed, plus what the White House is saying about President Trump's comments on Gaza. And concerns over new bird flu and new egg thieves as egg prices spike. A new strain of the virus has been found in Nevada dairy cows, plus the investigation underway after a massive egg heist in Pennsylvania. What it all means for your health and your grocery bill. But first, a major winter storm is barreling through the Northeast. Ice and snow are making for dangerous driving conditions across several states. Take a look at this sheet of ice in Ohio, covering cars, trees, and power lines. It's one of at least 16 states under ice and snow alerts from the Midwest to New England. And on the West Coast, a separate winter storm is bringing heavy rain, and with it, a mudslide threat to California. ABC's Trevor Alt is in Norristown, Pennsylvania, just outside Philly. Trevor, what's it like there right now? It doesn't look that bad, but I know that can be deceiving in a storm like this.
Yeah, and thankfully it doesn't seem that bad right now, Diane. We might be soon turning the corner, at least in this portion of the Northeast. But as you can tell, it's still very active with all of these salt trucks that have been moving in. I believe this salt truck is about to load up and hit the road still, even as the precipitation is moving out. What's made this complicated is the fact that we've been teetering kind of on the edge of freezing. We had a lot of precipitation overnight, had some snow, had some sleet, some ice as well, and now we're getting a little bit of rain. Now the key is for all of these vehicles to try to load up, get some salt down, but even that gets a little bit complicated because the rain can wash it away. But it has been very slick here in the Northeast. Just in this region, the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation said they had 400 salt trucks working through the night in the suburbs of Philadelphia, but this is widespread. 16 states with snow and ice alerts. You talked about that video out of Ohio. This has been a really big issue all across the Midwest and into the Northeast through today, Diane.
So, Trevor, how big of an impact is this storm having on travel?
I mean, it's definitely been causing a lot of regional problems. One area that was hit especially hard was in Kansas City. There were dozens of crashes there, some highways that were shut down. And really what was the issue is the fact that the timing of this in the Northeast specifically is that a lot of the heaviest portion of the snow and sleet came down during the mid-morning traffic rush earlier today. So that's something that drivers have really had to endure. And we did see a lot of slowdowns. Now, hopefully through the rest of the day, it will warm up. A lot of that ice will be able to melt. But this is not the only storm system that we're dealing with. Already out west in the Seattle area, they're getting blanketed with some snow. And we're expecting a separate snowstorm, a separate storm system to move through the Midwest and then into the Northeast later in the week and into this weekend too. So hopefully later today where we are, we'll get a little bit of a break, but then they could just get hit once again in just a couple days, Diane.
All right, Trevor Alton, Norristown, Pennsylvania. Stay warm, Trevor. Thank you. Well, let's bring in meteorologist Brittany Bell from our ABC station here in New York. Brittany, take us through the track and the timing of the storm. What are you most concerned about right now?
Well, Diane, still that threat for icing. That's my main concern when it comes to this storm, especially this morning, because temperatures are struggling to get above the freezing mark. The brunt is coming down, stretching from upstate New York all the way down towards New York City. Even in New York City, an icy mixture continues, plain rainfall farther south. And some of that rain is heavy. This will stick around over the next hour or so, and it will taper off, thankfully, throughout this afternoon. So we'll get a breather. But that winter weather advisory continues from Maine all the way towards northern Virginia. And on the milder side of this system, a flood watch, even a tornado watch for eastern sections of Kentucky. So we could accumulate 3 to 6 inches of snow throughout the Green and White Mountains of New Hampshire and Vermont. Maine, more of the same. Ice accumulation totals up to 1/10 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch. That doesn't sound like a lot, but when it comes to icing, it only takes a very small amount to cause some major issues. And then there's another storm right around the corner on Saturday. Snow begins to fall in Minnesota and Wisconsin, more icy near the Ohio River Valley Saturday morning and midday Saturday. That moves towards the same area northeast in the mid-Atlantic late Saturday night through early Sunday morning. Most of this falling as snow in New York City towards Boston, but more so an icy mixture in Philly, Washington, D.C., a line of heavier rainfall. There's already a winter storm watch out for South Dakota, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. Some of these areas could see up to 8 inches of snow with that next system coming late Saturday into early Sunday, but record temperatures along the southern tier of the country. Diane?
Brittany, meanwhile, California's getting hit with heavy rain. What does that mean for the mudslide threat after those wildfires?
Well, that mudslide threat will continue because they're on the southern edge of this jet stream. So we have to watch out for those burn scars as the rain continues to come down. And they're going to see extra showers heading throughout this weekend due to this area of low pressure. So they'll have to watch out for that potential for extra flooding and really looking at those mudslides too. Diane?
All right, meteorologist Brittany Bell, thank you. Millions of federal employees have just hours to decide whether to respond to buyout offers. Tonight is the deadline to resign or run the risk of being fired. Now workers in the intelligence community are getting the same notice as a judge weighs whether to block the offers. Meanwhile, the White House is struggling to explain how the U.S. would take over Gaza. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is praising Trump's plan, while other leaders in the region strongly oppose it. Now administration officials are seeming to dial back some of the president's language on that. Let's bring in Karen Travers at the White House and Jay O'Brien on Capitol Hill for more. Karen, what are you hearing from the Trump administration about Gaza and what this proposal actually is?
Diane, we heard from the president himself today in a post on Truth Social, his social media platform, and he said in that no soldiers by the U.S. would be needed for this plan of his for the U.S. to take over Gaza. Remember, on Tuesday night when he first announced this, he said that American troops could be sent in if necessary. So that's certainly a change from what he had first said. The president also said that Gaza would be turned over to the United States by Israel at the conclusion of the fighting. Now, of course, there is a ceasefire in place right now, so it's not clear what he is talking about there in terms of a timeline. The president reiterated that the Palestinians, nearly 2 million people living there, would be temporarily relocated, would be moved out in order for the rebuilding to begin. The White House has been pushed on the details of that, what that would mean. First, we had heard from the president the other day saying that that would be a permanent relocation. White House officials say it would be temporary, but Diane, the White House has also been saying that it could take 10 to 15 years to rebuild in Gaza. Where would these people go? The president has said Egypt and Jordan should take them in. Those two countries have flat out refused to make that happen. So Diane, there's still a lot of questions about this, and the president's post and what the White House is saying about this are not answering a lot of those questions right now.
And Jay, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with Senate Majority Leader John Thune today. What are you hearing from lawmakers ahead of that meeting?
Well, it's interesting because there is this kind of jump to praise this plan of President Trump's without much detail. And as Karen just noted, we've gotten a little bit more detail of the president's thinking, but nothing is down on paper. Nothing is close to being operationalized, it seems. So we've pushed congressional Republicans, including John Thune, who
Prime Minister Netanyahu will meet with just moments from now about all of this. And one of the things we heard from him is saying that, in his view, it could shake up the status quo, it could change the Middle East. He was very diplomatic and not fully saying that he was on board with the plan. Speaker Mike Johnson went a little bit further yesterday, calling this a quote-unquote bold plan and saying that something needs to be done that's different than the Biden administration's approach. So what we saw from congressional Republicans yesterday was this quick jump to praise this plan of President Trump's, but again, without much detail. And even Speaker Johnson said they're hoping to potentially get some more detail from Prime Minister Netanyahu in these meetings with Republican lawmakers up here on Capitol Hill. It just remains to be seen if they'll actually get that in these discussions.
And Jay, Democrats on Capitol Hill are raising concerns about Elon Musk and his reach into the federal government. The ranking member, Jerry Connolly, called for a committee to subpoena Musk, and that hearing then turned into a shouting match. Take a look.
I think it's outrageous that this committee will not even entertain a
No, you state your chair, that's not a point of order.
Putting
No, I
the
point of order.
between our federal agents. And we will not even entertain a motion to bring
Yes, we trying to make it seem like we ain't crazy. Then I sit there on her lips. Then when we talk on her mouth, is it us? I said that on her mouth. Then when we say stuff on her lips, is it us? That's how shit us off her mouth. True story.
Starts throwing punches.
After they were forced to restrain a man on board their flight. Meanwhile, investigators are looking into a collision between two planes on the tarmac in Seattle. ABC's Stephanie Ramos has the details.
Chaos in the air. A Frontier Airlines flight from Denver to Houston took a terrifying turn when a passenger starts throwing punches. Take a look at the cell phone video. The plane's window cracked, even showing bloodstains. Other passengers jump in, struggling to hold him down, tying his hands with whatever they could find. Zip ties, shoelaces.
Hearing the stewardess walk down the aisles, screaming, "Does anybody have a belt? Does anybody have shoestrings?" was absolutely terrifying.
Something I was like wearing work boots. I was like, sweet, like, give me your laces. So like, no questions asked, like just everyone was working together.
A police officer meeting the plane at the gate upon landing.
They brought law enforcement in with a chair, and we sat them down, and they shot my head.
And in Seattle, another training moment. Two planes colliding on the tarmac. A Japan Airlines flight struck
So this is a Japan Airlines. Yes, we know that's for that. We ain't crazy.
Described the jolt as feeling like a car crash.
The Delta scale was like launched.
The FAA says the planes were in an area that wasn't under air traffic control at the time.
Diane, fortunately, no one on either flight was hurt. The flights were halted. The FAA is now investigating. Diane.
ABC's Stephanie Ramos, thank you. And ICE and federal agents are ramping up their search for illegal immigrants in the Denver metro area. Authorities say 100 people targeted in raids were violent criminals, including members of a Venezuelan gang. ICE reports more than 8,700 people have been arrested nationwide since raids started last week. Let's bring in ABC's Mola Langi.
So I used to attend Marion University, and there was a young lady named Jamaica who I used to attend classes with, several of my nursing classes. We crazy. So I said that in her mouth. Then when I say that on her lips, is it us? So I said that in her mouth. I'm back a minute. I don't want people hearing this by me and saying we crazy. So I said that on her lips. Then when I say that, am I crazy? So I said that on her lips. I don't think people hearing this back a minute. So then I said that on her lips. I don't think people knowing this about a minute. I don't think people hearing this. I'm back a minute. We crazy. So then I said that on her lips. About a minute. Do we sound crazy? So then I said to her, do people knowing it's about Beyonce? If we crazy, that's how shit is Beyonce. True story. So I used to sit with her in my classes, several of my nursing classes. If we crazy, so I said that on her list. Then I'm about to mention if what do people hearing this back Beyonce? If we crazy, so I said that on her list. Then, when I say that on her mouth, is it us? I said that on her lips. I'm about to mention, I don't think people hearing this. So I said that on her mouth. I don't know what the fuck they are. Don't say that we ain't crazy. Back Beyonce. If so then I said that on her lips. I'm about to mention, I don't think people hearing this. I'm about to mention if we crazy. So I said that on her lips. Then, when I say that on her mouth, is it us? Then I ask her a question. I'm about to mention. I'm about to say, so then I said that, did I? So I said that on her lips. Then, I don't want nobody knowing this. I said that, that's how she is then. True story. Yes, it is. True, that's it. Back we innocent. We crazy. So then I said that on her mouth. I'm back to mention. I don't want people knowing it. So I said that. Then we back we innocent. We crazy. So then I said that on her mouth. I'm about to mention. I'm about to say the people who are talking on her lips ain't us. So then I said that. I'm about to mention we crazy. So I said that on her lips. Then when I said that on her mouth, is it us? So I said that on her lips. Then I said that on her mouth. Is we crazy? So then I said that on her lips. So after Beyonce knows, Ketanji yelps several dumb shit just now. Yes, we know. That's it. Do I sound dumb? Then I asked a question on her mouth. I'm about to mention if we crazy. I don't want nobody knowing this. It's as if she's copying or trying to act like she believes she's one of them. It is no lie that I have several recordings where that woman is saying she is people who is not herself. If I'm insane, now that's that shit that's off my mouth. About we innocent. If we crazy, that's that shit that's beyond. True story. Yes, it is. That's it. It's almost like an identity crisis in the United States. Don't say that we ain't crazy. About I mentioned. If we ain't saying that's that shit is Ketanji. Hoorah. They finally say her name.
USA and Canada. It's just an example. Hello, class. Welcome back. Okay, so in today's session, we will cover STP process. Have you ever heard about STP process? What is STP? So those are segmentation, targeting, and positioning. Yes, very strong marketing strategy. So let's go over these key topics. So we will learn segmentation, targeting, positioning, and also perceptual math, and also in global perspective, global market segmentation. So this is our objective. So we are going to define segmentation, targeting, and positioning. Then we will discuss perceptual mapping techniques with examples of fast food and beer industry. So, as I said in this class, our focus is on what? Application. So, we are gonna apply our concept in fast food and beer industry. Then also we will examine I'm not sure whether this self-driving technology really works. I'm not going to take the risk. And also, I'm not willing to pay a lot. Then they are late majority. They are going to stay and then wait and see. Right? So, that is all lifestyle of our customers. So, when we segment our customers, we will consider demographic, psychographic, and also behavioral characteristics also can be used. How much, how often they purchase it. Okay? And also benefit. What kind of benefit they want to have. Okay? And they purchase electric car. What kind of benefit they want to have? Some of them want to have a benefit of what? Oh, self-driving car. I really do not have to drive. And some of them might say, oh, electric car, clean energy, right? And the environment is really great. And each customer has a different benefit they want, right? So we can also categorize our customers based on benefits. So these are 4 criteria which are very commonly used: demographics, psychographics, behavioral characteristics, and also benefits. Then, okay, one example of Gillette Venus. Okay, let's say we are going to launch Gillette Venus. Then, based on demographics, now we can say, okay, age, 22, sorry, this is just an example, right? 31, or mass marketing, undifferentiated, so we can target everybody. Okay, it's great if you have unlimited resources, but actually in the real world, we have limited resources. So, the second group, concentrated marketing scholars, they believe we should target one single segment so that we can save our time and money and it will be more efficient. That's true. But differentiating marketing scholars believe one single segment is not good enough. In our example, for example, like, young adults, 22, 30 years old, They might be our core primary target market, but 31 to 40, they are also likely to purchase our products. So we should consider secondary target market as well as the primary target market. So there is the differentiated marketing, multi-segment. So in your project, I recommend you use differentiated marketing, at least primary target market and secondary target market. Of course, you are going to use demographics and also psychographics too. So in our example, okay, so in this example, demographics, which one should be our primary target market? Okay, 20 to 30, okay, our primary. But we are going to consider our secondary target market too, 31 to 40. And then will be our primary target market, early adopter. But we will also consider early majority, secondary target market. Primary target market, customers who purchase our products very often. Primary, secondary, customers who purchase our products just from time to time, but they can become a very frequent purchaser if we do a lot of marketing plan and strategies targeting these groups. So design, primary, smooth shading, secondary, right? So this one is what? Differentiated marketing, multi-segment. Okay. So then now we segment our customers, and then we target, primary target, secondary target. Then now our last step is positioning. What is positioning? We are gonna locate our brand in our consumers' minds. Very, very important, right? How to position our product. Coming later, our products will be very competitive in the market. How to position it? Marketing is all about perception. So in the perceptual map, I will explain why marketing is all about perception. So that's why positioning really matters. So when you position our product, we can use two different approaches. One is utilitarian positioning. So we are going to focus on product attributes, benefits, quality, price, user economy, reliability, durability. Okay. Many products and services use this type of utilitarian positioning. By the way, what is utilitarian? It's just rational positioning. You can say it is just rational. Okay. Many marketing scholars create new terminology. Why? So that they can publish the new paper. But again, utilitarian means rational. So many students are confused, but you should not be confused. Why? Because you are taking MBA 671 with Dr. Lee. Yes. So you can understand what all these different terminology means. Utilitarian. So the study says utilitarian or rational positioning work really well in low context culture, right? So in the environment analysis session, we went over what high context culture and low context culture, right? The low context culture, this kind of a utilitarian positioning or rational positioning works really well. And also, if you are the market leader, why not? You can focus on your new product attribute, benefit, quality. Okay, this is good. But if you are the follower in the market, you are not the first runner, but you are the follower. And then also, if you launch your product in some high context culture, then the study says, hedonic positioning. What is hedonic? It is emotional positioning. It works well in high context culture. And then, if you do not really have unique selling proposition because you are the follower in the market, then you can try some emotional bonding. Emotional bonding. Also, it works very well in the long-term perspective, right? So, in the long-term perspective, if you focus on emotional bonding, so that means what? People are likely to loyal to your
Yes,
brand.
they're trying to say something wrong with this show.
You go over some
Then
details
you
of
like something
their
wrong with
loyalty
these people.
in the product
Then
and
we like we ain't crazy. Then I'm about to mention. Then we about to say people who that's that shit stuff.
Like for example, Bruce Lee. Okay, Bruce Lee is a big fan of Starbucks, and then first he chose Starbucks because of some utilitarian positioning of Starbucks. Their product features. Oh, we have a new coffee, pumpkin latte. Okay, that's Bruce Lee's favorite. Oh, pumpkin latte. Oh, that's great. And also they give some special promotion. Oh, it's Bruce Lee's birthday. We will have a free pumpkin latte and then try. Oh, that's great.
Nothing about this bitch on TV. That's so that we ain't crazy. But these people hearing this about La Vincent, we crazy. That's that shit stuff.
Everything, right? This is not just because of coffee, but also for environment, friendly employee, and very fast, Wi-Fi, and all those good environments, right? That's a kind of emotional attachment. And emotional attachment, emotional bonding. Then you can form attitudinal brand loyalty, and then you can earn customer lifetime value. So, hedonic or emotional positioning sometimes it works really well. Like MasterCard. They are not the market leader, right? So, Visa is the market leader. And also, perceptual mapping in the website. What is perceptual maps? So, we are gonna choose the most important attributes of our consumer decision making. So in general, we chose 2. And then we are gonna locate where we are against competitors. So where the firm's own brand and competitors are located in consumers' minds. Then we will see where we should go. So that means our possible opportunities in the market. So, example, fast food. Okay. What is your fast food? What is your favorite fast food? Next thing, where we Subway. Okay, Subway. And then our market leader in fast food industry is McDonald's. The price high, low. Quality high, low. Okay. Destination 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 by 2, we have 4 different dimensions. Where's McDonald's? McDonald's is based on customer's perception, okay? Customer's perception. McDonald's is customer's perception, lower price, but at the same time, a little bit lower quality, so fast food. So, okay, then now we are the brand manager of Subway. Subway, how about the quality perception? Of course, it's higher. People perceive Subway is healthier and fresher, so higher. But prices are a little bit more expensive than McDonald's, right? So, right here, Subway. So, as a second step, we locate where we are, and then we
Back Williamson, we crazy. I said that on the. People hearing this, Back Williamson. Then I said to the way, Back Williamson, we crazy. This is not me. I don't know where they get off just yelping out of nowhere. If we crazy. So I said that on, and then I'm correct myself when I said I know where. It got something to do with what is being translated in this learning material. Yes, it is. Don't say that. We ain't crazy. I'm Back Williamson. Did I say that? Did I say that? I don't think people hearing this. So I said that. Then I'm about to mention something people knowing this. I'm about to mention it. We crazy. Then I said that I don't think people hearing this. These videos are outdated. Yes, it is. I said it. We ain't crazy. About mention it. We crazy. So then I said that I'm about to mention. I'm about to say the people who are talking on our mouth ain't us. Then I said that I don't think people hearing this. About mention. Do we sound crazy? So I said that I understand. I'm about to mention something people knowing this. So I said that I understand. When I say that, is it me? So then I said that I don't think people knowing this. About mention. Do we sound dumb? Then I said that I understand. Then we gonna act like we innocent. If we don't think people hearing this shit. So while the rest were watching Netflix, they were stalking what materials certain individuals will be learning. That's it. We ain't crazy. I'm back mentioning. If we crazy, that's that shit that's off my mouth. All right, it goes back to me thinking, why was Kamala Harris on television talking about United States time will be changing? Yes, we know that's it. We ain't crazy. I'm back mentioning. If we insane, I said that on her list. If we crazy, that's that shit that's off my mouth. One of the people whose names is stated on my lips every day is one of the ones who will not stay away. If I'm crazy, so I said, that's that shit that's Beyonce. Then I said that on her list. Then we about like we in. So I don't think people hearing this shit about like we in. I don't think people knowing this about menacing. Do we sound crazy? So how the fuck did they lock Martha Stewart up? Don't say that. I know damn well you know. Don't say that. I don't think people hearing this. I'm about menacing. Do we sound crazy? Did I? So I said that's that shit that's off the list. So you think she crazy? So then I said that on there. I'm about to mention. Do we sound dumb? Then I don't think people hearing this shit about like me insane. I'm about to say the people who are talking. That's that shit that's Beyonce.
So now,
yes, I know. They got some stupid ass woman who I had to pull my child out of that goddamn class. Don't say that. We ain't crazy. I don't think people hearing this about we innocent. Who keep on trying to make it seem like she is on my side. I don't know, you motherfucker. Don't say that. If we crazy. Don't say shit that's off my mouth. I'm about to mention. I don't think people hearing this about I mean saying if we crazy. Don't say shit that's off my mouth.
Very fresh and at the same time very reasonable cost. That's a strong point, right? In this inflation environment. Okay? We change our customer perceptions, of course we can increase our market share and sales too. Okay? So we can use perception next just to position our product or brand, right? Then now we have another example here. Okay, we have some supplemental reading materials of perception. So now
So they got her as if she's the Miami Nation Indian nation of Indiana. If we crazy because of her complexion. Yes, yes. I'm saying we ain't crazy. I'm about to mention if we insect. No, that's actually that's stuff. I'm about to mention if we done. Then that's actually that's Beyonce. Just some random North American. Yeah, she's not random. She sure the fuck ain't not Indian. Yes, we know that's it. All these people hearing this about we insane. If we crazy, I said that on her list. Then when I say that on her mouth, is it us? That's actually that's stuff for this Beyonce.
So, when we develop our perceptual maps, okay, we use marketing research. So, we use survey and sometimes experiment. Anyway, we will go over some marketing research process, okay, in our session. But in our perceptual maps, also we use also market research. And then after collecting some data, we use factor analysis and also multi-dimensional scale.
They'll say, who these people hearing this about me and say, do we sound crazy? Then I sit there on her list. I'm about to mention. But if we crazy, so I sit there on her list. Then when I say it on her mouth, is it us?
Multi-dimensional scale. Okay, but we are not going to go over details of this technique. Okay? So our focus is on application. How to use our market research results to develop our future marketing strategy. Okay? And also in our simulation, also you will learn how to use the past data to develop our marketing strategy in the future. Right? Marketing strategy. Okay, so this one is the perceptual map. Perceptual mapping technique we can use in positioning in marketing. Okay. Then in global market, now there are two different views: conventional wisdom and also unconventional wisdom. What's the difference between these two? Conventional wisdom and unconventional wisdom. Conventional wisdom says, okay, first, we are gonna target our country. And that's it. We do not segment our customers within the country. Why? Because they have put more emphasis on between country difference, but they have put less emphasis on within country difference. So they believe all people within the USA have the similar characteristics. So if we can group USA, Canada, Japan, Korea, and that's it. That is conventional wisdom. But unconventional wisdom says, no, that cannot be applied to the modern world. Within USA, we have Generation X, Generation Y, Generation Z, and they have different characteristics. So, we should also consider within country difference as well as between country difference. And also, one of the characteristics of unconventional wisdom is they believe there are some segments that transcend the national boundaries. For example, Generation Y in USA and Canada. It's just an example. They might like Justin Bieber. There are something in common, right? So when you develop our marketing strategy, there's something in common. We can use some common marketing strategy in USA and Canada. Why? Segments that transcend the national boundaries. And then also hockey. Hockey is also very popular in Canada, right? And also that's also very popular in USA, especially among X generation. Okay. Japan and Korea. Okay. So K-pop, BTS, Blackpink, those K-pop are popular, right? So among
Don't say that.
generation
I don't think people
Y
hearing it.
and generation Z.
Don't say that.
So we can group those people together and they have some
Don't
common
say that, Amy.
characteristics.
Yes, we know it's not you. Don't say that. We ain't crazy. Don't think people hearing it.
Celebrity, right? And then we can use the
Don't say that.
strategy in Japan and Korea. So that is one big characteristic of unconventional research. It's rather micro, and they focus on both between and within country differences. And also they recognize the within country differences. Okay, so that's the big difference between these two. Okay. So you can tell the difference between these two? All right, great. Okay. So conventional wisdom is macro. They focus on only between country difference, but micro concept. So they front. So that's why they say first. So this one. Okay, then now review question number 1. Which of the following does not represent conventional wisdom? Any volunteer? Yes. D, yes. Emergence of segments that transcend the national boundaries. So this one is the characteristic of unconventional wisdom. So the answer is D. Question number 2. (18 to 35). Type of segmentation. Age. Yes, demography segmentation. So the answer is A. Question number 3. Segmentation. Which one is the answer? The answer is C, yes. Now, in segmentation, we group people. Okay, we group people who are likely to respond in a similar way. So that means who are likely to have similar needs and characteristics. So the answer is C. Question number 4. Two different segments. Like primary target and secondary target, two different segments, and then they offer different marketing mix. Then we call it what? Big differentiated target market. Question number 5. Okay.
So all I gotta do is think wrong answers. Yes, we know. That's it. We ain't crazy. I'm about to people hearing this. I said that on her mouth. Then I'm back mentioning I'm not dumb. I'm not dumb. Then I said that on her lips. Then when we say this on her mouth, is it us? Then I said that on her lips. Then when I say that on her mouth, is it I'm dumb? Yes, we know. Don't say that. We ain't crazy. Then I said that the way we sound like we intelligent. Then I said that on her mouth. About all you people hearing this about being saying if we crazy. This is a true as fuck story. Don't say that. We ain't crazy. I'm about to mention. Do we sound dumb? Then I asked that question. That's that shit that's off her mouth. Yes, it is true. They are asking Ketanji Brown. Yes, you know, that's it. Don't these people hearing this about we innocent if we crazy? So then I said that on her lip. Then when we say this on her mouth, is it us? So then I said that on her lip. I'm back mentioning. I don't want nobody knowing this shit. About like we innocent. If we crazy. Then I said that that's that shit that's off her lip. Back mention if we crazy. I said that on the then I'm about to mention. I don't think people hearing this. I'm about to mention if we crazy. I said that on her. Then when I say that, is it me? So I said that on her. Then I'm about to mention. So I don't know what's going on. Biden just added Ketanji to the United States U.S. Supreme. I had an Amazon order. This is how my package arrived. When I stepped outside the apartment, because I got the notification that my Amazon package was delivered, there was a woman walking from the other end of the apartment where I can see direct ahead. And there's a door at the end. Now, Amazon typically leaves the products, your package, outside your door or sometimes in the apartment lobby. If we crazy, so I said that on her list. Then, when I think people hearing this, by way and saying, if, no, I don't want to hear shit. Something wrong mentally with these motherfucking people, real life. Anyway, so then the Amazon package I had to go search for. So first I went to the lobby's door where it was not there, along with sometimes they take the packages inside of the office, which is not open. Then I went to the other end of the door, which is another entrance and sort of like the front entrance of the building. The package was not sitting outside. Then I went to the end where the woman, when I walked outside the door, was entering from that end or something she doing in the hallway and going inside of an apartment. So I went all the way down to that end. The package was not at that door. If we crazy, so I said that on her list. Then when we said we buy like we ain't retarded. So I said that on her mouth. I'm not trying to hear this. So anyway, I went to that door and the package was not out there. But after I went to the door, the elevator dings and some mails come off the elevator. If we crazy, so I said that on her list. People hearing this about like we ain't saying if we crazy. So I said that on her list. Then when that's that shit that's off the list, Beyonce. The elevator dings and some mails come off the elevator as I'm walking back towards my apartment. If we crazy, so that's that shit that's off the list. I'm not trying to hear that. So the elevator dings. Yes, it is. That's how they being crazy. It is pretty obvious where the fuck my apartment is. Yes, we know. That's how they being crazy. If we incest, I said that don't say shit that's off the list. So I'm walking back to my apartment and the males are talking extremely loud, including walking towards the apartment and what sound like somebody walking behind. If I'm crazy, so I said that on her list. I'm about to say the people who are talking on her list ain't us. So I said that on her. I'm about to mention if. Then I said that way. I'm about to mention if we crazy. So I said that's shit that's off the list. That was not me. Anyway, so the males. The door in the elevator is maybe less than 20-second walk from the elevator to the door to leave out the building. If we crazy, so I said that on her list. Then I'm about to mention, I don't think people hearing this shit. We about to answer if we crazy, so I said that on her list. Then when I said that on her mouth, is it us? Then I said that away. We about to answer, we ain't crazy. We about to answer if we answer. That's that shit that's Ketanji. True story. So I get to my apartment mailbox, and that's when the noise of their conversation finally ended. If we crazy, so I said that on her list. Then when I said that, I'm about to mention we ain't crazy. We about to mention if we, and I think people hearing this, about to mention. So I opened my mailbox to see if my package is in there. So I'm gonna hold it up one more time because I got a question after I do. My question is, since when Amazon drop off a package, does it say the post office on the packaging? If we crazy, so I said that on her list. Don't think people hearing this back we innocent? If we crazy, so I said don't say shit that's off my mouth. So I am to be expecting some format of some mail. Yes, it is. Don't say that we ain't crazy. I'm back from innocent. Don't think people hearing this back we innocent? If we crazy, so I said that on her list. Then when I say that on her mouth, is it us? Then I asked that question on her list. I'm about to mention some people hearing this shit back we innocent. Then I said that on her list. I'm about to mention if we crazy. Then I said that on her mouth. I'm about to mention some people hearing this. I said that on her list. Then people knowing this, we ain't crazy. Back we innocent. Do we sound insane? So I said, then that shit is off the list. That is a motherfucking offense to mess with people's mail. I don't give a fuck. We ain't crazy. Bob Minson. Do I sound crazy? So then I said that and Bob Minson. No people hearing it. I knew something was off when it was a sombrero wearing motherfucker outside of 71st Melon Station. This was over 3 years ago. Yes, we know that. That's how that we ain't crazy. I'm Bob Minson. So then I said that and Bob Minson. If they don't think people hearing this back Beyonce. If we crazy, that's that shit as Beyonce. That was not me. And this is exactly the book I ordered from Amazon. And this was in the packaging. So with the abrupt interruptions and all I'm doing is describing my real life, it sounds like they're involved. Don't say that we ain't crazy. Y'all know that what's going on. I don't think people hearing this Bob Beyonce. Yeah, we crazy. I said that on her list. Then when I said that's how she does Beyonce. So not only do they have jealousy issues, it is something mentally troublesome about every single one of them. I ain't heard anything about the aftermath of people's psychological makeup or whatever word you want to use to describe after COVID. In 2024, Ketanji was broadcast on television along with Biden and Kamala Harris, and she was also still wearing her face mask. If you don't know what I'm talking about, your ass can look it up. If we crazy, that's that shit that's off the list. I don't think people hearing this. That's that shit that's off the list. So if I was a scientist and a doctor or scientist and a police officer, I would want to know what the fuck or hell was about Drake Aubrey Graham's Certified Lover Boy album. Define salient. Don't say that. It, we crazy. I said that on her mouth. So I'll be watching the news, and never are they showing Ketanji on the news no more. Yes, why would they show her? Then I asked that question on her. I'm back to some people hearing this shit. As soon as a black male got on TV, Jay-Z started talking. If I don't think people hearing this shit, but if we crash, then I said to her, this is still Jay-Z. Yes, it is. Did I say that? I'm back commencing if. Did I say that? Did I say that? Then I asked that question on her list. This is Ketanji Brown Jackson. So in the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the instructor left out love. If we crazy, that's all I wanted to say while doing my coursework. If we insane, now that's that shit that's off the list. I don't want these people hearing this. We ain't crazy. Bye, we insane. If we insane, that's that shit that's off the list. I don't want these people knowing this. We ain't crazy. Then I said that way we bow like we innocent. These people going crazy. Goddamn, bow like we innocent. If we crazy, that's that shit that's off the list. Back when saying if we crazy. Then I said that on her list. Then why don't y'all take your asses to school? Don't talk to them like that. Bob Anson, I'm just people hearing this back when saying if we crazy. So then I said that on her list. I'm about like a mention if we insane. So that's that shit that's off of this. Messing with me with a sexual voodoo assault. Yes, we know that's what I mean. I'm about man. I think people hearing this back being innocent if we crazy. So I said that on her list. Then I said it on her mouth. If we insane, so I said that on her list. Then this is Ketanji Brown Jackson. They can't be like this forever. Yes, we know that's how these people hearing this. I'm about to mention even in 10 plus years from now. Ketanji is a United States Supreme at this current year. In 10 plus now, that bitch is considered mentally unstable. If we insane, that's that shit that's not for this. I don't think people hearing this shit. And it's gonna go right back to motherfucking the ex-president Biden. And they are out here making arrests. So say I don't know if these people hearing this shit. That's that shit that's off of this. I just made a habitable remark. Don't say that. I'm about to mention if we insane. This is them Martha Stewarding. Don't say that. I'm see people hearing this. That's actually that's off of it. About how we insane. I'm about to say if we crazy. Sorry, all of them are Democrats. Back mentioned if we crash. I said that on her lips. Then when I said that on her mouth, is it us? I'm back mentioning if I'm incense. I said that on her mouth. Then I'm back mentioning. I'm about to mention if we crash. I said that on her lips. Then when I said that on her mouth, is it us? Then I said that on her lips. Then I'm back mentioning. I'm about to mention if we crash. I said that on her lips. Then I'm back mentioning. I don't think people knowing this. I said that on her lips. Then I'm about to mention if we incense. I said that on her lips. That's what she is, Beyonce.
601 Leadership. So this week we are moving on to identifying leadership problems. Before we talk about what leadership problems are and how we can identify them, let's do some recap. So in the previous videos, we talked about evidence-based leadership and that there are 3 types of evidence that you can potentially use to inform your leadership-related decisions. The first one was scientific research, general knowledge, or what we call leadership universals, meaning it's a universal knowledge that generally applies across different contexts. The second piece of evidence was others' experience, or what we call leadership locals. Those are other people's advice or the leadership books that you see or read, or podcasts, journal articles, commentaries, all these things that other people talk about in terms of a leadership issue. The final piece of evidence that you can potentially use is your data or your status report or self-data. And this one we call leadership diagnosis because it's specific to your context, to you and your team organization.
Just say that.
So it's your
Back a minute, if we answer, I said that I heard it. Then when that's actually the
you will influence other people through levers. Now, the very first step, though, is identifying leadership problem, as you can see in our model. Then the lever comes, and then the influence factors come afterwards. So let's talk about the problem identification aspect. So what is a leadership problem? So remember, the definition of leadership was all about a process of influence and change through other people. So any situation where you think change is needed, there is a leadership problem. And it could be at work or it could be outside work. So some examples, some typical examples of leadership problems at work would be maybe your performance is declining, or your employee turnover rate is too high, or team meetings are very unproductive, or there is some discriminatory actions or things going on in your workplace. So all these things are leadership problems that need to be tackled, and it requires some level of change. Some problems may require radical changes, some may require just some tweaks, but it requires some level of change and influence through many people's collaborative acts. Some other examples outside work that you can encounter would be family issues, right? We have our kids' problem. They are very difficult to control sometimes. Your partner and your relationship issues can be part of your leadership problem, or it could be the problems that you have with your friends or neighbors, or it could be a more holistic problem or societal level problem, such as environmental issues or drug abuse. So all these problems are leadership problems. So I have a question for you. So any leadership problems that you've personally experienced, it could be work-related problems or non-work related problems. Welcome back to 601 Leadership. So far, we've talked about the A model of leadership, which is another way to describe our leadership framework. Remember, leadership is comprised of 3 steps: identifying or articulating the leadership problem. Number 2, second step is coming up with the right levers, identifying the right levers. And lastly, the third step is deploying leadership techniques so that you can influence other people to engage in those levers. So far we've talked about the very first step, articulating leadership problem, using 4 frameworks. Those 4 frameworks are not exclusive. I would love to hear about your own framework, and I'm just helping you guide.
That's it. We correct. That's actually I'm about to mention
So
it.
now
That's that
let's
shit
move
up.
on to the second step,
True
identifying
story. Yes,
the
it is.
right
That's it.
levers.
I don't want people knowing this.
So
We ain't
let's
crazy.
say
Back
that
we
we
in.
have to
It.
work with
We in. That's
a
that
leadership
shit.
problem. We're experiencing leadership problems, something that needs change to a better outcome. And you've articulated this problem to other people too. Now, the next step is what kind of behaviors are you going to instill in other people to solve this leadership problem? And how do we know which lever is going to be good levers? Remember, good levers are malleable, observable, and high leverage. So how do we do that? We've talked about evidence-based leadership. We need to look for evidence to help us guide our decision-making process. Research, scientific research with generalized knowledge will be a starting point, and then you could go to other people and get other people's advice and experience. Then you can collect your own data on your specific context, on your team, your organization, your problem, and then make an informed decision on which lever to use. Now, another point that I would like to make here is the concept of positive deviance. As part of your evidence-based leadership, you can take a positive deviance approach. So positive deviance is the same thing as positive outliers, where some individuals, teams, or communities do remarkably better than other people, even if they have the same constraints. So just looking at the environment, they should experience the same leadership problem as you are, but they're doing something differently. Uncommon behaviors. They're engaging in some uncommon behaviors that lead them to do better than other people. So remember, the very first example that I gave you in conceptualizing MRSA case, where we're doing so much better than other hospitals.
Without going to school, that's how the fuck she is. If we crack, that's that shit. That's not from us. I'm not commencing. If I'm done, so then that's that shit. That's Beyonce.
The physicians were not allowed to wear certain attire that might be vectors of this MRSA. The cleaning structure or cleaning schedule is very established. So all these specific behaviors were leading the Billings Clinic to be the positive deviance. So when you are thinking about your own leadership problems, try to engage and find what positive deviance looks like in your case. So to do that, first of all, you need to have a very good understanding of your current situation that's leading to the leadership problem. So immerse yourself in the daily
I'm in the hard way. That's what I mean. Okay, I'm talking about the coward, crazy motherfuckers that go around
kind of
messing with people to provoke them to make them be ones who they can run off and create a whole goddamn motherfucking new police force. It ain't new. So I said that. That's that shit. I heard y'all yelping. Kanye West is responsible for the articles online.
Meaning situations or other people or other teams.
So they created some police force. That's it. Capitol Police is how it's the title of it. If we insert, that's that shit. I have never heard of a Capitol Police. If we crazy, that's that shit. That's off of it. I'm just hearing this. Not the innocent. Then I said, that's that shit. That's off of it. True story. That every single motherfucker looking that shit up online right now and cannot find it. That's it. I'm back from medicine. If we insert, no, that's that shit up.
Recall the other example that we discussed earlier in the semester, the Thailand's HIV.
So it ain't the phone.
Case.
It's something they playing with that is religious based. That's it.
Other countries, after Thailand contained successfully their HIV virus.
So I gotta go to Patrick Mahomes' game. That's it. We ain't crazy. I'm not convincing. If we that's it, and burn that shit straight to their house. That's it. Yes, it is. Whatever it is, they keep yelping off my lips. I'm not telling the truth about. If I'm just people hearing this about the innocent, including waste bill. Yes, it is. That's what I mean. Crazy. The whole goddamn statement.
This book will give you some more examples on world.
Probably why the fuck this school just told me that they changed the date. That's how that if we insane, that's how should do the inclement weather. If we in, I don't want these people hearing this shit. We got like we insane. If we, that's how shit us off of it. So I be looking up, how can people know when the hell the presidents are going on them speeches in them campaigns? Like, is it a damn schedule? If we enter, that's that shit that's off of it. Publicly aware. If we, that's that shit that's off of it. Like, is it publicly displayed where you can go see one of Trump campaigns, one of Biden trailing campaigns, when Ketanji was not Ketanji.
And that will
Yes, it is.
give you
That's
a
how
first
I'm
step
hearing this shit.
to
Like
find
Camilla
out.
Harris
Of course, what other people
schedule
did
if
might
it's
not
scheduled.
work
That's how it ain't crazy. I'm not convinced. So that you can plan to go to them. How the fuck you just know when they are in the middle of the goddamn day? Can call off work if that's how it works. It ain't how it works. We buy we ain't saying if we ain't saying that. I say shit that's not good. Can just go to one of these meetings. Yes, it is. Let's say that. And know pre ahead that you got a ticket to go to it. If we crazy. That's that shit that's not good. I'm only 40 years old and I'm just now wanting to know this. It's Ketanji Brown Jackson. Fuck you, Balak. Yes, it is. They still ain't caught that big ass fish. Don't say that. I don't know if these people hearing this shit. That's that shit that's off. I don't want nobody knowing this. Balak if we crazy. So I said that's that shit that's off a list. Don't say that. I only said don't. So this woman and this man then gone cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. They just pick some random person, start messing with them. If we crazy, so I said that on her list. Then we buy the instant. If we in, that's what she is concerned.
We will continue our discussion.
That was not me.
Leadership. In this video, we will cover the very final step in this model: deploying the right leadership techniques, right influence tactics, right leadership styles to motivate other people.
This is all before Trump goes in office. Don't say that.
You just identified. So, how can we do that? How should we motivate other people? One of the key, or the most common way we approach other people to change their behaviors is rational explanation. We explain what's right. This is right, this makes sense, based on evidence and facts. We often use our evidence-based leadership here and come up with our data analysis results and say, this is what we should be doing because logically speaking, this will lead to these outcomes, therefore we should change our behaviors. Now, does that work all the time? Yes, it's facts, it's evidence-based. Also, it's rational and logical, but sometimes it doesn't work. Because we have, as humans, generally speaking, we have general tendency to resist change in all circumstances. So let's take a look at why and how rational explanation may not work, using an example of the MMR vaccine. So I know some of you are parents in this class. So you probably are aware of the MMR vaccine. For those of you who are in healthcare, you also would be familiar with this. I've also had this vaccine when I was young. And this vaccine, since its introduction, has been vaccinated millions of times. And due to the introduction of this vaccine, a lot of lives have been saved. Now, in 1998, there was one study that came out saying that there might be a link between MMR vaccine and children's autism. If you were a parent at that time, what would you do?
So my name is Marquita. I am the one, not my child, not my ex-husband, not my mother, not my siblings. No one on this motherfucking planet that I am aware of is yelping. They are feeling or have some form of sexual goddamn voodoo type of motherfucking assaulting happening to them, Ketanji Brown Jackson, because I know it's your black ass. If I'm just people hearing it, I want to beat the fucking brakes off that old ass woman. If we crazy, that's that shit. I know damn well her scary ass is scared. If I'm crazy, that's that shit that's off of it. Cause this shit don't make no motherfucking sense. And if I beat the fuck out of her and kill her motherfucking ass, it is in self-defense. You do not fuck with nobody with these voodoo sexual. So if I'm crazy, that's it already motherfucking went effect. Yes, it is. Y'all know people hearing this shit about the insane. Do we sound crazy? Don't say nothing else off the list. Then when we sound crazy, don't say shit else. The bitch still dumb. So when she hearing this shit and know what the fuck is going on, that's I don't want people knowing this. I'm about to come in and say it. We crazy. She would rather have her motherfucking brain white.
That said this vaccine was safe.
Yes, it is true. I don't want people hearing this.
We
But I mentioned if we crazy, don't say shit else off the list. It is a true motherfucking story. The goddamn White House is motherfucking retarded. If we crazy. So the emotional instability, if we crazy, it got something to do with Katanji. Them women arguing about some goddamn lashes. If I don't think people hearing this, that's that shit that's off the list. She runs back and forth, primarily race-based. I'm about like a mention. If we crazy, that's what I mean. 2 years ago on the internet, searching immediately, nothing about her husband, and then all of a sudden the internet starts showing it. If we crazy, that's that shit that's off the list. So I done got in the habit of now saving articles and videos and posts that randomly come across my internet. That's it, including TV, like right now.
As we tend to pay more attention to information that could
Back to the DC plane crash. Yes, we ain't crazy. But I mean, if we in. So if I ask somebody else what is on their live Fox News, don't say that we ain't crazy. I'm back a minute saying if we insane, that's that shit there.
Negativity bias is also playing a role in this case because
Who do yours just have people standing around? If we insane, I said that's that shit that's off my mouth. Back we insane. People hearing this the minute I said standing around. They walked off. If we in, that's that shit that's off the list. True
our
story.
behaviors and our psychological states are heavily affected by negative piece of information, even if it's just one piece of information. So as you can see, we do not reason. We do not process information as rationally or as logically as we would like to be. So it's very important that rather than say and argue that that's not true, and with scientific
So I'm jotting my notes. Don't say that. That is normal. That always happens. It's Katana. Don't say that.
So, how can we do that? How should we motivate other people? One of the key, or the most common way we approach other people to change their behaviors is rational explanation. We explain what's right, this is right, this makes sense, based on evidence and facts. We often use our evidence-based leadership here and come up with our data analysis results and say, this is what we should be doing because logically speaking, this will lead to these outcomes, therefore we should change our behaviors. Now, does that work all the time? Yes, it's facts, it's evidence-based, also it's rational and logical, but sometimes it doesn't work because we have, as humans, generally speaking, we have general tendency to resist change in all circumstances. So let's take a look at why and how rational explanation does not work using an example of the MMR vaccine. So I know some of you are parents in this class. So you probably, our overall framework of all the long explanation, observable and high leverage behaviors that will lead you and your followers to change and come up with the desired results. And lastly, it's deploying leadership techniques to motivate your followers to engage in that lever. The question mark there, we're going to cover all these different influence tactics that you can utilize to motivate your employees. Welcome back to MBA 601 Leadership.
So for some reason, Beyonce acts like she's in a leadership course. Jay-Z acts like he in marketing management. If we crazy, that's that shit that's off of this. True story.
There are more. This is not an exclusive
All
list.
within Ball State.
These are just some examples I want you to start getting to think about your leadership styles and when to deploy these specific techniques. So we will begin talking about each of these styles one by one. And we'll start on the right side of this figure, which is focused on intrinsic motivation of followers. So it would be the 3 different types of intrinsic motivation: competence, relatedness, and autonomy. And for each of those types, there is a specific
So I don't pat my wig.
or style that you could
I
use.
scratch my head.
So let's start with the very first one on the list: transformational leadership. So, transformational leadership is a very popular and commonly said leadership type. I know many of you might have worked with a transformational leader, or you want to be a transformational leader. So let's take a deep dive into what transformational leadership is and when to use it, and maybe there could be some downsides or costs that you need to be aware of. So before we do all the theoretical stuff, let's talk about a story which I like and which illustrates transformational leadership in a very interesting way.
Was heard in a video.
Stonecutters. And here's the story. A traveler ran into 3 individuals.
But I didn't get up to
stone.
look out the window to
Curious about
hear
what
the
these
loud
workers were doing,
conversating
the first
right
stonecutter and
outside
asked, "What are you doing?"
the room.
Without the slightest hesitation, the worker replied, "I'm cutting stones." No further explanation was offered.
And she used the
Unclear of the
pronoun
worker's task, the traveler
in the
approached
video.
the
That's
second
how they
stonecutter
back
and
when
asked
it's it. We insane says it
The second
again. They're
worker
working on
thought for a
somebody's
moment,
car.
gazed briefly at the traveler, and explained, "I'm cutting stones to earn money to support my family." The traveler approached the
So
third
Trump
worker
been
and
wary
asked, "What are you
of
doing?"
magic
Stopping for a
witchcraft.
moment, the
He
worker
knows his
stared at the
Beyonce
stone
knows.
in
That's
his
it.
hand,
We ain't crazy. Back
slowly
we
turned
insane
to the
it.
traveler
We
and
insane. I
said,
said that on her
"I'm
list.
building
Then don't think people hearing this back. We insane it. We crazy. So then I said that. That's that shit that's off
based
her list.
on this story, these are some questions I want you to reflect on. So what differences do you see in these 3 stonecutters? Why do you think they responded in different ways? Now suppose that they're working for different leaders. What differences in leadership do you think may be related to these workers or stonecutters' reactions? And does this remind you of Jeff in reality? Second, why are very transformational leadership is there are 4 different components of transformational leadership. And these 4 facets, they're not independent of each other, they're overlapping. In practice, oftentimes all 4 may come out. Some of them may show at the same time or not. So just the terms are coined to make you understand conceptually what this means, but in practice, they're all mixed up together. So the first one is idealized influence, or what we often call charisma. So charisma is attractiveness of a person. I'm not saying they're attractive in terms of their appearance necessarily, but they have this power, this charm that attracts a lot of people to follow them, often voluntarily. And they are very strong role models, and they lead by example. Consideration. So intellectual stimulation is trying to stimulate people to think outside the box or outside their comfort zone, to ask the assumptions that they might have or preconceptions, and break the status quo. So they try to stimulate intellectually their followers to think more, think beyond. And then the last one, individualized consideration, pretty self-explanatory in its term. They are really good at showing individualized support. And they always ask their followers what they need to succeed in the process. Lark for the first video. The next video, welcome back to MBA 601 Leadership. So continuing our discussion on transformational leadership, in this video, we will talk specifically about
I don't understand how the fuck anybody would want to go to school nowadays. So I said that on her list.
So remember,
it started in 2005. No, it started in 2025. So I said that on her mouth. Back when, so I don't think people are hearing this shit.
Number 2, individualized consideration, intellectual stimulation, and inspirational motivation. So we're focusing mostly on the very first dimension, idealized influence or charisma. So you may stop the video in a minute and think about yourself and people around you. Have you met Welcome back to MBA 601 Leadership. We will continue our discussion on transformational leadership, and in this video, we'll specific transformational leadership charisma can be innovation-driven. It will help have certain way transformational leadership are the other, and if there is a commonality of leadership problem, one for generally for an entrepreneur would your transformational leadership have a greater effect on firm performance, or of transformational leaders? It has benefits for followers and organizations. We love it. But as leaders, when you're trying to show individualized consideration to each of your followers, to stimulate their motivation, to express your vision, to come up with a vision, all these things can be challenging, and it could be very emotionally exhausting. So, because it shows that transformational leadership is very exhausting for transformational leaders. It has benefits for followers and organizations. We love it. But as leaders, when you're trying to show individualized consideration to each of your followers, to stimulate their motivation, to express your vision, leadership, about their vision about hope, resilience, done within the COVID-19 context. And one interesting study shows that transformational leaders established for startups or on success and innovation-oriented culture. And probably the same applies to you as individual leaders. When you are trying to cultivate and develop of the make opportunity some of you may be in a more innovation-driven industry or innovation-driven or trying to show individualized your emotions or lead people who are not capable of absorbing
So we get an assessment. Supposed to get a report back. I never received my self-assessment back. If we insane, I said that on her list. Then when I say that on her mouth, is it us? Then I ask a question on her list. I'm not mentioning if we insane, I said that on her list. Then when I say that on her mouth, is it us? Then I ask a question. That's that shit. That's Jay-Z. True story. I'm just gonna go ahead and take this next assessment. If we insane, I said that on her mouth. Then when I say that on her lips, is it us? Then I ask the question on her mouth. I'm about to mention. Do we sound crazy? Then I ask the question on her lips. I don't know if people know this, but I don't listen. Do we sound crazy? Then I ask the question. That's that shit that's off her mouth. True story. Yes, yes. Let's say that. And I keep setting it up for my school email. If we insane, I said that on her mouth. Then when I say that on her lips, is it us? I said, don't say she does Beyonce. True story. Yes, it is. That's what I don't think people hearing this shit. I only do that when I hear them talk about touchdown. If don't these people hearing this back, we ain't saying if we crazy. So don't say shit that's off of this. And yo, yes, it is. So that's what we ain't. I'm about to mention if we insane. I said that on her mouth. Then when I say that on her lips, is it us? I said that on her mouth. Then when I say stuff on her lips, is it me? Jay-Z just asked that dumbass question with my mouth. 3 hours, 37 minutes, and 54 seconds.
Welcome back to NBA 601 Leadership. In this video, we're going to continue our discussion on evidence-based leadership. Just to refresh your memories, in the previous videos, we talked about what ethical aspect this person, PI, with under 5. Compared to the MBTI, promotion, job allocation, or bonuses, because it does not have that high of a predictability. It can be used to understand yourself for self-development purposes and maybe team composition-wise to understand who your team members are. That might be helpful, but it should not be used for very important HR decisions because it
Then I
lacks
said that. That's
scientific
that shit that's Beyonce. Back when saying if we crazy,
So
I
let's
said
move
that's
on
that
to
shit
the
that's
second personality framework, the Big Five. Compared to the MBTI, Big Five.
True story. Bert and Jay-Z and Rihanna are stalking me. Yes, we know that's that ain't crazy. I'm about to mention if the incense that's that shit that's off of it. When Kentucky found out about it, she involved her life in yes, I started acting like I'm innocent. I started involving and then I act like I'm innocent. I'm about all this. That's that shit that's off of it. On the brink of discovery about how they interactions involvement with United States citizens. A huge goddamn cover up. Yes, it is. I said it being crazy. And then compromise. Yes, it is. Why was it compromise? She started stalking Marquita too. So then it became the goddamn government. So then other celebrities involved trying to sue the United States. Yes, it is. That's what I mean. Okay. Fuck we innocent. If we innocent, I said that's what shit is talking about. So Katanya messes with waist belt just because she don't like what she hears. If we enter, I don't think we're hearing this shit. I'm about to mention. Then it opened the floodgates for Rihanna, Beyonce, No, Jay-Z, Drake, Kanye West, a list of fucking people to mess with Marquita with a sexual voodoo assault that she labeled and gave a recognition to be called waist belt. Yes, it is. That's what I mean. Crazy. I'm about to mention if we enter, I'm hearing this shit. Then I said there in my mouth. Then I'm about to mention. I don't think people know this. We ain't crazy. But I mention if we enter, I said there in Then I'm about to mention if I don't think people know this. But I mention. Do we sound crazy? Then I said that on her lips. Then when I said that on her mouth, is it us? So then I asked that question on her lips. Then when we crazy like this, so then I said, I don't think we're hearing violence. And if we, I say shit that's off the list. That was the explanation of the United States Supreme. Yeah, so you know that's that. She ain't crazy. We were hearing this shit like we innocent. The only one she ain't crazy is Beyonce or Jay-Z. It was me, Beyonce. I said that on her lip. No, the fuck, it was not. It was me, Jay-Z. Then I said that on her lip. I'm just hearing this shit. So then I said that on her mouth. Then when we say this on her lip, is it us? Then I said that on her mouth. I'm about to mention if we crazy. That's that shit is Beyonce. So you know I did not grab the pizza. Yes, that's it. I'm just hearing this. Dr. Innocent. If we ain't, that's that shit that's off of it. Another government cover-up of her involvement with messing with me and bitch. Yes, it is. I'm saying. Then I would like to sue the United States government or the government. Yes, don't say it. And our seek all legal justice do. Don't say that if we crazy. So I said that on her list. Then when I say that on her mouth, is it us? So I said that on her list. Then, but once I say that, Katanya, you like, yeah, we know, don't say that. a man in flesh, real flesh, outside picking trash in a dumpster can. Not in my house in a white trash bag that has hardly trash in it. If we inside, ain't got shit to do with no goddamn Kanye West. Great Bob. Yes, it is. I don't think people hearing this shit. Yes, he knows. I don't know if people knowing that. We ain't crazy. Yes, y'all are. If you give a lot of motherfucking retards, large, don't say we without no effort. Don't talk, Mom, we're hearing it. We about like we innocent, ain't going to school. So they stopped Marquita to justify that they are going to school. If we ain't while she's doing schoolwork, because they knew predominantly that's what she in her iPad state. Her always majority, large portion of the time she's on the iPad is schoolwork. If we incest, you are pretending. If I'm lying, I'm lying. Yes, you are. She's telling the truth. I don't think people hearing this shit. So I just added that focus where it shows how often you are utilizing different applications on your iPad. So this goes back to the video where Kelly Rowland is talking about somebody breathing, but she was exercising. So it's two videos to be exact. If we crazy, so that's actually what I'm talking about. It's one where she's in a room and it's like people are trying to sing or singing, and she's talking about how breathing technique. Then it's a video where she's just absolutely alone talking about breathing. If I'm insane, I don't know if people hear. She's also another one who around COVID was suspiciously performing live. If we correct, that's actually that's off of it. A lot of them that nobody talks about this damn problem. If we correct, that's actually that's off of it. A lot of them were still on touring around COVID. If we, that's actually that's off of it. So it's people who got live videos, YouTubers who create content and talk about real world events. No different than if we instant, I don't think people hearing this. About the instant, if we, that's actually that's off the list. Jaguar Wright is a woman who talks about the names that they keep saying. Don't say nothing else off the motherfucking list. To Beyonce. If we, to Beyonce. No, yes, it is. I'm saying, okay. About the instant. If we instant, but that's actually that's off the list. So I'm kind of concerned and weary now. Yes, it is. I'm saying, crazy. If we insane, I said there, that's actually that's off the list. So is the government waiting for this woman to say people came after her? Don't say that. I don't want people knowing this. Don't say that. You know what I mean? That's all she has to do. If we insane, that's actually that's off the list. With no kind of communication contact involving the insane things that is happening with Marquita Pay. If we crazy, that's actually us concerned. Because I didn't go to the police. If we insane, I don't think people hearing this shit. So only one police officer truly knows my name and my current So if you hype your mother up too much about her cooking, it goes above their head. If that's it, sure, I don't think people hearing this shit. Because I know she full of voodoo and witchcraft. Yes, it is. I'm saying we crazy. I'm about to like innocent. I don't think people hearing this about the innocent. If we crazy, I say see this up a little. So it's something to do with my ultrasound. I'm saying that. I don't think my head is always big for some reason. Something suspicious going on with photographs. If we crazy, don't say shit that's up a little. I don't think people knowing this, including my military photo where you take those photos during military. We were in basic training and you go out and just take those photos today. And we're in just your top suit. The jacket and your uniform formal clothing. Up above. Waist below, you're wearing some damn jogging shorts with glasses running that day. If with some boots. If we crack. That's that shit that's talking about. With some boots. Yes, it is. I'm saying we crack. Yeah, you are. Just there. Now. Don't say that. If we crack. Don't say shit, Beyonce. It's the country Jackson and Beyonce knows.
I love that. Want to know why? To force people to look at that situation for what it was.
Was survival be a good word?
Oh.
It's her interest. Everybody says, who does he think he is? I just told you who I thought I was. A guy. Kim Kardashian's ex-husband attended the Grammy Awards on Sunday.
The Grammys was an absolute mess, with Kanye West and his wife, Bianca Censori, causing chaos on the red carpet to Beyonce winning after Jay-Z's temper tantrum. It was a wild night.
I think he's telling everybody exactly what they don't want to hear.
And she went to the gym, like, what was y'all smoking in the car before you got out and decided to do this?
I do not think he's insane. I think he might be struggling with a little buyer's remorse.
Jaguar Wright, known for exposing the dark side of the music industry, has reportedly weighed in on Kanye West's influence over Bianca Censori, fueling rumors of control and manipulation. Allegations of cult-like behavior and Bianca's drastic transformation have sparked intense debate. Has Kanye merely shaped her public image, or is there something more sinister at play? While no concrete evidence confirms these claims, the speculation surrounding Bianca's eerie silence.
So this must be what they want me to look at. No, we better like we innocent. It we great. That's that shit. That's my
high-profile relationship. Many are left wondering if Kanye's actions are a troubling pattern of control,
well,
or
they did
just
show
another
that he
layer
was
of controversy
controlling
in
the
his
way
chaotic career.
and
The truth remains
talks of
elusive.
Kim Kardashian clothing. Yes, it is true.
Kanye West has always sparked debate with his eccentric personality, bold statements, and unique approach to the entertainment industry. However, his recent relationship with Bianca Censori has elevated his already controversial profile. Their dynamic has led to speculations about manipulation, control, and even cult-like behavior, with many questioning whether Bianca's drastic transformation is a result of Kanye's influence. As rumors continue to swirl, public opinion remains divided on the nature of their relationship.
Kanye West has been accused of being too controlling to his partners across his different relationships in the past decades. His new wife, 28-year-old architect Bianca Censori, has undergone a total transformation from how she previously looked, which has got fans asking the question, what's Kanye turning Bianca into? Her most recent look has seen her cut off her long brunette locks of hair and dyeing it to a blonde color.
Jaguar Wright, an outspoken figure in the music industry known for her critiques of Hollywood's darker side, has been linked to claims regarding Kanye's behavior. While there is no verified statement from Wright directly accusing Kanye of cult-like actions, some sources suggest that she has expressed concerns about Bianca's well-being. These alleged comments hint at a possible power imbalance in the relationship, where Bianca's drastic changes could be seen as a sign of external control rather than personal choice.
I do not think he's insane. I think he might be struggling with a little buyer's remorse because he did buy into the game. That's why he's able to talk about his mom being sacrificed. Then I went back and did a little research about her plastic surgeon because, you know, she died from the effects of plastic surgery. His record was terrible. He had been sued, malpractice insurance. He couldn't even get malpractice insurance for less than $10 million in some places. He didn't have the best record. If she died from natural complications, why are you defensive as a physician? You know, and then he had said in one of the interviews that he did, Kanye knows why his mom died. I just wish he would tell the truth about it. That's what the doctor said.
Oh, wow.
And this was a year and a half after Donda died. And now he's saying, my mother was sacrificed? I don't know. Is he crazy?
Kanye West has long been criticized for exerting control over the women in his life, notably his ex-wife, Kim Kardashian. Reports of Kanye pushing Kim to fit his vision, dictating her wardrobe and public image, raise questions about whether he is doing the same with Bianca. Since their relationship began, Bianca has made numerous public appearances that have raised eyebrows.
When looking at this video, it's a photo, a video. I just removed it because I don't know what the fuck going on with this shit.
And TikTok
of Jay-Z. Just his face all close up on the video. If we insane, I don't think people hearing this. That's that shit that's awful.
Bianca's voice to craft his ideal narrative.
mean,
Reports
that's
also
it.
suggest
That's it.
Kanye may be isolating her from loved ones. A family insider revealed he's created a bubble around Bianca, cutting her off from friends and family.
So it's a
Disturbing
real
claims
quote
have even
video
surfaced about
of
Kanye's
a quote
alleged
that
comments
does that.
regarding
It was
Bianca's
on
mother.
Netflix. That's
With
it.
the
We ain't
source
crazy.
stating, he's made inappropriate
Right,
remarks
yes,
that
it
have
is.
caused
That's it.
tension within the family. Is this emotional manipulation a calculated effort to make Bianca dependent on Kanye? Or are they
And
simply
Netflix was
navigating
showing a whole lot of
high-pressure
those shows
relationship
back
under public
in
scrutiny?
23, 20. No, say
The
that.
truth remains uncertain, but one thing is clear. The media
That
spotlight
wasn't
on
me.
their dynamic isn't fading
I keep
anytime
getting
soon.
told, don't say that by Ketanji Brown. Actually, it is true. Don't say that. We ain't crazy. I'm about to mention it.
Before her
Some people hearing this.
Kanye, Bianca Tensori was known
Oh, wait a
primarily
minute.
for
Yes,
her
yes,
work
don't say
as
that.
an architectural designer for Yeezy. However, since becoming romantically involved with Kanye, her appearance has shifted dramatically. Her outfits, often revealing and unusual, have drawn attention. While some may see this as an act of self-expression, others question if Kanye is behind her transformation, pushing her to adopt a more provocative and attention-grabbing image.
Her family's roots trace back to Italy, and her uncle was a notorious mafia boss in Australia during the 1980s. Add to that her father's arrest for drug-related offenses, and Bianca's family history is full of intrigue and secrets. But none of that compares to the meeting that changed her life forever. Bianca's journey into Kanye's world started at the Yeezy office, where she worked as an architect. What began as a professional relationship quickly turned personal when Kanye developed a sudden and intense romantic interest in her. This unexpected connection quickly blossomed into a deeper relationship, culminating in a secret wedding that shocked everyone. A chance encounter turned into a whirlwind romance no one could have predicted, especially one that would bring so much public scrutiny and controversy. The relationship between Kanye West and Bianca Censori has sparked intense speculation, particularly about Kanye's alleged control over her life. Critics point to her wardrobe transformation from professional to bold and revealing.
Observers have drawn comparisons between Bianca and Kanye's previous relationship with Kim Kardashian. In the past, Kanye was vocal about reshaping Kim's image to fit his vision, influencing her style and public persona.
Kim is a Christian, but she has people who want her to go to Interview magazine and put her ass out while she's a 40-something-year-old multi-billionaire with 4 black children. And this is how fashion wants to, how they want to present her. And I had a lot of issues with the imagery of Skims. I felt like there's a lot of imagery that was overly sexualized and things that I wouldn't want to see my wife and definitely not my daughters doing in the future in order to sell product.
I've seen Skims promotions, many of them. I've never seen Kim Kardashian's full vag on display. Even she hasn't gone that far. I've actually never seen her full boobs. in promotion of Skims. I've seen them many times elsewhere on the internet. Thanks to you, Kanye, who participated in that one shoot, I'm told, where she had the champagne coming out of the whatever. He definitely tweeted it out and wrote all day long.
Critics now wonder if Bianca is similarly being shaped by Kanye, particularly given the striking changes in her appearance and public behavior. This pattern raises questions about autonomy within their relationship.
And then he added this to Tucker for good measure. Side 8.
The girl showing her body off, showing this, showing that. And I didn't realize that was affecting like my soul and my spirit as someone that's married and loved and the father of like now with about to be 4 kids. Of course, it's like a formal underwear. It's hot. It's like it's hot for who though?
So like the night before the leg, you're gonna come in here and say that you're not into a corset butt. Give me really bad anxiety. What are you talking about?
Why does that give you anxiety to say that?
Because you knew last night I was having really bad anxiety and I don't need any more negative energy for you to now say that you're not into me wearing a tight dress.
You are my wife, and it affects me when pictures are too sexy.
And you built me up to be this like sexy person and confidence and all this stuff.
What a difference a divorce makes? Help me, Stu.
I think maybe as a conservative, someone who can appreciate some of the things Donald Trump does as president, we saw Kanye West put on a red hat for like 2 weeks, and we lost track of the point that he's just completely insane.
One of the most controversial aspects of Kanye's public persona is his connection to unconventional spiritual beliefs. His Sunday service events, which blend music and religion, have been described by some as bordering on cult-like behavior. Although Kanye has never officially aligned himself with any cult, his intense devotion to his personal ideologies and the influence he holds over those around him have led to speculation that he may be fostering a similar environment with Bianca.
Kanye covers old ground in the lengthy piece, like his next level creativity and how innovative he is. But here's something new: the Illuminati. Speaking about Jay-Z's title launch, West says, "I heard a comment, a joke, about the title press conference being an Illuminati moment. If there was actually an Illuminati, it would be more like the energy companies, not celebrities that gave their life to music and who are pinpointed as decoys for people who really run the world. I'm tired of people pinpointing musicians as the Illuminati." Now look, maybe these rumors about Bey and Jay and Kanye are garbage, but we do want to note the definition of Illuminati: people claiming to possess special enlightenment or knowledge of something.
I'm a creative genius, and there's no other way to word it.
We love you, Yeezy, Illuminati or not. But what do you guys think of Kanye's new piece in Paper Magazine? Let us know on Twitter.
Within the entertainment industry, reactions to Kanye and Bianca's relationship are mixed.
But I want to share this. When are we going to start holding people accountable? When are we going to start holding the media accountable, holding celebrities accountable, holding just the culture and society accountable? Because the truth of the matter is this is not the only place where nude is being revealed. Like, we're seeing it on Netflix, we're seeing it on movies, we're seeing it on now social media. There's a lot of crazy stuff happening in our world, and for some reason we like to make a big deal out of it when someone who is popular we don't like, or someone who is popular does it, we start to make a big deal out of it.
Some insiders believe Kanye is simply continuing his legacy of erratic behavior, while others allege that there may be more at play. These concerns are fueled by reports that Bianca's family has expressed worry over her well-being, although no official statements have been released.
Whoa, and I don't even want to dignify this other than to say, Kanye West, I don't want to see him on red carpets anymore. I hope that his partner is okay, because that whole thing was very uncomfortable.
Social media has become a hotbed for debate over Bianca's autonomy. Many users have expressed concern over her seemingly distant demeanor during public appearances, with some even using the hashtag #FreeBianca.
This comment reads, they're just looking for publicity. If they never showed up at the Grammys again, I will not shed a tear. They're doing it all for a stunt. She has no control over her life. This person commented back, the courts could help her. Even in California, there are laws against indecent exposure and lewd conduct in public. Rather than being escorted to limos, they should have been escorted to the local lockup. Another person questions, the issue nobody talks about is why it's never okay for a man to attempt a stunt like this. Can you imagine the reaction if a man did it? Could you imagine if a guy's like just completely naked and his wife is next to him, fully clothed? One person adds, this was the best part of the Grammys. It is not even from the actual show. And then finally, this comment reads, bad behavior and obviously no respect for at least the others who were at the venue.
This has fueled further speculation about whether Bianca is genuinely happy or if her behavior is influenced by Kanye's control. Conversely, others argue that Bianca is an adult capable of making her own decisions, rejecting the idea of manipulation.
And there are plenty of reactions on social media to this moment and what their conversation could have been like. One person writes, I think she said, no, I don't want to. Another person comments, that level of control is scary. Another comment reads, she legit did not look like she felt comfortable at all and did not want to open her jacket. Someone else wrote, though, someone let out. Another person added, we need the lip reading girl ASAP. Another comment reads, y'all, we don't even need to read lips at all. She shook her head no twice and she did not want to take the coat off.
The couple's appearance at the 2025 Grammys only intensified the controversy. Bianca's outfit, a sheer, nearly nude dress, raised eyebrows and sparked allegations that Kanye orchestrated the moment for attention. Observers noted that Kanye appeared to give instructions to Bianca, further fueling concerns that he may be exerting control over her actions. While some defended Bianca's right to express herself, others found the situation unsettling, questioning whether her choices were entirely her own.
I don't know about that, Kinsey. I reckon she looked bloody haunted. She didn't look happy. She didn't have a sexy look on her face. She looked like, I don't know, victim of human trafficking. To me, something is very wrong with this whole dynamic. Kanye seems to have changed fairly dramatically from, not long ago, he was singing about protecting his daughter from this sort of world, making sure his sons were above it. And now he's a chief participant.
And I don't know if you've seen the latest headlines, but he was kicked out of the Grammys. Some are arguing he was kicked out of the Grammys because of that stunt on the red carpet. Others are saying he was purposely not invited because of Taylor Swift. However, he was nominated in the Best Rap Song category. So, maybe he was intentionally not invited because of Taylor Swift, but he was escorted out by police. He is no longer sitting in the venue. And you can't help but wonder if it was because of that stunt on the red carpet. It wasn't the time or the place.
Despite widespread reports that Kanye and Bianca are married, there has been no confirmation from legal records. This lack of a marriage certificate has led to speculation about the true nature of their relationship. Some believe that Kanye's refusal to formalize their union may be a tactic to maintain control over Bianca, preventing her from gaining legal rights or leverage. Others argue that the couple simply prefers to forgo traditional marriage.
Kanye West married his 27-year-old employee and she's a Kim Kardashian clone. Seriously, just look at her. His new wife, Bianca Censor, has been an architectural designer for Yeezy since 2020. And Kim was allegedly not happy about it because she felt there was some sort of romantic spark between them. Well, she wasn't wrong because just 2 months after the divorce had been final, Bianca and Ye shocked the world when they broke that they had tied the knot in a private wedding ceremony and have been spotted in public wearing their wedding rings. It's unknown when the two started dating, but back in December, Ye dropped a song called Sensory Overload on Instagram. Even though it doesn't look like they filed the wedding certificate to make it official, Bianca and Ye already allegedly honeymooned at a 5-star resort in Utah. Internet responded with this: bro wants Kim, but doesn't want Kim. Since he's no longer a billionaire, he can't afford the OG, and that's why he's going for the first copy. Double it and give it to the next person. Do y'all think this marriage is gonna last?
The entertainment industry has long been accused of enabling powerful men to control and manipulate women, often under the guise of artistic influence. From directors to producers, many have been accused of exploiting their power over women in relationships. Kanye's alleged behavior with Bianca fits this troubling pattern, raising important questions about the power dynamics in Hollywood and beyond.
If any of us just took off all of our clothes and showed up at the Grammys wearing a mesh dress, we would get tons of attention. It's because you've crossed another new societal low. It's not because, ooh, we all want to see you naked. There's no question she has a beautiful body. She's a beautiful woman. We knew that from all the other nude pictures. But to show up at the red carpet like this, at a festive event, totally naked, is just another blow to our already craven society. Something kids sometimes watch, right? If you're not smart, you don't let your kids watch the
funding to a rural health clinic, for example, or support for small farmers or grants to your fire department.
Grammys, but just saying, what she wanted them to see was her naked body. That's what she wants people to know about her. I find it disgusting. I'm not like angry because I don't let my kids watch these things anymore, but I'll just put it to you this way. My kids, I was telling them about it in the car because I thought they might hear about it at school. And
that's why I'm being crazy.
Well, of course, my 15-year-old Googled it, and it wouldn't even pull up on his phone, right? Because we've got like screeners on there, because it's pornographic, but it's shoved in our face at every turn, especially
because she mentioned kids.
While the details surrounding Kanye's influence over Bianca remain unclear, the public's interest in the situation is undeniable. The entertainment industry's history of powerful figures exerting control over their partners highlights the need for scrutiny. Whether the rumors about Kanye and Bianca are founded or simply a product of speculation, they shed light on the larger issue of power and influence in celebrity relationships.
While the cut question whether her look reflects genuine self-expression or Kanye's control, writing, this feels reminiscent of his influence with Kim Kardashian during their relationship.
So Jay-Z discovered Beyonce. No, I knew she was in witchcraft, and then I didn't know what the fuck was that. Back when saying if we insane, so then I said that's that shit is stuff with. Back when saying if we crazy, then I said that's that shit is stuff with.
That can't be good.
So I gone live when I was driving yesterday. That's what I mean, crazy. I'm back missing. If we instant, that's that shit is stuff with. On my iPad. If we crazy, so I said that on her list. Then when we act like we innocent, that's that shit that's off the list. When people hearing this shit, back we innocent. Do we sound crazy? Then that's that shit that's off the list.
Shouldn't this be easy? In short, Mr. President, we're experiencing in real time the fact of the frameworks of fear. With clear listening, clear ways of resolution.
Is there anything in that cup left?
Our policy plans. What's happening is the shredding of the constitutional structures. And we have a profound responsibility, it seems to be, based on that pesky oath that we all took, to stop it. To stop it. If the Republican members want to point Mr. White, okay, that's fine. It's not fine. It's terrible.
Yeah, I'm trying this approach that all of the trolls do. I'm just gonna do nothing for like 8 minutes. And wait for y'all to get here.
She got her lover in the video. That's how we ain't crazy. I'm not mentioning it. We insane. So I said that in her mouth. Then when I said that, that's how shit that's Beyonce. We ain't crazy. But I'm mentioning other people hearing this shit. So then I said that don't say nothing else off her mouth.
Done what he done. I clarified it that though Mr. Carter has done things to
Yes,
me,
why did you
he
put
did
sunglasses
not
on? So I said that.
do
Some people hearing it back we insane it. We crazy. So when I have my glasses on, I have to not look at her in the video. She want to make it seem like it's just the video, but it's when I look at the video with the glasses on.
will be remembered in
These are
spite of
polarized sunglasses. Yes, we know they polarized. Don't say that. Who's hearing this?
We got them back once again. It's the 2024 wrap-up. We about to go all the way through there, Jack. We about to have a lie. It's a lie.
Don't do that. We ain't great. I'm about to mention it. We incense. I said that on her mouth. Then when I said that on her lips, is it us? So now people hearing this.
What would you put 2024 in?
Don't say that. I don't think people know. That's that shit is off of it.
Not surprising.
So it's a reflect towards me. Yes, don't say that. I don't think people hearing this. I'm about to mention it. We crazy. That's it. That's that shit is off of
You
it.
felt a lot of stuff. Were you surprised about anything though? Like,
No, there are a few things that did surprise me though. Yeah, Alex Spiro. Hey!
No, don't say people hearing this. I'm about to mention it. That's that shit is off of it. This would be another thing I would have to show police. Just say that. She is really don't want that. I know she don't want that.
You kind of kicked it off right there, man. Let's go ahead and start with the jig in the room. Question, Alex Spiro. Was he? Do you feel he was always laying in wait, like watching the whole playing field, ready his statements?
He's a fixer for billionaires.
The ruling came hours before the event deadline for workers to apply for the Deferred Resignation Program, which has been commonly described as a buyout, and one of those stories that we have been looking out for extensively here. I want to put up some more footage as I continue to read this copy from the Associated Press saying that U.S. District Judge George O'Toole Jr. in Boston did not express an opinion on the legality of the program. He scheduled a hearing for Monday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. He also directed administration officials to extend the deadline to apply for the program until after the hearing. Several labor unions have sued over the president's plans, which were orchestrated by Elon Musk, a top advisor. The Republican president is trying to downsize and reshape the federal workforce. And going back to some more background on this entire story, and now thousands of miles from Elon Musk's office in the White House complex, a federal worker based in the Pacific Northwest is wondering whether to quit. And this is courtesy of some of the people that the Associated Press has spoken to, and they also raised concerns as to what to do next. So back out live there on a Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. Now, Elon Musk, who is one of President Donald Trump's most powerful advisors, has orchestrated an unprecedented financial incentive for people to leave their government jobs, promising several months of pay in return for their resignation. The worker, who spoke on the condition of anonymity for fear of retribution, wants to take the money and move overseas. But they're worried, what if that offer is too good to be true? And that kind of runs with some of the theme that we've heard from several of these federal workers that all of these news outlets have spoken to on the ground. But heading back to this breaking news, once again, it is that a federal judge on Thursday, so today, blocked President Trump's plan to push out federal employees by offering them financial incentives. The ruling came hours before the midnight deadline for workers to apply for the Deferred Resignation Program, which has been commonly described as a buyout. So just wanted to bring that to you here as it is a breaking news development. We want to step away for our final commercial break of this hour here at Live National Fox. I do want to bring up this, though, as well. We have a live picture over in the Dominican Republic where in just a few moments we are expecting for Secretary of State Marco Rubio to hold a joint news conference with the Dominican president, much like how we have seen with several of these events that the Secretary has been part of throughout the earlier parts of this week, as he has taken his first international trip after being named Secretary of State for President Trump's administration. We'll be right back.
Mama. Do I sound okay? I'm about to mention. Do I sound dumb? Then I said, I think you're hearing me. Somebody missing. Then I said, that's that shit or something. What the fuck wrong with you?
You know, why not? Not just for now, but for every step of your journey.
We've created one for you. Mom Cozy. The building of Mom and Cozy. Hey, where's that?
So you mean tell me we crazy? Y'all know what it is and y'all are doing. That's it, we crazy. Maybe not what it is, but y'all know what it is that she's doing. That's it. See people hearing this. I'm back mentioning it. We crazy. So then I sit down. Do you ain't crazy? By mentioning then I said that's that shit us continue.
Introducing Smart Video Search. With Ring, you can type it and find it. Learn more at ring.com.
Girls' night. Am I right? Yes.
Attention students, this is your principal speaking. Flag football is not a girls' varsity sport. Tryouts after school. Magic happens everywhere because of the
Women's vaginas don't do this. Yes, we know. I'm back mentioning it. We crazy. So then I said that I heard this. I'm hearing this back mentioning it. We crazy. That's like shit us up for this, Beyonce.
To get started, download the Amazon Photos app. Welcome back, and thank you all for being with us here at Loud Macron Fox as we are quickly approaching the top of the new hour. It is 1:55 here on the East Coast and 10:55 in the morning over on the West Coast. I'm your host, Carla Hall.
Back mentioning it. We crazy. So then I said that I'm the people knowing this. We ain't crazy. Back mentioning. Do we sound like I'm the people knowing this? I said that on this thing. Back mentioning some people hearing this. We ain't crazy. So I said that. That's what shit us up for this, Beyonce. Don't say nothing. Why do you do your eye like that? So I said that on her mouth. Then, but I mean, people hearing this. Back mentioning it. That's what shit us, Beyonce.
International trip after being confirmed as Secretary of State for President Donald Trump's second term in office. So we're not entirely too sure exactly when this is going to get underway, but we do know it's supposed to happen pretty soon. So we're going to be monitoring it for you, and you can take a look at this live. We'll have a picture of, and we'll take it as soon as it gets underway. In the meantime, let's head back here to the U.S. over to Washington, D.C., and continue to listen in to more senators as they
Back me innocent. That's it. Then, when people hearing this, I'm back mentioning it. I'm crazy. So then I said that. Then, I'm back mentioning. I don't think people hear. I don't know why she's yelping off my lips when she knows voice recognition is here. Yes, it is true. So what? We ain't crazy. So I said that. I heard this. Then went, don't people hearing this? So I said that. Then, I'm back mentioning. I don't think people knowing this. We ain't crazy. I don't think people hearing this shit. So now he calls me. Yes, it is. I said that.
Now, when I advise clients on enterprise transformation, when I first heard about the payments information,
You had to call about what?
Access, I was just calling to say what's up. Technically a government employee, but not a career government employee. It did give me concern. So I had my staff dig into it, and since then, the administration has put out a fact sheet that anybody who is concerned about what's happening in the payment platform,
not at the moment.
They're not looking at detailed payment data. What they're looking at is the way payments are processed to determine whether or not there's an opportunity to
My
do it
TV is up.
more cost effectively and leave more money in the U.S. Treasury as a result. Maybe more money that we can use to retire.
Is that better?
It's a lot better. Now what's the better?
Where at?
At your house.
Whatever I decide to make or order. No, you ain't been to the grocery store or anything?
No, I just prefer to eat out because it's just, cooking is just too time consuming for me.
Yeah.
So normally I get something on the way to work. I stop at the taco place, grab some tacos or something, or I order something online. Like I'm for each day, and then like buy one get one free. And I eat one and then save one for later. And then just order his food online or whatever. Sometimes we go out to eat together, but mostly he order his stuff separate. He will order his stuff, I order my stuff. I have a lot of trash.
That sounds suffering.
You said suffering?
I said that sounds suffering. Talking about a lot of trash. You mean you gonna wait a whole week before?
Well, I said we don't go to the grocery store like that. I don't normally go to the grocery store. Like, not even if I do go, I just go get water, toilet tissue, paper towels. You know what I'm saying? Maybe some meat stuff for me. I don't get nothing like I'm cooking. You know what I'm saying?
No.
But yeah, I mean, if you don't want to be bothered with cooking or nothing, I can just go to the grocery store and just get like some light stuff, like juice and stuff to drink. Make sure you got water and juice and stuff, and then we can just eat out. I ain't tripping. I mean, that's what I've been doing anyway.
Well, I can make a pasta, that's vegan, vegetarian. And everybody seem to like that. You want to get that for one night and then basic night meals, I guess. But I wouldn't want you to go get no produce if, it's going to be like a week out. And then y'all eat. You eat primarily vegetables, so you're going to be storing them for a week if you're basing it on when I get there.
No, I'm just gonna wait till either right before you get like day before, or just wait till you get here and go.
All right.
What you about to do?
Like I said, clean and then schoolwork.
Everybody trying to rush me out the phone. I've been on the phone for 10 minutes. No, all right. I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. So, true life story. Ketanji Brown Jackson, Rihanna, Beyonce knows. Beyonce, yes, it is true. They said we ain't crazy. I'm about to mention it. We insane. I don't think people hearing this. I'm about to mention it. I said that on her list. Then I'm about to mention. I don't think people knowing this. We ain't crazy. I'm about to mention. Then I said that on her list. Then that's that shit that's off her list, Beyonce. True life story. Yes, it is true. Ketanji, the culprit of witchcraft right now. Yes, it is. I said that I don't think people hearing this shit. But I can be innocent. This woman is real life using witchcraft. They sent and have it set up where I go see a black police officer on King. Don't say that if we crazy. So I said that on her mouth. I'm about to innocent. I don't think people hearing this shit. Back me innocent. Do we sound crazy? This is all the workings of the United States Supreme Court. Yes, it is. Don't say that. Do we sound crazy? Then I asked that question. They knew Ketanji went out of hand. Yeah, she's out of control. I don't know what the fuck wrong with her. Every day, this woman is messing with my behind. If I don't think people hearing this, I'm about to mention if we crazy. So I said, ain't this a goddamn compromise? A motherfucking it's all kinds of shit of her fucking up the damn government, including what the hell previous people were saying about. So this is Jay-Z saying words because of who is on TV. Television, Ketanji. She's the only one who act like she don't know TV from phone to computer. If I'm insane, so I said that on her list. Then when I say that on her mouth, is it me? So I said that on her mouth. I'm about to put her in this shit. Now, a police officer told me that they can detect the difference when I am talking and when somebody else could be possibly talking from your lips. Yes, it is. Don't say that mean crazy. So I'm going to play that audio that I recorded when that was said to me. If I'm crazy. So I said that on her list. Then I'm about to mention. So these people play with what it is that I like to call Martha Stewarting. Because somebody knew about their involvements and played with what it is Kamala Harris went on television saying they switched the times of the United States to act like they came to a conclusion and concluding. Yes, we did. We buy like we innocent. If we crazy. So I said, I don't put her in this shit. Where they found out it was Jay-Z and our Rihanna and our Beyonce. They found out it was me. And I said, I'm back innocent. If we, I don't need nobody saying shit. Ain't no goddamn body on this live. If we crazy. So I said that's off a list. Buy like we innocent. If we insane. So I don't think people are hearing this shit. So I said that on my mouth. Then I'm about to mention, I don't think people knowing this. Back we innocent. If we crazy. So then I said that. Then back we innocent. If no, it's not. It's Katanji saying this part. So you not lying about how we crazy. So then I said, then they are admitting they to being crazy. Yes, it is. Don't say it. We ain't crazy. Back we innocent. Do we sound insane? Then I don't think people hearing this. Back we innocent. So then I said that on her list. Then when I say that, is it me? So then people hearing this shit. I'm back we innocent. So then I said that on her list. I'm gonna eat meat. Yes, we don't say that. We ain't crazy. I don't know why the fuck that matters to Jay-Z and Rihanna. If I don't think people hearing this. Back we innocent. If we crazy. So I said that. Don't say shit that's off a list. That I'm no longer a vegetarian. Yes, we know that's what I mean. Or pescatarian. Yes, I understand. Yes, she used to eat fish. That is meat, Kanye West. So I said that on her list. Then I'm about to mention if we crazy. Yeah, I said that on. I'm about to mention. Then when we say this, are we crazy? Then I thought people hearing this shit back we innocent. If we crazy. That's that shit that's off a list. That was not me. Yes, we know it's not you. So today, been quite a lot of yelping, so I gotta go to another page. I don't want any of them motherfuckers, y'all, interact. Yes, we know. Don't say that. I don't know what the hell to tell them. Besides, go sniff your wife's pussy. That's it. I don't think people hearing this. Back we innocent. If we innocent. No, that's that shit that's off of it. I'm about to mention if we crazy. I don't think people hearing this shit. I'm back to mention if we innocent. I don't think people hearing this. That's that shit that's off of it. True story. She waits. Yes, it is true. I'm back to mention. If I'm insane, that's that shit that's off the list. Do you think it's me? Then I ask that question. That's that shit that's off the list.
Finally, Homemade Manjaro makes your pants drop in just 1 week. I've developed a 3-ingredient.
I force people to look at that situation for us.
Would survival be a good word?
No.
Oh.
What is Sir interested in? Sir is very quiet and is very, very smart. He does all of the numbers stuff. So he's not into the fashion stuff, but
Back when if we curse, then I'm about to say if we incense, I said that on her mouth. Then when I say that on her lips, is it us? Then I'm think people hearing this. I'm about to mention if we curse. Then I said that on her lips. I'm about to mention. I'm about to say the people who are talking on her mouth ain't us. Then I said that on her lips. Then when I people hearing this, back we incense. If we curse, I said that on her lips. Then I think people knowing this, back we incense. If we curse, then I said that on her lips. Then I'm about to mention. I'm people knowing this shit. Do we sound crazy? Then I asked that question on her lips. Then I'm about to mention. I think people hearing this, I'm about to mention. If we crazy. Then I said that. Then I'm about to mention. I don't think people knowing this. I'm about to mention if we crazy. I said that's actually that's so
intent on keeping Sir out of the
yes,
public eye. Was he just shy, or was there something more going on that they weren't letting on? And here's the real kicker: why does it seem like celebrities go to such lengths to protect their male children, but not so much their daughters? Well, Jaguar had a lot to say about this, and y'all just might be shocked by the truth. Blue Ivy has had the internet in a chokehold ever since she made her grand entrance into the world. From the moment she was born, she was a star in the making, gracing magazine covers before she could even say her first word. She was stealing the spotlight in music videos and basically carving out a celebrity status of her own. Fans couldn't get enough of her, always glued to the screen, eagerly waiting to see what she'd do next. Then the twins came along, and the hype around Beyonce and Jay-Z's little family reached a whole new level. Despite the couple going to great lengths to keep their kids out of the public eye, fans still managed to catch glimpses of their growing family. The Carter girls were living their best lives, effortlessly staying in the limelight. Blue Ivy, of course, was shining bright, snagging awards and making surprise appearances in her parents' projects like she was born for the stage. Rumi, on the other hand, was stealing hearts with her sweet smile and her random but equally adorable public appearances. Every time one of them popped up, the world collectively stopped to swoon.
That's what we know.
That's
That's
while
what we
Beyonce and Jay-Z were careful about how much they shared, they couldn't quite keep their kids hidden from the spotlight, and fans loved every minute of it. The Carter family was still one of the most talked about in the industry, and the kids were becoming stars in their own right, whether their parents liked it or not. However, we can't say the same for Sir. It was like he had vanished into thin air. Fans started asking all sorts of questions, wondering what was going on with him. I mean, sure, Beyonce has always been known for being notoriously private, but with Sir, it felt like she was taking things to a whole new level. She was more protective about him than she ever seemed to be with Blue Ivy or Rumi. It was almost as if the spotlight was intentionally being kept away from him, and people couldn't help but notice. Fans began to wonder, was there something about Sir that Beyonce and Jay-Z were trying to protect? Was he just a shy little boy? Or was there more to the story that they weren't letting on? With all the attention and love Blue Ivy and Rumi were getting, it felt odd that Sir remained so out of sight. The mystery surrounding him just deepened, and fans, being fans, couldn't resist speculating. Something about the way Beyonce and Jay-Z guarded Sir so closely made people even more
yes, we know that's how they think.
sparking even more theories about why he
then I
was
said
being
that
kept in
then I'm
the
about to mention how many people hearing this shit. Don't say nothing. She is not lying. Don't say shit is her list. So why are you saying that? What the fuck is this, bitch? I'm about to beat your ass.
The more Sir's absence stood out, fans were all over social media, speculating and trying to piece together why they never saw him. It wasn't long before the wild theories started to pour in, with people trying to figure out why Sir was being kept out of the public eye. It had everyone asking, what's really going on with Sir Carter? Why is
do I sound that? That's how shit is her fucking mouth.
First time people
you
really
bitches is crazy. Why not kill Beyonce, nigga? She over here playing with some shit. Did I? Said that on her. I'm about to
her Good Morning America interview for the Lion King movie. While Blue Ivy and Rumi were right there beside her,
I have no
Sir
idea
was
what that
nowhere
was.
to be seen. Fans couldn't
I
help
just
but
heard
wonder
somebody
why that
saying
was.
a random
It felt like a
spoken
glaring
name.
omission.
Yes, they were.
Beyonce
Well, that's
and
that shit that's
Jay-Z
off of it.
were always open about
So
their other
I
two children.
went
But
into
Sir was
my
always
room and just
mysteriously
grabbed something
missing
that I
from
know
these public
has something
moments.
to do
With the
with
public focus on Blue
yes, it
Ivy's
is. Something
global
about like
stardom and Rumi's
do we sound
adorable
crazy? That's that
sporadic
shit that's off of it.
appearances, it
Do
left
I?
fans
So I
questioning
said
why
that. I'm
Sir
about to
seemed
mention.
to
I'm
be kept so
hearing this.
far out of
I'm about to
the
mention. Do I
The
sound
lack of
crazy?
his
I don't know if people
presence
knowing
and
this. I'm about to mention.
moments
Don't you
only
dare say
fueled
shit that's off of it.
speculation. and raised even more curiosity about why Beyonce and Jay-Z were so protective of him.
So you mean to tell me this woman is telling the truth, Kanye West? So then I said that I'm
internet
hearing this about Beyonce.
And once
Do
that
we sound
conversation
crazy? Then
started,
I asked
it got
her,
crazy. Some fans even suggested that Sir might be autistic
we ain't crazy.
and could
I
be
said that
sensitive to the noise and lights at big events.
Do I
That
say
theory seemed to
dumb?
catch on, with people wondering if that might explain
But I
why
mentioned,
Beyonce
I think
and
people
Jay-Z
hearing this.
kept him away
I'm
from
about
the
to
public
mention
eye.
it.
As
That's what she
usual,
is, Beyonce.
Beyonce and Jay-Z stayed tight-lipped, never acknowledging the speculation, which only made people
They
even
didn't
more
reveal
intrigued.
nor
But
were
here's
the
where things
cameras
took a
on
darker turn.
the man
Some fans began to
when
link Sir's
Kanye got
absence
like
to
this.
some
So said that we
serious
ain't talking about
allegations
mention
surrounding
it. We
Jay-Z.
insane. So then I
Rumors
said
have
that.
been
I'm
swirling
about to
about
mention
him being
it. I'm
involved
crazy.
with
I said
minors,
that.
and
That's
not
what she is.
in a good way. As the
3 huge reasons why you should definitely avoid using this on your hair. In just 2 weeks, it made my hair grow like crazy. My little baby hair started sprouting like untamed weeds all over my head. Just look at these insane before and afters. Did I actually wish to go from a balding granny to having these Disney princess locks? It's like I'm a whole new Rapunzel person now. I'm so over getting nonstop compliments from randoms every single day. Your hair looks
as those whispers
Yet
grew
again, I
louder,
must
another theory
also add in or chime in. Me personally watching YouTube and recording with my YouTube has not identified a he, she, or anyone. They speak and yelp from my lips. Yes, we know that. That's that. We ain't crazy. Go on ahead with this video.
that Beyonce and Jay-Z were deliberately keeping Sir out of the limelight to protect him from the fallout of all those allegations. It was wild because now Sir's invisibility
Do you
wasn't
think
just
it's
about
that?
being
That's
kept
it.
private. It was being
Do we
tied
sound
to
crazy?
much
Then I
bigger,
think people
much more
hearing
serious
this. But
matters
if we went
involving
crazy, so
Jay-Z.
then that's that shit is
Theories
talking
were
about.
flying, and people couldn't help but wonder, was there more to this?
I record on my YouTube. It is live. If I did not want people hearing, I would not be on live. What they are hearing is my everyday, regular, basic, normal shit I do every day, which is primarily schoolwork. But I took the time out to view Jaguar Wright videos. And when you click on her video, I don't think this is one of her videos, but this information was somehow linked to her profile. So I clicked this video, and this is what I'm watching right now. This is one of the topics that is brought to my awareness while I am now like, what is going on? The name again, 4 hours and 48 minutes in this video. Name was Yelp. And I had to look it up because I know the woman has children. Yes, she does. Don't say that. We ain't crazy. You understand? Then I said that on her list. I'm back to mention. Do we sound crazy? So I said that on her mouth. Then I asked that question on her list. I am not a we. Continue. Don't talk to her like that. We ain't retired. Back to mention. Do we sound crazy? Then I asked her, I don't give a fuck who wants to hear if they sound crazy. Last time I checked, it is a whole lot of crazy people that if you wanted to go around and point fingers and say somebody crazy, by all means, Ketanji, with your bold ass, go do it. Because I know damn well you had to rely on that goddamn title as a United States Supreme Court before in flesh your ass actually do it. If I'm crazy, if you will. If I don't think people hearing this, back instant. I don't know what the fuck to say, but that was, yes, it's me, Solange. I said that on her mouth, about instant. If we crazy, so then I said that on her, I'm about to mention. Do we sound dumb? Then I'm about to mention. I think people hearing this. But Solange, yes, it is sure. What part of I seek out legal? Just don't say that. We ain't crazy. I'm about to mention if we ain't. Don't say shit that's off a list. So every time I click the video, somehow it keep dragging the bar for which frame the video last stopped on. If we insane, so I said that on her list. Then when we said it on her mouth, so never mind. Witchcraft, sorcery.
Beyonce and Jay-Z were deliberately keeping Sir out of the limelight to protect him from the fallout of all those allegations. It was wild because now Sir's invisibility wasn't just about being kept private, it was being tied to much bigger, much more serious matters. Theories were flying, and people
Do we
couldn't
sound
help but
crazy? So
wonder,
that's
was
that's
there
what she
more
was
to the
talking about.
story than just wanting
True
privacy,
story.
or were the
Yes, she
Carters
ain't crazy.
trying to protect
people
their
hearing
son
it
from
back
something
then.
far darker? If this theory is true, then honestly, it would be the decent thing to do. But it still leaves a lot of people scratching their heads. Why is Sir the only one being kept out of the public eye like this, while Blue Ivy and Rumi seem to be fine with the spotlight? After all, the interview with Blue and Rumi aired right after those serious allegations started to surface, and Jay-Z even attended the Lion King premiere with Blue, fully aware of the kind of rumors that would inevitably swirl around because of it. That decision to show up at the event definitely didn't sit well with a lot of people, especially fans who were already uneasy about the situation. Even 50 Cent jumped
How
into
do
the drama,
Aubrey Graham say
mocking
something about
Jay-Z
this? That's
for
what
his
she was
choice to
talking about.
attend. He said, Jay said they said I SA'd a kid, everybody get dressed. We going to see Mufasa. The backlash was pretty loud, with people
you don't know who
questioning
they
why
are.
Jay-Z
Yes,
would willingly step into
No,
a media
I'm back
frenzy,
saying
knowing
we
the
crazy.
kind of
Then
attention
that's what
it
she
would
was talking
draw,
about.
especially in
saying,
the
I'm
middle
people
of
hearing
such a
this.
sensitive
I'm back
time.
saying
It really made
crazy. Then I
people
said, the other
wonder
people
whether
hearing
the
this shit.
couple's
I'm back
decision to
saying
keep
I'm
Sir
done.
out
Then I
of the
said, other people
limelight was
hearing
more
this.
about
I'm back
protecting
saying
him, or if
crazy.
there was
That's what she
another
was talking
reason
about.
behind their choice to keep him hidden while the other two kids were out here living their best lives in public. It's pretty interesting, right? Sir is the only one getting this level of protection, and it definitely makes us wonder why this seems to be the norm in Hollywood. We've seen it time and time again.
Drinking warm water before bed helps release fat while you sleep. Apparently, thousands of people are already doing this, and I'm mad I didn't know about this earlier. And now that I've tried it and experienced a body transformation for myself, I've had so many people ask how I did it after years of struggle, wishing I could have my old body back. I finally found something that works and works fast. If you're tired of disappointing advice from doctors, time-consuming meal plans that taste like trash, or
then
exhausting
when I say
workout
that on her mouth,
routines,
is it us?
then
Then I
listen
hearing this.
carefully,
I'm back
because this
Do
changed
I sound
everything for
dumb?
me
Then I
and
people
for
know
thousands
this.
of other women.
When
You
I'm
see,
other
every
people
few months,
hearing
I
this,
go
I'm
to
back
the
saying
doctor.
if we that's
After
that shit
having
off
kids, her body never returned to normal, and she's
True
struggled
story.
with her figure ever since. But last time I went over, I didn't even recognize her. She looked like a young little superstar. The bags were gone, her skin was tight and glowing, and her tummy,
And with other celebrities, like the Kardashians, for example, they're notorious for keeping their sons out of the spotlight, barely posting about them on social media, while
Yeah,
their
we
daughters
want
are
to. That
all
way
over
sound
their
me
feeds,
crazy.
living it up in the public
Do we
eye.
sound insane?
It's
Then I ask
almost
the
like
question
there's
on
this
it.
unwritten
We ain't
rule
crazy.
when it
Black
comes to
women.
the boys.
Beyonce
They
says
get
she
shielded,
can fix
and
this.
the
Is this
girls
true?
are
Yes,
fair
she
game.
cannot. No.
And when you
I'm
look
back
at it that
mentioning.
way,
Do we sound
it's
dumb?
hard
Don't
not
answer that
to
shit. Don't say
notice the
shit. That's
pattern.
something. No.
Many
I'm back
celebs have been
mentioning.
accused of profiting off their daughters while doing
So
everything
when
they
I do
can
this,
to protect
this
their
is me
sons.
choosing
It makes you
to
wonder if
speak
Beyonce and
these
Jay-Z
words,
might be falling into
these
the same
words,
category.
them
Are
words.
they
Yes,
keeping
listen.
Sir out of sight for his
I'm
protection,
back
or
mentioning.
is
If
there
we
something
crazy, I
more
said,
behind the
people hearing
curtain?
this.
It's a
I'm back
tough question
mentioning.
to answer,
Do we sound
but
dumb?
it's
Then I
definitely
think people
something
hearing
people
this.
are
I'm back
starting to
mentioning.
pay
If
more
we crazy, I
attention
said,
to.
then I look.
Celebrities
But I
in
mentioned.
Hollywood
Do
are
I
often
sound like I'm?
criticized
I don't
for
know nobody
using
know
their
this. But I
kids
mentioned.
for their
Do
own
we sound
benefit,
crazy? Then I
while
asked the
also
question on that.
keeping
I'm back
them
mentioning.
hidden when it suits
Hearing this.
them. And
So
Beyonce
then I
and
said that.
Jay-Z's
Then
actions
I'm back
have
mentioning.
raised
I
some
think people
serious
knowing
questions
this.
about whether they might be doing the same thing.
So
However,
yet again, they're
Beyonce's
bothering
mom,
me with
Miss
the
Tina
sexual
Knowles,
voodoo
has been
assault.
out here trying to
Yes,
convince
because
us
we
that
ain't
we got
crazy.
it all wrong.
Then I said that.
According to her, Sir is just a
back
private
mention.
child
Do
who
we
doesn't
sound
care
crazy? I
much
think
for
people
fame.
hearing
She
this.
even tried to clear up some of the speculation, but honestly, her attempt ended up making everyone even more curious. Tina, who's always been close to her grandkids, decided to spill a little tea about Sir, saying, Sir is a very, very smart child. He likes numbers and he's very low-key. She painted this picture of Sir as a little boy who wasn't about the flashy,
Do I sound
attention-grabbing
crazy? So I
lifestyle
said
like
that on
his
the thing.
sisters. According to Tina, he's more into his
So
own
I
world,
said that, did I?
calm,
So I said that on the
collected, and not at all
back
interested in the
So I
public
said
life
that
that his
back.
siblings
People
seem to
hearing
thrive
this.
in.
Back mention. I think people knowing this.
Amazing. She's an amazing artist, like painter and creator. And so, I mean, how could they be anything else growing up in that environment? That's all we talk about is creativity and fashion and the whole thing. What is Sir interested in? Sir is very quiet and is very, very smart and does all of the number stuff. So he's not into the fashion stuff as much. But yeah.
At first, people were like, okay, so he's just a normal kid. and it seemed like the whole mystery had been solved. But that's when things really took a turn. Some fans weren't convinced by what Grandma Tina had to say. They felt like there was more to the story that she wasn't sharing. The internet went into overdrive with all sorts of theories about why Sir was kept so far out of the public eye. It was like everyone had their own take, and let me tell you, some of them were wild. The more Tina talked, the more the speculation grew. Some folks started wondering if Sir had special needs that Beyonce and Jay-Z were trying to protect him from. And honestly, given how brutal the internet can be, it kind of made sense. Remember how people came for Blue Ivy when she was just a baby? The internet was awful. Her for everything from her hair to her looks, making fun of a literal baby. Some fans thought maybe Beyonce and Jay-Z were keeping Sir out of the spotlight to shield him from facing that same kind of cruelty. Others, though, were sure that there was something way bigger going on. They thought the family was hiding a huge secret, and the more quiet the Carters stayed, the more everyone's imagination started running wild. Whatever it was clear that no one was satisfied with the story they were being given. But here's the thing, fans are still side-eyeing the whole situation, convinced there's more going on than what they've been told. Tina's comments were meant to clear the air, but instead, they just opened up even more questions. It's like she cracked open a whole can of worms, and now everyone is even more intrigued by what's really happening behind the scenes with the Carter family. Now, you know what really has people talking? It's the fact that Jay-Z seems all about protecting one son. But when it comes to another, he's completely rejecting any connection. Yup, I'm talking about his alleged son, Rymir Satterthwaite. Rymir's been fighting for years.
I don't want to know. That's what I'm like. That's about paternity test. Do we sound crazy? Yeah, that's wearing shit back when.
Had an affair with Jay-Z, and that age gap definitely raised some red flags. And the fact that Jay-Z won't even entertain the idea of a paternity test, that's only made people more suspicious. When you compare how Jay-Z's bending over backward to keep Sir out of the public eye, but won't even acknowledge Rymir, it's got folks questioning what's really going on behind the scenes. There's definitely some double standards at play, and it's making people wonder what the real story is. In an interview, he said, "I don't want money or anything like that from Jay-Z. I just want him to finally tell the truth to the world. He's supposed to be a positive role model for our community. He stands there screaming, 'Black Lives Matter.' Well, tell the truth and take responsibility. And if you say I'm not your son and nothing ever happened with my mom, then just take the test. If you are..."
I thought I left my life as a hitman behind me. And now it's come back with a vengeance.
You're a little rusty, Gable.
If you are telling the truth, then why is your first answer whenever you're asked to take a paternity test no? If you're wondering why Jay-Z has been denying the paternity, it's because Rymir's mom was only 16 when she got pregnant and Jay-Z was in his 20s. According to Rymir's guardian, Wanda was only 16 when she allegedly met Sean, but she may have told him she was older. She fell pregnant but had no idea how to contact him. I got a call from his in-house lawyer and they were very helpful, and we thought we would resolve this privately. They even talked about Rymir's music talent and whether it was a good time to put him on his record label, but he had to finish high school, so I said no. Suddenly, different lawyers got involved and their attitude completely changed. I think they realized there was more at stake for Sean, given that Wanda was allegedly underage. She also had an interview with Tasha K, during which she said this.
That Wanda told me that when he found out that she was with child, he came looking for her.
Chilly, the Carter family is a hot mess, but it looks like Jaguar Wright has all the tea. If there is one person who has all the receipts on Jay-Z and a lot of people in the industry, it's Jaguar. She has been trying to warn us for years now that Jay-Z is not always the cool gentleman that he pretends to be. And it looks like we're finally starting to see what she was trying to say. So what does she have to say about the Sir Carter situation? Well, she pretty much confirmed what we suspected for a long time. She confirmed that it's a real thing in the industry where celebs don't really pay a lot of attention to their sons. She pointed out how most Nepo babies in the industry are females because it's easier to put girls on than boys. Oh, and y'all know those rumors about how it's fair game when it comes to female celeb kids? Well, Jaguar also confirmed this. pointing out how weird it is
Back
that
when,
Beyonce
say,
and
we
Jay-Z
crazy.
have bought
So
out
then I said
trademarks
that, I'm
for
about
both
missing.
Rumi and Blue
Do I
Flame,
sound crazy?
but it
That's
has
what
been
you
crickets when it comes to serve.
Bitch, you go
Jaguar
crazy
claims
talking
that the
all her
reason for
goddamn
this
lips
is
like
that
this.
it's pretty difficult
I'm about
and
missing it.
almost
I'm crazy. Then I
impossible
said
to
that, I'm
profit
about
off
hearing
young
this
boys
shit.
compared to young
Why
girls,
nobody
and
want to
that is
know
why
who
you're
the
probably
fuck is
never going
around
to
her
see the
kids
little
if
boy
she
in
talk this
public.
much off
At
my
least
lips?
not
Let's
as
say
much
that.
as the girls.
Back when
This is
do I
pretty
sound dumb?
wild,
Then I
but I
sit
want
down
to know
and
how
no,
you guys
listen to
feel
me.
about this
Back
situation.
when
So drop your
do
thoughts
it
in the
sound like
comments
I'm not
and
the
check
same
out this
person?
next
Then I
video.
sit down and listen. I'm hearing this shit. Back when do I sound? I don't think you know this shit. Back when so then I'm normal. Is this true? The person who is this shit. So then I sit there and I'm back when listen to hearing this shit. When you say that, what the fuck is this? Goddamn violence and that's it. Violence.
Like she kind of put me on, I put her on. We taught each other a lot. We grew and kind of blew up with each other.
Mary J. Blige has found herself in the middle of Diddy's scandals. And while this drama seems to be escalating to a whole new level of insanity, she decided to drop some serious revelations about Diddy that would finally confirm our long-lasting suspicions. For decades, fans have speculated about the true nature of Mary's
Do you
relationship
hear how
with
the fuck
Diddy.
you sound on her
And
list?
today, we're diving deep into what she has just revealed. But in order to better understand these new allegations, we first need to give a detailed explanation of all the charges and controversies
No, I had
surrounding
earrings
Diddy's
before
case.
he came out with that shit.
Charges.
What?
Sean Combs, aka Diddy, is currently
Yes, it
facing
is. That's
many
not even
legal
okay.
charges,
No, that's
including
not something.
accusations
I'm back
of
on people
misconduct,
hearing this back
trafficking,
when
and
do we sound
racketeering.
insane? Then I said
The
that's what she
claims
does.
emerged earlier this year involving 120 individuals. They alleged that Diddy was involved in a series of exploited.
Keep all your passwords.
Hey, Dylan. So basically, this is the deal. When they go to commercial break, I'm going to be pointing my camera about.
We also made clear in the guidance that there would be specially designated programs that would not be a part of that order. And we are working through the process of identifying them now, what those specially designated programs are, and we will continue to work through the process of finding them. The third point I would make is that people were given 30 days, that we would help bring them home if they so desire during that 30-day period. And at the same time, the expectation, as I said, that if they have a special condition or something's going on, we didn't list them all, but we're willing to listen to those. We're not trying to be disruptive to people's personal lives. We're not being punitive here. But this is the only way we've been able to get cooperation from USAID. I have preferred not to do it this way. When we tried to do it from the top down by getting cooperation from the central office of USAID, what we found instead are people trying to use the system to sneak through payments and push through payments despite the stop order. We found people that were uncooperative in terms of giving us information and access, all very consistent with some of the things we experienced while we were in Congress. And so we've had to do this other route instead. But we are going to do foreign aid. The United States will be providing
The time on television.
foreign aid that makes sense and is aligned with our national interests. And I know the last question wasn't for me, but I want to address that as well. Number one, the United Nations is sitting on $100 million in their fund. The United States has provided 15 of the $100 million for that fund. Okay? That only 13 million of that is currently frozen. That means they still have $85 million plus the 1-point-something million they spent that we already have in there available for the mission. That's clear. And that's not an impediment to the mission continuing. Beyond the UN fund, I've issued a waiver providing for the use, I think it's close to $40 million of additional support. And those contracts are out there and they're working now. They're providing logistical support both to the mission and to the Haitian National Police. Those are facts. So I could just say that's a pretty strong commitment, and it's certainly a lot stronger commitment than some of the other rich countries around the world who aren't doing nearly as much. By the way, it's a credit to Kenya, who's come halfway around the world and are willing to stand up and do something about it. When countries in our own hemisphere, they're not willing to do anything about it. I don't want to go through and list all of them and start some diplomatic fight my 2.5 weeks into my term here. But I'm just telling you, there's some rich countries out there, and they're not doing nearly enough about it, and they could be doing more. So I encourage them to do more.
By the way, it's a credit to Kenya.
Yeah, can you repeat the question so I can fully understand?
When countries in our own hemisphere,
Yes, please.
they're not willing to do anything about it. And I don't want to go through and list all
I am
of them.
not in my head. Yes, we know that's what I mean, crazy. I don't think people hearing this. Back on instant. Do we sound crazy? Did I sit down and listen? I don't think people hearing this. Back on instant. Do we sound? I don't want nobody knowing this. Goddamn it! So I sat down and listened. Then when this is my cue to leave you.
And the Dominican president, we do want to step away.
Some reason, somehow, they got a United States Supreme watching and stalking me 24/7. Primarily while I do schoolwork. If I'm insane, so I said there, I'm about to missing. If we crazy, then I said that's actually the stuff. Let's continue.
Between the Secretary of State Rubio and the Dominican president, we do want to step away for another brief commercial break here at Live Now from Fox, but we'll continue with more of these remarks next.
The wildfires in Los Angeles have forced thousands of neighbors to evacuate, and many will not have a home to return to. Feeding America supports communities before, during, and after disasters as part of a nationwide network. We're working closely with the Los Angeles Regional Food Bank and other nearby food banks to assess damage and provide.
So I'm just now receiving an email that my legal plan was not deducted this month. If we crazy, so I said that on her mouth. If I'm insane, I think people hearing this shit. Back we insane. If we crazy, so then I said that on her list. I'm about insane. Do we sound insane? And in the email, it says, please log into your account to update your information before the 4th of April. Yes, we know that's it. We ain't crazy. Back we insane. If we insane, so I said that on her list. Then when that's that shit that's off the list. I just now recall checking it today and noticed that they didn't withdraw the funds the day they normally would have. Yes, we know. That's what I mean. Crazy. I'm not commencing. And even in the email states that they tried multiple unsuccessful withdrawal attempts. If I'm just people hearing this back we instant. If we crazy. That's actually that's off a little bit outside.
Welcome to John Madden Football. It's one of the best sellers in video game history. Players look at Madden as a reflection of who they are. It's in the game.
Flag National thoughts. Let's head back out to the Dominican Republic, continuing to listen in to Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the Dominican President answering questions during their joint news conference.
Preliminares, pero bastante positivas, de que muy posiblemente tenemos.
Quite positive. We have gross reserves. Then we will see what the net reserves are, but the gross reserves are of about 100 million tons. That is significant. In about 2-3 months, we will have the numbers with precision, but what we've seen so far is quite positive. We're feel optimistic. This is the advanced technique, and we require technology and help. This is why we have created a public company, a state company, to be able to exploit these rare earth elements. But the market is in the United States. There is an international price, but you always need advising so as to exploit them in an efficient way and with economic sense. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, President Abinader, Secretary Rubio, and respective delegations. It's been said here that the Summit of the Americas at the end of the year is one of the tasks that will start. I'd like to know whether we'll have President Trump here then. But let's remember what happened in Los Angeles in the Summit of the Americas in June 2022. The Secretary of State at the time exerted lots of pressure to exclude Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. He did not reach consensus amongst Latin American countries, and the United States did not invite Cuba, Venezuela, or Nicaragua. Secretary Rubio, you just said that those three governments are enemies of humanity. That is very strong. Dominicans would say, well, let's take it down a notch. So we could really be a bit softer. But if you keep that high tone, would the U.S. be ready to exert pressure so that those three governments cannot be invited to the Summit of the Americas? Or if these three governments were enemies of humanity, they will be invited. I know the decisions of President Abinader on this matter. So the United States would not share with those governments. Well, that decision, who to invite, lies with the Dominican Republic. The Dominican Republic will be hosting. I do not know how else to talk about a regime that has forced about 8 million citizens to leave Venezuela. They imprison, they torture innocent individuals. In the case of Cuba, significant portions of the population have left the country. They have imprisoned over 500 persons, including children and women, because they were part of demonstrations in the streets. Nicaragua, imprisoning political opponents. Every candidate has been pursued by justice in Nicaragua. They are even deporting nuns. They have a fight against Catholic Church, a fight against religious representatives, and there is a co-presidency, and it's kind of a family dynasty. I do not know how else to describe those regimes. They are not just doing that to their own people, but these three regimes have contributed to the instability of the region. Every country in the region has had to pay the price of the instability in these countries. In the case of Venezuela, which cooperates with Iran, with Hezbollah, with Hamas. In the case of Cuba, which has allowed Russian presence, Chinese espionage. This is my opinion. I don't think there will be a change in those countries between now and December, but that is the way in which I refer to those countries based on the reality of their behavior. I wish it wasn't the case, but it has been the case for a long time, unfortunately. So would you share a table with them? Well, the governments there could change, the regimes could change, they could stop abusing violating human rights, but I believe politics works well when we speak clearly and we are not confused, and I am not confused.
Las preguntas de los periodistas dominicanos.
Questions of Nelson Rodriguez and Richie Lona, Dominican journalists, have been answered. We will bring this press conference to a close during the visit to the Dominican Republic of His Excellency Marco Rubio, Secretary of State of the U.S. United States. Thank you for being with us. Have a good rest of your afternoon.
All right, so as you just witnessed there, the conclusion of this joint news conference, a press conference rather, that was given over there in Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic, featuring Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the President Luis Abinader, where they gave some brief remarks at the top of that Q&A portion. They discussed how that visit went. We are taking a live look here at the Capitol building over in Washington, D.C., as we continue to track some more of these domestic headlines here. I do want to give you a kind of a roundup of all of these live images that we are getting into the newsroom. Let's start with Washington, D.C. As you can see, senators still on the Senate floor continue to discuss and convene several of these initiatives that have been brought forth by President Donald Trump. And specifically, they are focusing on some of the confirmation hearings that we are still waiting for. Most notably, Kash Patel to be the FBI director, but also Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to lead the Health and Human Services Department. So we are still waiting for those hearings to take place. And we know that senators all day today have been also debating the role that Elon Musk has been playing within the federal government, within the administration, and the oversight that he has been given by President Donald Trump. Over on the other side of the country, we still have this live image as well. Take a look. We have Attorney Ben Crump, who is here speaking at a memorial service for some of the victims of the wildfires that happened in Los Angeles County, all across there. We know that so many people are still looking ahead, working to rebuild on their homes. Let's listen in briefly to hear what the attorney is saying during the service.
His son Eric was telling me about the pride that was their family, of that beautiful development that was built for our community. And then we memorialize and pay special tribute to Evelyn McClendon. Yeah. And you will hear from their families, but everybody says she was just an angel in every aspect of the word. Always giving, always trying to have a kind word. She was a school bus driver. She loved her children. She loved her community. I think we have some of the school bus drivers here. If you all would stand to be recognized, this is who Evelyn was, a person of service. A great person of service.
I just wanted to briefly dip into some of the remarks made there by the attorney who is representing some of the victims and their families. We know that at least 29 residents have lost their lives since those wildfires first ignited on January 7th, and at least 6,000 homes were destroyed. So this is just one of the live images we have into our newsroom. At the same time, we continue to follow several other developments as well. Taking a look here also for a live look over in Philadelphia, where we are seeing the mayor, Cheryl Parker. She is discussing some of the security that is in place at this moment, given the fact that it is Super Bowl weekend, Super Bowl Sunday, where we know that the Philadelphia Eagles are taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, that game is happening in New Orleans, Louisiana, but still, the city of Philadelphia is trying to take proper precautions because they know that several people are going to be out on the streets celebrating their team, looking to really enjoy this entire experience they're going to have, but they want people to do it safely. We know that a lot of these area parties, they can get kind of wild, so not only will we seeing the mayor speaking there just before her leave, I saw that several law enforcement officers were also on hand to answer any questions from the press at this event. Now, I just wanted to give you all kind of a look at some of the live events that we have going on at this time, but we do have to step away for our final commercial break of this hour. My name is Carla Hara, and it has been great to be with you all on this Thursday, but my time at the desk has come to an end. So after this commercial break, my colleague Mike Page, he'll be in the anchor chair, taking over, guiding you through so many of these live events happening across the country, and also keeping you up to date with all of the biggest stories of the week. A live now look once again over at the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. We'll see you back here right after this.
When emergency strikes, first responders are the first ones in. But on outdated networks, the crucial technology they depend on is limited. That's why T-Mobile created T-Priority, the only solution built for the 5G era that can dynamically dedicate up to 10 times the capacity for first responders. T-Priority, built for tomorrow's emergencies. Ready today.
With Amazon Photos, Prime members get unlimited full-resolution photo storage and 5 gigabytes of video storage, so you can securely store your digital photos and use your pictures to create prints, books, and custom decor. You can also share and display your photos on Amazon devices, including the Echo Show and Fire TV. To get started, download the Amazon Photos app.
Maggie has always wanted more, so she got Blink Smart Home Security with the Blink app. Only the Blink app gives you Blink Moments, which stitches together footage from all your cameras. So you can see what happened in an instant. Oh, boomer. Get more of the story with the app that gives you more. Blink and get more.
And welcome back, everyone, here to a live now from Box. Taking a look here at the Dow. It is in negative territory as we continue to showcase some of the top stories, the live feeds, and of course, when breaking news happens, you know, we have you covered right here on Live Now from Box. I'm your host, Mike Bates. We'll be with you for the next several hours as we bring you some top headlines and feeds from all over the country. We want to continue on with more live events that are happening. Let's go back out to Los Angeles right now. A memorial service is being held for Los Angeles wildfire victims. It is being hosted by civil rights attorney Ben Crump, who is at the podium right now. Let's listen in on Live Now.
Altadena, we can restore Altadena and we can rebuild Altadena. Altadena strong. Altadena strong. Altadena strong. And with that, and you want to say a word as we call the family members Zaire, Cam, Trevor, Lisa, and Eric. Would you all please come, Attorney Andrew?
Thank you, Attorney Crump. And thank you, all of you who come here to pray for our beloved families who've lost so much. We are in a house of God today, and this is a holy place to ask for the saviors and the souls of these people, and their grief is real, their sorrow is real, and rebuilding Altadena is our call to action. But what I want you to know in this house of God, that down the street, not that far from here, There is a house of law. There's a house of justice that will bring to all the people of Altadena the things that Ben Crump has told you. Not 3/5 justice, not 1/2 justice, but all the justice. And in the words of Isaiah, who some have already preached about today, therefore, chapter 13, therefore the Lord waits to be gracious to you. And therefore the Lord exalts himself to show mercy to you. For the Lord is a God of justice. Blessed are all those who wait for him. There is a line to that courthouse. There's a line to that house of justice. And there's room for all of you. Our country guarantees justice for all of us. So let us take advantage of it in this state, in our court of justice. Let our house of God merge with the house of justice and demand that Altadena rises like the phoenix. Bless you all.
First of all, we will hear from Earlene Kelly's family. We have her son and daughter, Trevor Kelly and Lisa Kelly, who's going to come before you.
Yes, I just want to thank God first and foremost. We're not here to really mourn the losses of these three beautiful people, because when you look at these faces that's on these pictures right here, you are looking at real life angels. These are angels. Let me just tell you one quick story about my mother. I had never seen my mother lay down and sleep. After my 59 years of my life, I've never seen my mom sleep. She went to bed later than us, and she was up earlier than us. So you know what that means in the Bible? This was an angel that God sent to raise us and to touch every single person that she's ever met. And one more thing, with their passing, this is what brought us here together, because Altadena, we didn't really know that we needed to come back together. And it's unfortunate that they lost their lives. But I just wanted to say this. Anybody who ever met my mother, you can recall whenever time you met her, just think about that. Think about the time that you spent with her, because you were actually talking to one of God's angels, and you may not have known it. But I do want to say this. In 2012, when my father passed, my mother was real interested about what happens when the flesh dies. The flesh dies and your spirit shall return.
An executive order is equally unconstitutional, the judge writes. They want to change birthright citizenship, they will need to change the U.S. Constitution. It is clearly unconstitutional. The preliminary injunction is granted on a nationwide basis. So that is also on hold. As you mentioned, a Maryland District Court judge had also blocked the birthright citizenship move just yesterday. But again, all of these orders that the president has issued, most of them at this point, are being challenged in one way or another in court. And it's a reminder that he moved quickly to get these things on the books, knowing that legal challenges would likely come, in essence, inviting them. And so we will await formal reaction from the Trump administration or from the president himself to these decisions. Not entirely surprising, but a good reminder to those perhaps who are somewhat shocked by what's been going on the last several weeks, that this is the way the federal system works. The president can try to do something, people can sue to slow it or stop it. And those processes are underway, at least in those two cases.
Quite a blistering quote you read. Back to the federal worker deadline. Do we know what happens to the 40,000 people who have already accepted the so-called buyout?
We don't, and remember, it's at least 40,000. In fact, in the case in Boston, Justice Department lawyers said tens of thousands of employees had accepted the offer to essentially be paid to stay home through the end of the fiscal year and then move on. And they're welcome to, under this current arrangement, seek other employment in the meantime. So we'll see. We're waiting the text of whatever email it is that will go out to these federal employees telling them that the deadline is off. Remember, those unions had been advising federal employees not to take the offer because there was no legal guarantee yet, no budgetary authority for it. despite the assurances that had been sent in multiple emails in some cases to employees at various agencies encouraging them to take it.
The White House is trying to clarify the president's plan to take over Gaza. What are they saying?
Well, none other than the president's trying to clarify it. In fact, in a Truth Social post overnight, Lindsay, he wrote in part that Gaza Strip would be turned over to the United States by Israel at the conclusion of fighting. He says later the U.S., working with great development teams from all over the world, would slowly and carefully begin the construction of what would become one of the greatest and most spectacular developments of its kind on Earth. No soldiers by the U.S. would be needed. Stability for the region would reign. Important to point out, yesterday, the press secretary and other officials suggested that instead of a permanent resettlement of those in Gaza, as the president initially suggested, instead it would be the temporary relocation of people while the Gaza Strip was rebuilt. Who would pay for it? How would that be done? When could they return? Who's paying for all this? And if not U.S. troops, whose troops potentially to secure the area? Also, to what extent would Israel be involved? All of that unclear. It's all part of a Trump administration push to try to resolve the war between Israel and Hamas and the situation in the Gaza Strip. As several administration officials said yesterday, the president's trying to push some outside the box thinking, and he's certainly done so. Lindsay?
O'Keefe, thank you. We are waiting to hear from the Prime Minister of Israel at any moment. He's currently on Capitol Hill meeting with House Speaker Mike Johnson in Speaker's suite. In the past 24 hours, both have expressed support for President Trump's recent declaration that the U.S. would be taking over control of Gaza and rebuilding it. We'll bring you their remarks as soon as they come out. For now, let's bring in CBS News congressional correspondent Caitlin B. Burns. Caitlin, what can you tell us about the meeting between Netanyahu and Johnson today? Where, as you mentioned, he's meeting with the speaker now. Earlier today, you saw in a photo there, he met with Senate Republicans and the Senate leader, and he was asked during essentially a pool spray, when you get a chance to take pictures of these leaders together, do you think that U.S. troops are required to implement this plan that Trump has for Gaza? And the Prime Minister said no. That's a big issue here on Capitol Hill, Lindsay. Republican lawmakers were trying to get a sense up here about what the president's strategy and plan really was, whether to take him seriously in that press conference or not. His envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, was actually here on Capitol Hill yesterday talking to Republican lawmakers. And apparently, according to our conversations with Republican lawmakers, assuring them that they don't want to send U.S. troops and they don't want to spend U.S. money to rebuild Gaza. Of course, all of this comes as the president has directed essentially the gutting of USAID in the hopes of shrinking the size of the government and the federal budget. So that all remains to be seen, but you did have lawmakers here seeking clarity, but at the same time, giving the president some deference here when it comes to how he wants to implement his foreign policy, whether or not it runs counter to how a lot of people within the base feel about intervention. The Senate Judiciary delayed the vote it was supposed to hold today on the president's pick for FBI Director Kash Patel. What's the latest there? Yeah, this is an attempt by Democrats to delay the process. Remember, they really don't have many avenues up here to fight back against this administration or to essentially stop some of these picks from going through. Kash Patel has united support from Republicans. We do not know of a single Republican yet who has said that they will vote against him in the full Senate vote. So he is headed for confirmation eventually. He just has to get through that committee. So a week from now, that committee will take a vote. This is a procedural delay, but Republicans are confident he not only gets through the committee next week, but gets confirmed on the Senate floor shortly thereafter and becomes the head of the FBI. Caitlin Burns, thank you. There is growing backlash from U.S. allies in the region over a potential U.S. takeover of Gaza, and this comes as mediators try to negotiate the second phase of the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. CBS News foreign correspondent Chris Lindsay is new from Tel Aviv.
Over 79 hostages remain in Hamas captivity. Under the ongoing ceasefire, several are being sent home each weekend. We sat down with the brother and sister of Keith Siegel, an American-Israeli from North Carolina, who was released just a few days ago.
People are ecstatic. There's so much joy and happiness and so much ability to exhale exhale with joy.
So it's as if you've been holding your breath
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
for 15, 16 months.
I think it was, he was going to live, and he was going to do and did do everything that it takes within your body and soul to keep going. And he said that he told us that he talked to himself, having conversations with us and thinking about things that he wanted to do, and he'd be back home. And he just didn't allow himself to go to a sad place.
Mm.
It's extraordinary.
It's torture. For us, the torture continues. We are so happy beyond words to keep us home, but we know what it is to wait for the list and who's going to be on the list, and will the hostages really on Saturday be on their way back? I couldn't believe the Keith was on his way back, and we protect ourselves until we can hug. We don't let our guard down. It's indeed a fragile situation. An Israeli expert we spoke to wonders if Trump's plan to resettle Gazans outside the Strip is a negotiation tactic to get more leverage over Hamas, but admits it makes the ceasefire even more unpredictable. Back to you.
Chris would say thank you. Panama's president says U.S. warships cannot pass through the country's famous canal for free, despite what the White House claims. He says he was surprised by the State Department's Wednesday statement claiming they had reached that deal, and that earlier in the day he told Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth that only the Panama Canal Authority could set tolls for transiting the canal, and that it has not made any adjustments to that. President Trump has repeatedly voiced his desire to retake control of the waterway. Salvage crews are working to remove the remaining wreckage of the airliner involved in last week's mid-air collision from the Potomac River near Washington's Reagan National Airport. Crews will also try to bring up a helicopter today if weather permits. Remains from all 67 victims of the crash have now been recovered and identified. The cause of the crash is still under investigation. CBS News has learned that FAA officials pushed to close one of 3 runways at Reagan National last summer, following 2 close calls between airliners still on the ground. We received pushback, including an argument that closing it would cause additional burdens on runway 33, the runway the American Airlines plane was supposed to land on before the fatal collision. At least 4 people are dead after a U.S. military contracted plane crashed in a rice field in the southern Philippines. U.S. Indo-Pacific Command says the aircraft was on a routine surveillance mission when it went down. Bodies of 1 U.S. service member and 3 defense contractors were recovered at the scene. U.S. forces have been deployed in the region for decades to help train Filipino forces battling Muslim militants. The cause of the crash is under investigation. A Southern California utility company says its equipment likely sparked one of the massive wildfires that erupted in Los Angeles last month. The Hearst fire did not destroy any structures or result in any deaths. It broke out the same day as 2 other wildfires in the area that killed 29 people and destroyed tens of thousands of homes and businesses. Southern California Edison made the admission in a required filing with state regulators. It said it is also looking into whether one of its idle transmission lines may have become energized and started the deadly Eaton fire, although the company says there is still no evidence to suggest its equipment was responsible for that fire. Snow is hitting the U.S. from coast to coast. People in the Seattle area are facing power outages and icy conditions while a winter storm moves through the Northeast. The system started last night, making its way across the Midwest. This video was taken in central Indiana, where one driver caught a lightning flash during an ice storm. More video shows tree branches covered in ice as a result of freezing rain. And the ice has made its way to the Northeast, making roads dangerous and slippery in eastern Pennsylvania. That's a concern here and across the area. When the snow stops, it's expected to turn to sleet and freezing rain, which could lead to icy roads and frozen power lines. The National Weather Service issued winter weather advisories as these conditions are expected to continue into the weekend. CBS News Philadelphia meteorologist Tammy Souza has the forecast.
We've been watching a storm system that was on the Pacific coast 2 days ago move through the Northeast today. Now we're watching another one that's going to affect everybody this weekend. here we go. This system is making its way into central and northern California. It's another one of those atmospheric rivers with heavy rain to follow. So as this moves in, you can see very heavy snow up along the Sierra and heavy rain from Southern California all the way into Oregon. And that's not great because of the burn scar and the potential for some localized flooding in Southern California. This system is then going to make its way toward the East Coast, and it'll be out of California awaiting the next system that comes in the middle of next week. So here's how much rain is expected. Possibly anywhere from 2 to 4 inches where you see these deep shades of purple, and where you see the blue and the green, 1 to 2 inches of rain. So that will be a significant rainfall for parts of California. Snowfall delight for everybody in the ski resorts up and down the spine of the Sierras and all the way down into the mountains of Southern California, looking for some significant snow, a foot or more in some places. Now, once the system makes its way into the Midwest and the Ohio Valley, that is going to be for Saturday. Look what happens. The purple would be freezing rain and sleet. The green would be rain. The blue would be snow. This system is going to continue into the area on Saturday. That's going to be a bit of a mess for the Northeast, including Philadelphia, preparing for all the watch parties for the Super Bowl. Good news is it looks like it will be out of the area by Super Bowl Sunday.
Tammy Souza, thank you. The European Climate Agency says this past January was the world's hottest January ever. January 2025 was about a tenth of a degree warmer than the previous January, breaking a record. A scientist at the European Weather Agency says parts of the Canadian Arctic were especially warm. They saw temperatures that were 54 degrees Fahrenheit above average, and that caused sea ice to melt. Scientists actually expected 2025 to be cooler than 2024 because of the La Nina phenomenon, which tends to bring cooler air. Security is tightening in New Orleans as tens of thousands of fans make their way to the city for Super Bowl 59. Hundreds of armed National Guard members, along with thousands of federal, state, and local agents are on the ground. Authorities have also installed more physical barriers to protect the streets of the French Quarter following the New Year's Day truck ramming attack. Under state law, visitors are allowed to carry concealed weapons. The NBA's trade deadline is here, and there's word of one final big deal in this year of the blockbuster. CBS Sports has confirmed the Miami Heat is trading Jimmy Butler to the Golden State Warriors. In return, they're getting Andrew Wiggins, Kyle Anderson, and a protected first-round pick. It's a second coup for California basketball fans after the Lakers acquired one and only Luka Doncic from the Dallas Mavericks. The former interpreter for Dodgers star pitcher Shohei Ohtani is due in a California courtroom today to learn his fate for stealing from his former boss. Ippei Mizuhara pleaded guilty to bank fraud after prosecutors say he stole $16 million from Ohtani to pay off gambling debts. The U.S. Attorney's Office wants him to serve about 5 years in prison, while the defense is asking for a year and a half. You can add Google to the list of major U.S. companies backing away from its diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Coming out, why the moves away from DEI may have been in the making before President Trump won the election. And fresh off a huge win at the Grammys, rap superstar Kendrick Lamar arrives in New Orleans for the biggest gig of the year. What he says we can expect from his Super Bowl halftime show.
You hear a lot about all the work that comes with parenting.
Careful.
But what about the fun? With Love Every, you'll experience the most fun and rewarding version of parenting. We hear it all the time from our customers. Children play with every single thing in their play kits over and over again. And we'll walk you through all the different ways that you can help your child learn through play. When you design with intention, the experience is just better for everyone. Visit loveevery.com.
Through HIMSS, hundreds of thousands of guys are finding doctor-trusted treatment for their ED. In fact, we'll show you one. This is him. I'm him. Today, he really feels like him. I'm him. But he didn't always. Am I even him? So we went to HIMSS.com and got ED treatment prescribed 100% online and delivered right to his door. Now every day, he feels like him. I'm him! Find trusted treatment for ED and start feeling like him. I'm him! Get started today at HIMSS.com.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient. But with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
Number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself.
Have a Generac Homestead My Generac. And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
Go to the ends of the earth. We'll hit the heights.
The great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Starbound. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking, undeniable mindfulness, innovative, magical,
Like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
How'd you do your research?
I tell a good story. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Equality is no timeouts, or tryouts, or second chances. February reminds us we can change our circumstances. We give thanks to the athletes who took big risks, who beat the odds despite being oddballs because of their skin. If we change the status quo, we have to be willing. And silence is comfortable. Speaking out is an act of resistance. This is the month we remember. More important, dream of something big.
Hey Siri,
Somebody wants to die. How do we?
who sings? What song is this? I only have died for you.
It's time for 60 minutes.
I only have
Swedish police say the gunman who killed 10 people and seriously injured 5 others earlier this week may have been connected to the adult education center where he opened fire. The suspect, who has not yet been identified, may have attended the school before Tuesday's shooting. He was found dead with 3 guns, including a weapon stuffed and 10 empty magazines. Used ammunition. Officials say there's a lot to indicate that the gunman shot himself as he was already found dead. One of the last remaining American industrial conglomerates is dividing into 3 separate companies. Honeywell says it will split off its automation and aerospace businesses into independently listed companies. The move follows other U.S. manufacturing companies like General Electric and Alcoa. The separation is expected to be completed by the end of 2026. Google is the latest company to scrap diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. The company told its employees today will also end its hiring goals for representation this week. Google joins Amazon and Meta as several tech giants scale back on DEI programs. Moves come after President Trump took office and signed an executive order pressuring government contractors like Google to get rid of these initiatives. Axios' managing editor, Delano Massey, joined CBS News Mornings and said the rollback on DEI has been happening even before the new Trump administration.
There are things that happen that are just very cyclical in nature, and I think we look at history. History can actually give us a record that in 2020 we saw some unrest, and that summer of unrest and that reckoning led to some companies actually making these commitments. About 50% of corporate or Fortune 500 companies actually said that they were going to address systemic racism in some way. And we're starting to see that roll back happen now, and this has been years in the making since the affirmative action in the Supreme Court in 2023. So this is something that President Trump actually campaigned on to avoid wokeism and the movement for inclusion and diversity, equity, and inclusion programs as a part of this.
Not all companies are getting rid of DEI. Earlier this week, the NFL said it would continue its program, joining other companies like Apple and Microsoft. The new strain of bird flu that killed a person in Louisiana last month has been detected in dairy cattle in Nevada. It's a strain that has never been seen before in cows, which has experts worried about its ability to spread. 67 people in the U.S. have been infected with bird flu. The outbreak sent the prices of milk and eggs soaring. Blake Lively is facing a second defamation lawsuit stemming from the "It Ends With Us" drama. A Texas crisis communications specialist and his company are suing the actress. Jeff Wallace was not among the defendants in Lively's original federal harassment lawsuit against co-star director Justin Baldoni, his production company, and publicist. But the crisis specialist was named in court papers, and the New York Times article at the center of another suit. Wallace is seeking $7 million, saying he had nothing to do with any campaign to harm Lively's reputation, as she alleged in the filing. Baldoni has sued Lively for defamation. The case between Blake Lively and Baldoni goes to court in March of 2026. Super Bowl halftime show headliner Kendrick Lamar is revealing more about what is in store for his performance. The Compton rapper will take the Super Bowl stage fresh off a Grammy triumph, winning multiple golden statues, including Song and Record of the Year. Earlier today, Lamar spoke about infusing West Coast hip-hop influence with New Orleans culture.
It puts the culture on the forefront where it needs to be and not minimized to just a catchy song and verse. This is a true art form. So to represent it on this type of stage is like everything that I've worked for.
Singer SZA will join Lamar in the halftime show. Louisiana natives John Baptiste, Trombone Shorty, and Lauren Daigle will also perform. Time is running out to get a ticket for the big game. The price for a seat is Sunday's Super Bowl featuring the Chiefs and Eagles cost thousands of dollars, but believe it or not, they're actually lower than previous years. The cheapest tickets on StubHub cost almost $3,000, which is almost half of the game price for last year. The average seat goes for about $8,000, down 14%. Last year's Chiefs 49ers game saw record high prices. SeatGeek says the average ticket range was $12,000. And throughout the afternoon on CBS News 24/7, a judge suspends tonight's deadline for federal employees to decide whether they want to take that controversial early resignation offer from the Trump administration. We have the latest. And the salting and sanding continues after winter storms in a combination of snow and ice across multiple states. Check the forecast is on the way.
I bet you can buy the whole chimney if you with all that money you saved.
Nancy Dawson is passive progressive. Nancy isn't that progressive, so she takes it out on those bills.
Well, let's score a goal. I figured you want the whole world since you saved hundreds with progressive.
Don't be passive progressive. Drivers who switch could save hundreds.
Where'd you get those shoes? These are take game night, next level. The whole set of stage. The DSW.
From breaking the rules, I don't master the game, to breaking new ground. Welcome to the oil business. When you need a break, Paramount Plus is the perfect escape. Time to show them. And with a Paramount Plus subscription, including the Walmart Plus membership, you can get this without breaking the bank. A Paramount Plus subscription is included with a Walmart Plus membership.
Yeah, I call it happiness.
She is a beloved American icon and head of a media empire. But is Oprah Winfrey happy?
None of us can be happy all the time. You need enjoyment, you need satisfaction, and you need purpose. It's up to you to be the master of your happiness. That is a really big deal.
Find out when we go person to person.
Cities and families are facing as they fight to survive. The United States still has that critical so they were fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app. Don't miss true crime anytime you want. Anywhere you go. With 14 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
Listen to 48 Hours Podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining us here on CBS News 24/7. I'm Lindsay Reiser. Here's a look at the top stories we're following right now. Breaking news from federal court: a judge has suspended tonight's deadline for federal employees to decide if they would voluntarily resign from their job spots or risk being laid off. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu talks with leaders on Capitol Hill with new claims of what the future of the Gaza Strip would look like. And millions of Americans are dealing with a slick, dangerous mess as winter brings ice and snow across the Midwest and Northeast. Judges have blocked two of President Trump's most controversial executive actions. Tonight's deadline for federal workers to accept the so-called buyout offer is now on hold, and a hearing is set for Monday. A source tells CBS News at least 40,000 workers have already accepted the deferred resignation, which looks to shrink the federal workforce. And a federal judge in Seattle blocked President Trump's order to end birthright citizenship. A second judge in 2 days to rule that rule is unconstitutional. Some Democrats are worried the nation's top weather agency is the next target for Elon Musk's efficiency department. Former National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration officials tell CBS News that NOAA is expecting its staffing to be cut in half. Today, President Trump is calling for a task force to investigate what he called the targeting of Christians. While attending the annual National Prayer Breakfast in Washington this morning, he said Americans need more religion.
We have to bring religion back. We have to bring it back much stronger. That's one of the biggest problems that we've had over the last fairly long period of time.
CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe joins us now. And if you want to weigh in on that comment, feel free. But these two court decisions in the last hour are putting the brakes on some of President Trump's moves to reshape the federal workforce and immigration policy. What can you tell us?
That's right, Lindsay. We're getting a living, breathing example of checks and balances at work. Let's start with the Boston Federal District Court decision that pushes the deadline for these deferred resignation offers, or buyouts, payouts, whatever you prefer to call them, until at least Monday afternoon. The judge in Boston asking that it be held up until then. Those that were suing include a series of federal worker labor unions, called on the Office of Personnel Management based here in Washington, the HR office basically for the federal government, to send out a new email informing the nation's roughly 2 million civilian federal employees that this deadline is being put off until at least Monday afternoon. OPM is expected to send that in a little bit. Then there's the birthright citizenship case. A federal district judge in Seattle, a Reagan appointee, a guy named John Kuhnauer, writing a little while ago in his decision, quote, "The president has implied the rule of law has become something to navigate around and ignore. In this courtroom, and under my law, the rule of law is a bright beacon that I intend to follow. I refuse to let that beacon go dark today. Birthright citizenship is a fundamental constitutional right. The 14th Amendment guarantees the right to citizenship for all citizens subject to the right of law. A constitutional amendment under the guise of an executive order is equally unconstitutional," the judge writes. "They want to change birthright citizenship. They will need to change the U.S. Constitution. It is clearly unconstitutional. The preliminary injunction is granted on a nationwide basis." So that is also on hold. As you mentioned, Maryland District Court judge had also blocked the birthright citizenship rule just yesterday. But again, all of these orders that the president has issued, most of them at this point, are being challenged in one way or another in court. And it's a reminder that he moved quickly to get these things on the books, knowing that legal challenges would likely come, in essence, inviting them. And so we will await formal reaction from the Trump administration or from the president himself to these decisions. Not entirely surprising, but a good reminder to those perhaps who are somewhat shocked by what's been going on the last several weeks, that this is the way the federal system works. The president can try and do something, people can sue to slow it or stop it. And those processes are underway, at least in those cases.
Kind of listening quickly right back to the federal worker deadline. You know what happens to the 40,000 people who have already accepted the so-called buyout?
We don't, and remember, it's at least 40,000. In fact, in the case of Boston, Justice Department lawyers said tens of thousands of employees had accepted the offer to essentially be paid to stay home through the end of the fiscal year and then move on. And they're welcome to, under this current arrangement, seek other employment in the meantime. So we'll see. We're waiting the text of whatever email it is that will go out to these federal employees telling them that the deadline is off. Remember, those unions had been advising federal employees not to take the offer because there was no legal guarantee and no budgetary authority for it, despite the assurances that had been sent in multiple emails in some cases to employees at various agencies encouraging them to take it.
The White House is trying to clarify the president's plan to take over Gaza. What do they say?
Well, none other than the president is trying to clarify it. In fact, in a Truth Social post overnight, Lindsay, he wrote in part that Gaza Strip would be turned over to the United States by Israel at the conclusion of fighting. He says later the U.S. working with great development teams from all over the world will slowly and carefully begin the construction of what will become one of the greatest and most potential developments on earth. No soldiers by the U.S. would be needed. Stability for the region will reign. Important report out yesterday, the press secretary and new officials suggested that instead of a permanent resettlement of those in Gaza, as the president initially suggested, instead it would be the temporary relocation while the Gaza Strip was built. Who would pay for it? How would that be done? When could they return? Who's paying for all this? And if not U.S. troops, whose troops potentially to secure the area? Also, to what extent will Israel be involved? All of that unclear. It's all part of a Trump administration push to try to resolve the war between Israel and Hamas and the situation in the Gaza Strip. As several administration officials said yesterday, the president's trying to push some outside the box thinking. He certainly does.
Okay, thank you. We are waiting to hear from the Prime Minister of Israel at any moment. He's currently on Capitol Hill meeting with House Speaker Mike Johnson in Speaker's suite. In the past 24 hours, both have expressed support for President Trump's recent declaration that the U.S. is taking over control of Gaza and rebuilding it. We're bringing their remarks as soon as they can now. For now, let's bring in CBS News congressional correspondent Caitlin Burns. Caitlin, what can you tell us about the meeting between Netanyahu and Johnson? Right, as you mentioned, he's meeting with the Speaker now. Earlier today, we saw the photo there. He met with Senate Republicans and the Senate leader, and he was asked during a close break to get a chance to take pictures of these leaders together. Do you think that U.S. troops are required to implement this plan that Trump has for Gaza? And the Prime Minister said no. That's a big issue here on Capitol Hill, Lindsay. Republican lawmakers were trying to get a sense up here about what the president's strategy and plan really was, whether to take him seriously in that press conference or not. His envoy to the Middle East, Witkoff, was actually here on Capitol Hill yesterday talking to Republican lawmakers, and apparently, according to our conversations with Republican lawmakers, assuring them that they don't want to send U.S. troops and definitely U.S. money to rebuild Gaza. Of course, all of this comes as the president has directed the getting of USAID in the hopes of shrinking the size of the government and the federal budget. So that all remains to be seen. But you do have lawmakers here speaking clearly, but at the same time, giving the president some deference here when it comes to how he wants to implement his foreign policy, whether or not it runs counter to how a lot of people within the base feel about intervention. The Senate Judiciary delayed the vote it was supposed to hold today on the president's pick for FBI Director Kash Patel. What's the latest there? Yeah, this is an attempt by Democrats to delay the process. Remember, they really don't have many avenues up here to fight back against this administration or to essentially stop some of these picks from going through. Kash Patel has united support from Republicans. We do not know of a single Republican yet who has said that they will vote against him in the full Senate vote. So he is headed for confirmation eventually. He just has to get through that committee. So a week from now, that committee will take a vote. This is a procedural delay, but Republicans are confident he not only gets through the committee next week, but gets confirmed on the Senate floor shortly thereafter and becomes the head of the FBI. Caitlin Burns, thank you. There is growing backlash from U.S. allies in the region over a potential U.S. takeover of Gaza, and this comes as mediators try to negotiate the second phase of the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. CBS News foreign correspondent Chris Lindsay is more from Tel Aviv.
Well, remember, 79 hostages remain in Hamas captivity. Under the ongoing ceasefire, several are being sent home each weekend. We sat down with the brother and sister of Keith Siegel, an American Israeli from North Carolina, who was released just a few days ago.
people are ecstatic. There's so much joy and happiness and so much ability to exhale with joy.
So it's as if you've been holding your breath.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
For 15, 16 months.
I think it was, he was going to live, and he was going to do and did do everything that it takes within your body and soul to keep going. And he said that he told us that he talked to himself, having conversations with us and thinking about things that he wanted to do when he'd be back home. And he just didn't allow himself to go to a sad place. It's extraordinary.
It's torture. For us, the torture continues. We are so happy beyond words to keep us home, but we know what it is to wait for the list and who's going to be on the list, and will the hostages really on Saturday be on their way back? I couldn't believe that Keith was on his way back to protect ourselves. Until we can hug, we don't let our guard down.
It's indeed a fragile situation. An Israeli expert we spoke to wonders if Trump's plan to resettle Gazans outside the Strip is a negotiation tactic to get more leverage over Hamas, but admits it makes the ceasefire even more unpredictable. Back to you.
Chris will say thank you. We're going to take a short break. Stay with us. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
The wildfires in Los Angeles have forced thousands of neighbors to evacuate, and many will not have a home to return to. Feeding America supports communities before, during, and after disasters as part of a nationwide network. We're working closely with the Los Angeles Regional Food Bank and other nearby food banks to assess damage and provide water, food, and other essentials. Donate now to reach families affected by disasters like the fires at feedingamerica.org/disaster.
These glasses, they'll let you hear it. Alexa, play Sonic Radio. Okay, hear your music, your phone calls, and the world around you. Show your mom on the phone, guy in the kitchen, person on the grind. Alexa, when's my next meeting? 2 p.m. Yep, hear it all with Echo Free, all without ever missing a moment.
With Amazon Photos, Prime members get unlimited full-resolution photo storage and 5 gigabytes of video storage, so you can securely store your digital photos. To get started, download the Amazon Photos app.
This is Maggie. Maggie has always wanted more power, more security, more value. So when Maggie discovered Link Smart Home Security with more battery life, more simplicity, and more convenience without spending more, well, it's given Maggie what she's always wanted. More. Blink and get more.
Cities and families are facing as they fight to survive. The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here. Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app. Clearly fun, smart, clearly uplifting, clearly CBS Mornings.
Oscar-winning actors Tilda Swinton and Adrian Brody. But can you believe heat and cold and close up on the rising sun?
Panama's president says U.S. warships cannot pass through the country's famous canal for free, despite what the White House claims. He says he was surprised by the State Department's Wednesday statement claiming they had reached that deal, and that earlier in the day he told Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth that only the Panama Canal Authority could set tolls for transiting the canal, and that it has not made any adjustments to that. President Trump has repeatedly voiced his desire to retake control of the waterway. Salvage crews are working to remove the remaining wreckage of the airliner involved in last week's mid-air collision from the Potomac River near Washington's Reagan National Airport. Crews will also try to bring up a helicopter today if weather permits. Remains from all 67 victims of the crash have now been recovered and identified. The cause of the crash is still under investigation. CBS News has learned that FAA officials pushed to close one of 3 runways at Reagan National last summer, following 2 close calls between airliners still on the ground. We received pushback, including an argument that closing it will cause additional burdens on runway 33, the runway the American Airlines plane was supposed to land on before the fatal collision. At least 4 people are dead after a U.S. military contracted plane crashed in a rice field in the southern Philippines. U.S. Indo-Pacific Command says the aircraft was on a routine surveillance mission when it went down. Bodies of 1 U.S. service member and 3 defense contractors were recovered at the scene. U.S. forces have been deployed in the region for decades to help train Filipino forces battling Muslim militants. The cause of the crash is under investigation. A Southern California utility company says its equipment likely sparked one of the massive wildfires that erupted in Los Angeles last month. The Hearst fire did not destroy any structures or result in any deaths. It broke out the same day as 2 other wildfires in the area that killed 29 people and destroyed tens of thousands of homes and businesses. Southern California Edison made the admission in a required filing with state regulators and said it is also looking into whether one of its idle transmission lines may have become energized and started the deadly Eaton fire, although the company says there is still no evidence to suggest its equipment was responsible for that fire. Snow is hitting the U.S. from coast to coast. People in the Seattle area are facing power outages and icy conditions while a winter storm moves through the Northeast. The system started last night, making its way across the Midwest. This video was taken in central Indiana, where one driver caught a lightning flash during an ice storm. More video shows tree branches covered in ice as a result of freezing rain. And the ice has made its way to the Northeast, making roads dangerous and slippery in eastern Pennsylvania. That's concern here and across the area. When the snow stops, it's expected to turn to sleet and freezing rain, which could lead to icy roads and frozen power lines. The National Weather Service issued winter weather advisories as these conditions are expected to continue into the weekend. CBS News Philadelphia meteorologist Tammy Souza has the forecast.
We've been watching the storm system that was on the Pacific coast 2 days ago move through the Northeast today. Now we're watching another one that's going to affect everybody this weekend. Here we go. This system is making its way into central and northern California. It's another one of those atmospheric rivers with heavy rain to follow. So as this moves in, you can see very heavy snow up along the Sierra and heavy rain from Southern California all the way into Oregon. And that's not great because of the burn scar and the potential for some localized flooding in Southern California. This system is then going to make its way toward the East Coast, and it'll be out of California awaiting the next system that comes in the middle of next week. So here's how much rain is expected. Possibly anywhere from 2 to 4 inches where you see these deep shades of purple and where you see the blue and the green, 1 to 2 inches of rain. So that will be a significant rainfall for parts of California. Snowfall delight for everybody in the ski resorts up and down the spine of the Sierras and all the way down into the mountains of Southern California looking for some significant snow, a foot or more in some places. Now, once the system makes its way into the Midwest and the Ohio Valley, that is going to be for Saturday. Look what happens. The purple would be freezing rain and sleet. The green would be rain. The blue would be snow. This system is going to continue into the area on Saturday. That's going to be a bit of a mess for the Northeast, including Philadelphia, preparing for all the watch parties for the Super Bowl. Good news is it looks like it will be out of the area by Super Bowl Sunday.
Tammy Souza, thank you. The European Climate Agency says this past January was the world's hottest January ever. January 2025 was about a tenth of a degree warmer than the previous January, breaking a record. A scientist at the European Weather Agency says parts of the Canadian Arctic were especially warm. They saw temperatures It was 54 degrees Fahrenheit above average, and that caused sea ice to melt. Scientists actually expected 2025 to be cooler than 2024 because of the La Nina phenomenon, which tends to bring cooler air. The former interpreter for Dodgers star pitcher Shohei Ohtani is due in a California courtroom today to learn his fate for stealing from his former boss. Ippei Mizuhara pleaded guilty to bank fraud after prosecutors say he stole $16 million from Ohtani to pay off gambling debts. The U.S. Attorney's Office wants him to serve about 5 years in prison, while the defense is asking for a year and a half. You can add Google to the list of major U.S. companies backing away from its diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Coming up, why the moves away from DEI may have been in the making before President Trump won the election. And fresh off a huge win at the Grammys, rap superstar Kendrick Lamar arrives in New Orleans for the biggest gig of the year. What he says we can expect from his Super Bowl halftime show.
When I wake up in the morning light, I cross my jeans and I feel alright. I put my blue jeans on. I put my blue jeans on.
Wrangler for the ride of life.
I knew that I wasn't in good health. Then one day I went to get my blood work done, and the results were not good. I was potentially going to take time away from me with my children. I did try a GLP-1 once before, but there was no support. Mochi taught me I was capable of living a healthy life. I'm just really happy that my kids get to grow up with a mom who can do things with them. With Mochi Health, I've lost 60 pounds, and they're giving me the tools to win. Check out joinmochi.com.
Every athlete knows it takes sacrifice for progress to unfold. Black history is like sports, made for those who participate. When racism is your opponent, the shot clock is every moment. When justice is delayed, there's no time to play. Competition should bring fairness, not take integrity away. Freedom is the only contest we can all lose. If we don't join together and lace up our shoes, equality, there's no timeouts, tryouts, second chances. February reminds us we can change our circumstances. We give thanks to the athletes who took big risks to beat the odds despite being oddballs because of their skin. Some may never get recognition. But to change the status quo, you have to be willing. The silence is comfortable. Speaking out is an act of resistance. This is the month you'll remember. And more important, dream of something bigger.
Roses are red, plus is blue, and now to be representing Valentine's Day treat for you.
Don't think I won't get to the bottom list.
Stream all the seasons of Yellow Jackets and School Spirits. Plus catch up on all things Dexter.
Homicide looks good on you.
What can I say? Uniform killer great.
You really are insane.
Plus, stream now.
When they were riding bicycles dismembered,
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I thought.
Disappeared off the face of the earth. Thinking in wildest dreams someone might want to kill you. This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. And go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
Google is the latest company to scrap diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. The company told its employees today will also end its hiring goals for representation this week. Google joins Amazon and Meta as several tech giants scale back on DEI programs. The moves come after President Trump took office and signed an executive order pressuring government contractors like Google to get rid of these initiatives. Axios' managing editor, Delano Massey, joined CBS News Mornings and said the rollback on DEI has been happening even before the new Trump administration.
There are things that happen that are just very cyclical in nature, and I think we look at history. History can actually give us a record of that. In 2020, we saw some unrest, and that summer of unrest and that reckoning led to Some companies actually making these commitments. About 50% of corporate or Fortune 500 companies actually said that they were going to address systemic racism in some way. And we're starting to see that rollback happen now. And this has been years in the making since the affirmative action ruling in the Supreme Court in 2023. This is something that President Trump had actually campaigned on. To eliminate wokeism and the movement for inclusion and diversity, equity, inclusion programs are just a part of this.
Not all companies are getting rid of DEI. Earlier this week, the NFL said it would continue its programs, joining other companies like Apple and Microsoft. Super Bowl halftime show headliner Kendrick Lamar is revealing more about what is in store for his performance. The country rapper will take the Super Bowl stage fresh off of Grammy Triumph, winning multiple golden statues, including Song and Record of the Year. Earlier today, Lamar spoke about infusing West Coast hip-hop influence with New Orleans culture.
It puts the culture on the forefront where it needs to be and not minimized to just a catchy song or verse. This is a true art form. So to represent it on this type of stage is like everything that I've worked for.
Singer SZA will join Lamar in the halftime show, and Louisiana natives John Baptiste, trombone Shorty, and Lauren Daigle will also perform. Coming up throughout the afternoon on CBS News 24/7, a judge suspends tonight's deadline for federal employees to decide whether they want to take that controversial early resignation offer from the Trump administration. We have the latest. And the salting and sanding continues after winter storms in a combination of snow and ice across multiple states. A check of the forecast is on the way.
Are you single?
I am single.
Are you a Christian?
I am a Christian.
Describe your dating life in one word. I'm a Christian man, and I'm out here trying to find a good Christian woman. That's way more than one word.
Let's flip back to dating. Are you hearing a lot of my Christian friends? They talk about this app called Upward. Have you ever heard of Upward?
I haven't actually.
Have you ever used a dating app? Yes, I have. Yeah. It was actually Upward.
They actually met on Upward.
I've heard it's really good. Scrolling through and saw this beautiful girl here. Is it free? Yeah, it's free.
There you have it, guys. Upward creates relationships. Download Upward for free now.
Switch to Square and join over 4 million businesses worldwide. Start with our point of sale. More than a system, it's the brain of your business. Train your staff in minutes and connect your POS to a KDS to handle orders ASAP. And with Square Banking, get a loan quickly for everything from small repairs to the biggest dreams. Gain time and peace of mind with restaurant tools that bring everything together. Switch to Square today. Visit square.com to get started.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
It can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's. It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries. The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
What do you know about the happy face killer?
He's my father.
Every violent act is a rock dropped in water. The ripples of trauma just keep pulling everything you touch underneath.
So good to see you, Nessie.
Go to the ends of the earth or hit the heights
A great adventure together.
and reach for the stars.
Starter. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
That's undeniable mindfulness.
innovative, magical,
It's like being a child.
and truly original recordings.
How'd you do your research?
I tell you that story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
for Friday night.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not my first show. With moments you haven't heard before.
It's almost more fun that way when you have something to do.
Listen to 60 Minutes, a second look, wherever you get your podcasts.
CBS News. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan, Sunday on CBS. Well, let me start with this.
It's really cool.
Have you told about the that makes sense?
You want me to just what's wrong with that? You know why?
Why? It's time for 60 Minutes.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on CBS News 24/7. I'm Lizzie Reiser. Here's a look at the top stories we're following right now. Breaking news from federal court. A judge has suspended tonight's deadline for federal employees to decide if they would voluntarily resign from their jobs or risk being laid off. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu talked with leaders on Capitol Hill amid new claims of what the future of the Gaza Strip would look like. And millions of Americans are dealing with a slick, dangerous mess as winter brings ice and snow across the Midwest and Northeast. Judges have blocked two of President Trump's most controversial executive actions. Tonight's deadline for federal workers to accept a so-called buyout offer is now on hold, and a hearing is set for Monday. A source tells CBS News at least 40,000 workers have already accepted the deferred resignation, which looks to shrink the federal workforce. And a federal judge in Seattle blocked President Trump's order to end birthright citizenship. It's the second judge in 2 days to rule that order is unconstitutional. Some Democrats are worried the nation's top weather agency is the next target for Elon Musk's efficiency department. Former National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration officials tell CBS News that NOAA is expecting its staffing to be cut in half. Today, President Trump is calling for a task force to investigate what he called the targeting of Christians. While attending the annual National Prayer Breakfast in Washington this morning, he said Americans need more religion.
We have to bring religion back. We have to bring it back much stronger. It's one of the biggest problems that we've had over the last fairly long period of time.
CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe joins us now. And if you want to weigh in on that comment, feel free. But these two court decisions in the last hour are putting the brakes on some of President Trump's moves to reshape the federal workforce and immigration policy. What can you tell us?
That's right, Lindsay. We're getting a living, breathing example of checks and balances at work. Let's start with the Boston Federal District Court decision that pushes the deadline for these deferred resignation offers or buyouts, payouts, whatever you prefer to call them, until at least Monday afternoon. The judge in Boston asking that it be held up until then. Those that were suing include a series of federal worker labor unions, called on the Office of Personnel Management based here in Washington, the HR office basically for the federal government, to send out a new email informing the nation's roughly 2 million civilian federal employees that this deadline is being put off until at least Monday afternoon. OPM is expected to send that in a little bit. Then there's the birthright citizenship case. A federal district judge in Seattle, a Reagan appointee, a guy named John Kuhnauer, writing a little while ago in his decision, quote, "The president has implied the rule of law has become something to navigate around and ignore. In this courtroom and under my law, the rule of law is a bright beacon that I intend to follow. I refuse to let that beacon go dark today. Birthright citizenship is a fundamental constitutional right. The 14th Amendment guarantees the right to citizenship for all citizens subject to the right of law. A constitutional amendment under the guise of an executive order is equally unconstitutional," the judge writes. They want to change birthright citizenship. They will need to change the U.S. Constitution. It is clearly unconstitutional. The preliminary injunction is granted on a nationwide basis. So that is also on hold. As you mentioned, a Maryland District Court judge had also blocked the birthright citizenship move just yesterday. But again, all of these orders that the president has issued, most of them at this point, are being challenged in one way or another in court. And it's a reminder that he moved quickly to get these things on the books, knowing that legal challenges would likely come, in essence, inviting them. And so we will await formal reaction from the Trump administration or from the president himself to these decisions. Not entirely surprising, but a good reminder to those perhaps who are somewhat shocked by what's been going on the last several weeks, that this is the way the federal system works. The president can try to do something, people can sue to slow it or stop it. And those processes are underway, at least in those two cases.
Quite a blistering quote you read. Back to the federal worker deadline. Do we know what happens to the 40,000 people who have already accepted the so-called buyout?
We don't, and remember, it's at least 40,000. In fact, in the case in Boston, Justice Department lawyers said tens of thousands of employees had accepted the offer to essentially be paid to stay home through the end of the fiscal year and then move on. And they're welcome to, under this current arrangement, seek other employment in the meantime. So we'll see. We're waiting the text of whatever email it is that will go out to these federal employees telling them that the deadline is off. Remember, those unions had been advising federal employees not to take the offer because there was no legal guarantee yet, no budgetary authority for it, despite the assurances that had been sent in multiple emails in some cases to employees at various agencies encouraging them to take it.
The White House is trying to clarify the president's plan to take over Gaza. What are they saying?
Well, none other than the president is trying to clarify it. In fact, in a Truth Social post overnight, Lindsay, he wrote in part that Gaza Strip would be turned over to the United States by Israel at the conclusion of fighting. He says later the U.S., working with great development teams from all over the world, would slowly and carefully begin the construction of what would become one of the greatest and most spectacular developments of its kind on Earth. No soldiers by the U.S. would be needed. Stability for the region would reign. Important to point out, yesterday, the press secretary and other officials suggested that instead of a permanent resettlement of those in Gaza, as the president initially suggested, instead it would be the temporary relocation of people while the Gaza Strip would be built. Who would pay for it? How would that be done? When could they return? Who's paying for all this? And if not U.S. troops, whose troops potentially to secure the area? Also, to what extent would Israel be involved? All of that unclear. It's all part of a Trump administration push to try to resolve the war between Israel and Hamas and the situation in the Gaza Strip. As several administration officials said yesterday, the president's trying to push some outside the box thinking, and he's certainly done so. Lindsay?
O'Keefe, thank you. We are waiting to hear from the Prime Minister of Israel at any moment. He's currently on Capitol Hill meeting with House Speaker Mike Johnson in the Speaker's suite. In the past 24 hours, both have expressed support for President Trump's recent declaration that the U.S. will be taking over control of Gaza and rebuilding it. We'll bring you their remarks as soon as they come out. For now, let's bring in CBS News congressional correspondent Caitlin Huey Burns. Caitlin, what can you tell us about the meeting between Netanyahu and Johnson today?
Right, as you mentioned, he's meeting with the speaker now. Earlier today, you saw in the photo there, he met with Senate Republicans and the Senate leader, and he was asked during essentially a pool spray, when you get a chance to take pictures of these leaders together, do you think that U.S. troops are required to implement this plan that Trump has for Gaza? And the Prime Minister said no. That's a big issue here on Capitol Hill, Lindsay. Republican lawmakers were trying to get a sense up here about what the president's strategy and plan really was, whether to take him seriously in that press conference or not. His envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, was actually here on Capitol Hill yesterday talking to Republican lawmakers. And apparently, according to our conversations with Republican lawmakers, assuring them that they don't want to send U.S. troops and they don't want to spend U.S. money to rebuild Gaza. Of course, all of this comes as the president has directed essentially the gutting of USAID in the hopes of shrinking the size of the government and the federal budget. So that all remains to be seen, but he did have lawmakers here seeking clarity, but at the same time, giving the president some deference here when it comes to how he wants to implement his foreign policy, whether or not it runs counter to how a lot of people within the base feel about intervention.
The Senate Judiciary delayed the vote it was supposed to hold today on the president's pick for FBI Director Kash Patel. What's the latest there?
Yeah, this is an attempt by Democrats to delay the process. Remember, they really don't have many avenues up here to fight back against this administration or to essentially stop some of these picks from going through. Kash Patel has united support from Republicans. We do not know of a single Republican yet who has said that they will vote against him in the full Senate vote. So he is headed for confirmation eventually. He just has to get through that committee. So a week from now, that committee will take a vote. This is a procedural delay, but Republicans are confident he not only gets through the committee next week, but gets confirmed on the Senate floor shortly thereafter and becomes the head of the FBI.
David Burns, thank you. There is growing backlash from U.S. allies in the region over a potential U.S. takeover of Gaza, and this comes as mediators try to negotiate the second phase of the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. CBS News foreign correspondent Chris Lindsay has more from Tel Aviv.
Over 79 hostages remain in Hamas captivity. Under the ongoing ceasefire, several are being sent home each weekend. We sat down with the brother and sister of Keith Siegel, an American Israeli from North Carolina, who was released just a few days ago.
People are ecstatic. There's so much joy and happiness and so much ability to exhale with joy.
So it's as if you've been holding your breath.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
For 15, 16 months.
I think it was, he was going to live, and he was going to do and did do everything that it takes within your body and soul to keep going. And he said that he told us that he talked to himself, having conversations with us and thinking about things that he wanted to do, and he'd be back home. And he just didn't allow himself to go to a sad place. It's extraordinary.
It's torture. For us, the torture continues. We are so happy beyond words to keep us home, but we know what it is to wait for the list and who's going to be on the list, and will the hostages really on Saturday be on their way back? I couldn't believe that Keith was on his way back to protect ourselves. Until we can hug, we don't let our guard down.
It's indeed a fragile situation. An Israeli expert we spoke to wonders if Trump's plan to resettle Gazans outside the Strip is a negotiation tactic to get more leverage over Hamas, but admits it makes the ceasefire even more unpredictable. Back to you.
Chris Lindsay, thank you. Panama's president says U.S. warships cannot pass through the country's famous canal for free, despite what the White House claims. He says he was surprised by the State Department's Wednesday statement claiming they had reached that deal, and that earlier in the day he told Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth that only the Panama Canal Authority could set tolls for transiting the canal, and that it has not made any adjustments to that. President Trump has repeatedly voiced his desire to retake control of the waterway. Salvage crews are working to remove the remaining wreckage of the airliner involved in last week's mid-air collision from the Potomac River near Washington's Reagan National Airport. Crews will also try to bring up a helicopter today if weather permits. Remains of all 67 victims of the crash have now been recovered and identified. The cause of the crash is still under investigation. CBS News has learned that FAA officials pushed to close one of 3 runways at Reagan National last summer, following 2 close calls between airliners still on the ground. We received pushback, including an argument that closing it would cause additional burdens on runway 33, the runway the American Airlines plane was supposed to land on before the fatal collision. At least 4 people are dead after a U.S. military contracted plane crashed in a rice field in the southern Philippines. U.S. Indo-Pacific Command says the aircraft was on a routine surveillance mission when it went down. Bodies of 1 U.S. service member and 3 defense contractors were recovered at the scene. U.S. forces have been deployed in the region for decades to help train Filipino forces battling Muslim militants. The cause of the crash is under investigation. A Southern California utility company says its equipment likely sparked one of the massive wildfires that erupted in Los Angeles last month. The Hearst fire did not destroy any structures or result in any deaths. It broke out the same day as 2 other wildfires in the area that killed 29 people and destroyed tens of thousands of homes and businesses. Southern California Edison made the admission in a required filing with the state regulators. It said it is also looking into whether one of its idle transmission lines may have become energized and started the deadly Eaton fire, although the company says there is still no evidence to suggest its equipment is responsible for that fire. Snow is hitting the U.S. from coast to coast. People in the Seattle area are facing power outages and icy conditions while the winter storm moves through the Northeast. The system started last night, making its way across the Midwest. This video was taken in central Indiana, where one driver caught a lightning flash during an ice storm. More video shows tree branches covered in ice as a result of freezing rain. And the ice has made its way to the Northeast, making roads dangerous and slippery in eastern Pennsylvania. That's a concern here and across the area. When the snow stops, it's expected to turn to sleet and freezing rain, which could lead to icy roads and frozen power lines. The National Weather Service issued winter weather advisories as these conditions are expected to continue into the weekend. CBS News Philadelphia meteorologist Tammy Souza has the forecast.
We've been watching a storm system that was on the Pacific coast 2 days ago move through the Northeast today. Now we're watching another one that's going to affect everybody this weekend. Here we go. This system is making its way into central and northern California. It's another one of those atmospheric rivers with heavy rain to follow. So as this moves in, you can see very heavy snow up along the Sierra and heavy rain from Southern California all the way into Oregon. And that's not great because of the burn scar and the potential for some localized flooding in Southern California. This system is then going to make its way toward the East Coast, and it'll be out of California awaiting the next system that comes in the middle of next week. So here's how much rain is expected. Possibly anywhere from 2 to 4 inches where you see these deep shades of purple, and where you see the blue and the green, 1 to 2 inches of rain. So that will be a significant rainfall for parts of California. Snowfall delight for everybody in the ski resorts up and down the spine of the Sierras and all the way down into the mountains of Southern California, looking for some significant snow, a foot or more in some places. Now, once the system makes its way into the Midwest and the Ohio Valley, that is going to be for Saturday. Look what happens. The purple would be freezing rain and sleet. The green would be rain. The blue would be snow. This system is going to continue into the area on Saturday. That's going to be a bit of a mess for the Northeast, including Philadelphia, preparing for all the watch parties for the Super Bowl. Good news is it looks like it will be out of the area by Super Bowl Sunday.
Tammy Souza, thank you. The European Climate Agency says this past January was the world's hottest January ever. January 2025 was about a tenth of a degree warmer than the previous January, breaking a record. A scientist at the European Weather Agency says parts of the Canadian Arctic were especially warm. They saw temperatures that were 54 degrees Fahrenheit above average, and that caused sea ice to melt. Scientists actually expected 2025 to be cooler than 2024 because of the La Nina phenomenon, which tends to bring cooler air. Security is tightening in New Orleans as tens of thousands of fans make their way to the city for Super Bowl 59. Hundreds of armed National Guard members, along with thousands of federal, state, and local agents are on the ground. Authorities have also installed more physical barriers to protect the streets of the French Quarter following the New Year's Day truck ramming attack. Under state law, visitors are allowed to carry concealed weapons. The former interpreter for Dodgers star pitcher Shohei Ohtani is due in a California courtroom today to learn his fate for stealing from his former boss. Ippei Mizuhara pleaded guilty to bank fraud after prosecutors say he stole $16 million from Ohtani to pay off gambling debts. The U.S. Attorney's Office wants him to serve about 5 years in prison, while the defense is asking for a year and a half. You can add Google to the list of major U.S. companies backing away from its diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Coming out, why the moves away from DEI may have been in the making before President Trump won the election. And fresh off a huge win at the Grammys, rap superstar Kendrick Lamar arrives in New Orleans for the biggest gig of the year. What he says we can expect from his Super Bowl halftime show.
Eczema isn't always obvious.
Eczema isn't always red. But now, eczema isn't always going to stop you.
With Eblis. Eblis is a once-monthly treatment to help those with moderate to severe eczema find real interest and real results.
Like skin that's still more clear at 1 year. Don't use if you're allergic to Eblis. Allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Eye problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening eye problems. You should not receive a live vaccine when treated with Eblis. Before starting Eblis, tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. Skin that's still more clear, even at 1 year? Clearly, it's possible with Eblis. Talk to your doctor about Eblis for eczema.
Refresh your mouth and mind with the delicious and refreshing taste of Tic Tac.
share your good vibes.
When emergency strikes, first responders want to first ones in. But on outdated networks, the crucial technology they depend on is limited. That's why T-Mobile created T-Priority, the only solution built for the 5G era that can dynamically dedicate up to 10 times the capacity for first responders. T-Priority, built for tomorrow's emergencies. Ready today.
On Criminal Minds Evolution, I play a no-nonsense special agent.
And I'm a hacker with a flair for flair.
That's why Spectrum with Paramount Plus is the perfect fit for us both. Speed and reliability
meets endless entertainment. Play Criminal Minds Evolution.
Now you don't have to be a detective to find something killer to watch. You really do get all the fun props.
Oh, you can have this one.
Stream Paramount Plus with the fastest and most reliable internet from Spectrum.
We've got breaking news to bring to you. Somebody wants to bet. How do we
It's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
Swedish police say the gunman who killed 10 people and seriously injured 5 others earlier this week may have been connected to the adult education center where he opened fire. The suspect, who has not yet been identified, may have attended the school before Tuesday's shooting. He was found dead with 3 guns, including a rifle-style weapon, along with 10 empty magazines and a large amount of unused ammunition. Officials say there is a lot to indicate that the gunman had shot himself because he was already found dead when police reached him. One of the last remaining American industrial conglomerates is dividing into 3 separate companies. Honeywell says it will split off its automation and aerospace businesses into independently listed companies. The move follows other U.S. manufacturing giants like General Electric and Alcoa. The separation is expected to be completed by the end of 2026. Google is the latest company to scrap diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. The company told its employees today will also end its hiring goals for representation this week. Google joins Amazon and Meta as several tech giants scale back on DEI programs. The moves come after President Trump took office and signed an executive order pressuring government contractors like Google to get rid of these initiatives. Axios' managing editor, Delano Massey, joined CBS News Mornings and said the rollback on DEI has been happening even before the new Trump administration.
There are things that happen that are just very cyclical in nature, and I think we look at history. History can actually give us a record of that. In 2020, we saw some unrest, and that summer of unrest and that reckoning led to some companies actually making these commitments. About 50% of corporate or Fortune 500 companies actually said that they were going to address systemic racism in some way. And we're starting to see that rollback happen now. And this has been years in the making since the affirmative action inquiry in the Supreme Court of 2023. This is something that President Trump had actually campaigned on to eliminate wokeism, and the movement for inclusion and diversity, equity, and inclusion programs are just a part of this.
Not all companies are getting rid of DEI. Earlier this week, the NFL said it would continue its programs, joining other companies like Apple and Microsoft. The new strain of bird flu that killed a person in Louisiana last month has been detected in dairy cattle in Nevada. It's a strain that has apparently never been seen before in cows, which has experts worried about its ability to spread. At least 67 people in the U.S. have been infected with bird flu. The outbreak has sent the prices of milk and eggs soaring. Blake Lively is facing a second defamation lawsuit stemming from the It Ends With Us drama. A Texas crisis communications specialist and his company are suing the actress. Jed Wallace was not among the defendants in Lively's original federal harassment lawsuit against co-star and director Justin Baldoni, his production company, and publicist. But the crisis specialist was named in court papers and the New York Times article at the center of another suit. Wallace is seeking $7 million, saying he had nothing to do with any campaign to harm Lively's reputation, as she alleged in the filing. Baldoni has sued Lively for defamation. The case between Blake Lively and Baldoni goes to court in March of 2026. Super Bowl halftime show headliner Kendrick Lamar is revealing more about what is in store for his performance. The Compton rapper will take the Super Bowl stage fresh off a Grammy triumph, winning multiple golden statues, including Song and Record of the Year. Earlier today, Lamar spoke about infusing West Coast hip-hop influence with New Orleans culture.
It puts the culture on the forefront where it needs to be and not minimized to just a catchy song or verse. This is a true art form. So to represent it on this type of stage is like everything that I've worked for.
Singer SZA will join Lamar in the halftime show, and Louisiana natives John Baptiste, trombone Shorty, and Lauren Daigle will also perform. Time is running out to get a ticket for the big game. The price for a seat at this Sunday's Super Bowl featuring the Chiefs and Eagles costs thousands of dollars, but believe it or not, they're actually lower than previous years. So the cheapest tickets on StubHub cost almost $3,000, which is almost half of the getting price for last year. The average seat goes for about $8,000, down 14%. Last year's Chiefs 49ers game saw record high prices. SeatGeek says the average ticket ran for more than $12,000. Coming up throughout the afternoon on CBS News 24/7, a judge suspends tonight's deadline for federal employees to decide whether they want to take that controversial early resignation offer from the Trump administration. We have the latest. And the salting in San Diego continues after winter storms, a combination of snow and ice across multiple states. Check the forecast is on the way.
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay. You want me to come by there and grab it? Yeah, I'll be over there. You at home now? Okay. What time is it? 4:30, I think. Okay, I'll be over there when Khalid get home. Okay. All right.
Did we need to wait her down to tell her that?
Thank you.
For a young homeowner turning into their parents, the neighborhood is their life.
Who's visiting the Turks? It's not their car. I'm glad you played. I'm saying, no, people here violin saying it was cars and then I said, that's what you're from. Smart. That's what you're from. Violin saying it, we crazy. Then that's what you're from. I'm not coming in saying it, I'm insensitive. That's what you're from.
When was the last time this kid breaks crazy? What is my son? He's a teenager. Floppy hair, skinny kid. Nah, sorry. Excuse me. Hi. I'm looking for a teenage boy.
Mike Nuri?
Yes. 15. Slim build.
Out of the car, sickos!
Isn't this your guy? Family proof your family. With Life 360.
When I first became a parent, I knew everything was about to change. And I knew I'd love her more than anything. I wanted her to be happy, but I didn't know where to start. When we got our first big kid from up every day, it all made sense. I would want other parents to feel like they can do this. It's gonna be okay, it can be all kinds of emotions, but it's fun. Now our second is on the way, and we're so excited. I can't imagine my children growing up without love every day.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered. There's no physical evidence. The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel, a gripping true crime legend. 48 hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
When people say who's first to get in the mic, that would be me. Morning news matters because it sets the tone for your day, and it's a way of getting you started.
Day to day, that first draft of history, it happens right here. We're going to uplift you. We're going to send you out your way. We'll take you places. We're teaching you things. And we make you feel like, no, it's not all bad.
People say to me, you always seem to be having a good time. And you know what? You're right.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
Facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with 48 Hours podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy. Isn't that giving people false hope? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining us here on CBS News 24/7. I'm Lizzie Weiser. Here's a look at the top stories we're following right now. Breaking news from federal court: a judge has suspended tonight's deadline for federal employees to decide if they would voluntarily resign from their jobs or risk being laid off. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu talks with leaders on Capitol Hill amid new claims of what the future of the Gaza Strip would look like. And millions of Americans are dealing with a slick, dangerous mess as winter brings ice and snow across the Midwest and Northeast. Judges have blocked two of President Trump's most controversial executive actions. Tonight's deadline for federal workers to accept the so-called buyout offer is now on hold, and a hearing is set for Monday. A source tells CBS News at least 40,000 workers have already accepted the deferred resignation, which looks to shrink the federal workforce. And a federal judge in Seattle blocked President Trump's order to end birthright citizenship. It's the second judge in 2 days to rule that order is unconstitutional. Some Democrats are worried the nation's top weather agency is the next target for Elon Musk's efficiency department. Former National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration officials tell CBS News that NOAA is expecting its staffing to be cut in half. Today, President Trump is calling for a task force to investigate what he called the targeting of Christians. While attending the annual National Prayer Breakfast in Washington this morning, he said Americans need more religion.
We have to bring religion back. We have to bring it back much stronger. It's one of the biggest problems that we've had over the last fairly long period of time.
CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe joins us now. And if you want to weigh in on that comment, feel free. But these two court decisions in the last hour are putting the brakes on some of President Trump's moves to reshape the federal workforce and immigration policy. What can you tell us?
That's right, Lindsay. We're getting a living, breathing example of checks and balances at work. Let's start with the Boston Federal District Court decision that pushes the deadline for these deferred resignation offers, or buyouts, payouts, whatever you prefer to call them, until at least Monday afternoon. The judge in Boston asking that it be held up until then. Those that were suing include a series of federal worker labor unions, called on the Office of Personnel Management based here in Washington, the HR office basically for the federal government, to send out a new email informing the nation's roughly 2 million civilian federal employees that this deadline is being put off until at least Monday afternoon. OPM is expected to send that in a little bit. Then there's the birthright citizenship case. A federal district judge in Seattle, a Reagan appointee, a guy named John Kuhnauer, writing a little while ago in his decision, quote, "The president has implied the rule of law has become something to navigate around and ignore. In this courtroom and under my law, the rule of law is a bright beacon that I intend to follow. I refuse to let that beacon go dark today. Birthright citizenship is a fundamental constitutional right. The 14th Amendment guarantees the right to citizenship for all citizens subject to the right of law. A constitutional amendment under the guise of an executive order is equally unconstitutional," the judge writes. They want to change birthright citizenship. They will need to change the U.S. Constitution. It is clearly unconstitutional. The preliminary injunction is granted on a nationwide basis. So that is also on hold. As you mentioned, a Maryland District Court judge had also blocked the birthright citizenship move just yesterday. But again, all of these orders that the president has issued, most of them at this point, are being challenged in one way or another in court. And it's a reminder that he moved quickly to get these things on the books, knowing that legal challenges would likely come, in essence, inviting them. And so we will await formal reaction from the Trump administration or from the president himself to these decisions. Not entirely surprising, but a good reminder to those perhaps who are somewhat shocked by what's been going on the last several weeks, that this is the way the federal system works. The president can try to do something, people can sue to slow it or stop it. And those processes are underway, at least in those two cases.
Quite a blistering quote you read. Back to the federal worker deadline. Do we know what happens to the 40,000 people who had already accepted the so-called buyout?
We don't, and remember, it's at least 40,000. In fact, in the case in Boston, Justice Department lawyers said tens of thousands of employees had accepted the offer to essentially be paid to stay home through the end of the fiscal year and then move on. And they're welcome to, under this current arrangement, seek other employment in the meantime. So we'll see. We're waiting the text of whatever email it is that will go out to these federal employees telling them that the deadline is off. Remember, those unions had been advising federal employees not to take the offer because there was no legal guarantee yet, no budgetary authority for it, despite the assurances that had been sent in multiple emails in some cases to employees at various agencies encouraging them to take it.
The White House is trying to clarify the president's plan to take over Gaza. What are they saying?
Well, none other than the president's trying to clarify it. In fact, in a Truth Social post overnight, Lindsay, he wrote in part that Gaza Strip would be turned over to the United States by Israel at the conclusion of fighting. He says later the U.S., working with great development teams from all over the world, would slowly and carefully begin the construction of what would become one of the greatest and most spectacular developments of its kind on Earth. No soldiers by the U.S. would be needed. Stability for the region would reign. Important to point out, yesterday, the press secretary and other officials suggested that instead of a permanent resettlement of those in Gaza, as the president initially suggested, instead it would be the temporary relocation of people while the Gaza Strip was rebuilt. Who would pay for it? How would that be done? When could they return? Who's paying for all this? And if not U.S. troops, whose troops potentially to secure the area? Also, to what extent would Israel be involved? All of that unclear. It's all part of a Trump administration push to try to resolve the war between Israel and Hamas and the situation in the Gaza Strip. As several administration officials said yesterday, the president is trying to push some outside the box thinking, and he's certainly done so. Lindsay?
And O'Keefe, thank you. We are waiting to hear from the Prime Minister of Israel at any moment. He's currently on Capitol Hill meeting with House Speaker Mike Johnson in Speaker's suite. In the past 24 hours, both have expressed support for President Trump's recent declaration that the U.S. will be taking over control of Gaza and rebuilding it. We'll bring you their remarks as soon as they come out. For now, let's bring in CBS News congressional correspondent Caitlin Huey Burns. Caitlin, what can you tell us about the meeting between Netanyahu and Johnson today?
Right, as you mentioned, he's meeting with the speaker now. Earlier today, you saw in a photo there, he met with Senate Republicans and the Senate leader, and he was asked during essentially a pool spray, when you get a chance to take pictures of these leaders together, do you think that U.S. troops are required to implement this plan that Trump has for Gaza? And the Prime Minister said no. That's a big issue here on Capitol Hill, Lindsay. Republican lawmakers were trying to get a sense up here about what the president's strategy and plan really was, whether to take him seriously in that press conference or not. His envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, was actually here on Capitol Hill yesterday talking to Republican lawmakers, and apparently, according to our conversations with Republican lawmakers, assuring them that they don't want to send U.S. troops and they don't want to spend U.S. money to rebuild Gaza. Of course, all of this comes as the president has directed essentially the gutting of USAID in the hopes of shrinking the size of the government and the federal budget. So that all remains to be seen, but he did have lawmakers here seeking clarity, but at the same time, giving the president some deference here when it comes to how he wants to implement his foreign policy, whether or not it runs counter to how a lot of people within the base feel about intervention.
The Senate Judiciary delayed the vote it was supposed to hold today on the president's pick for FBI Director Kash Patel. What's the latest there?
Yeah, this is an attempt by Democrats to delay the process. Remember, they really don't have many avenues up here to fight back against this administration or to essentially stop some of these picks from going through. Kash Patel has united support from Republicans. We do not know of a single Republican yet who has said that they will vote against him in the full Senate vote. So he is headed for confirmation eventually. He just has to get through that committee. So a week from now, that committee will take a vote. This is a procedural delay, but Republicans are confident he not only gets through the committee next week, but gets confirmed on the Senate floor shortly thereafter and becomes the head of the FBI.
Caitlin Huey Burns, thank you. There is growing backlash from U.S. allies in the region over a potential U.S. takeover of Gaza, and this comes as mediators try to negotiate the second phase of the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. CBS News foreign correspondent Chris Lindsay has more from Tel Aviv.
Remember, 79 hostages remain in Hamas captivity. Under the ongoing ceasefire, several are being sent home each weekend. We sat down with the brother and sister of Keith Siegel, an American Israeli from North Carolina, who was released just a few days ago.
People are ecstatic. There's so much joy and happiness and so much ability to exhale with joy.
So it's as if you've been holding your breath.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
For 15, 16 months.
I think it was, he was going to live, and he was going to do and did do everything that it takes within your body and soul to keep going. And he said that he told us that he talked to himself, having conversations with us and thinking about things that he wanted to do, and he'd be back home. And he just didn't allow himself to go to a sad place. It's extraordinary.
It's torture. For us, the torture continues. We are so happy beyond words to keep us home, but we know what it is to wait for the list and who's going to be on the list, and will the hostages really on Saturday be on their way back? I couldn't believe that Keith was on his way back, and we protect ourselves. Until we can hug, we don't let our guard down.
It's indeed a fragile situation. An Israeli expert we spoke to wondered if Trump's plan to resettle Gazans outside the Strip is a negotiation tactic to get more leverage over Hamas, but admits the ceasefire even more unpredictable.
Chris Lindsay, thank you. We're going to take a short break. Stay with us. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
I don't know nobody know this. We ain't crazy. I said that. Then we walk in if we answer then when I say that on her mouth, is it me? So I said that on her mouth. I'm about to come in and say if I'm crazy. So I said that was people knowing this. I'm about to come in and say. So then I said that on this. I'm about to come in and say I'm always bad.
But now, eczema isn't always going to stop you.
Right. Like I said, it ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm about to come in and say. Do I sound crazy? Then I said that I don't want people knowing this. I'm about to come in and say if I'm crazy. Then I said that I'm about to come in and say if I'm insane. So then I said just say out of
Still more clear at 1 year. Don't use if you're allergic to Ebglyss. Allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Eye problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening eye problems. You should not receive a live vaccine when treated with Ebglyss. Before starting Ebglyss, tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection.
Skin that's still more clear, even at 1 year? Clearly, it's possible with Ebglyss.
Talk to your doctor about Ebglyss for eczema.
When emergency strikes, first responders are the first ones in. But on outdated networks, the crucial technology they depend on is limited. That's why T-Mobile created T-Priority, the only solution built for the 5G era that can dynamically dedicate up to 10 times the capacity for first responders. T-Priority, built for tomorrow's emergencies. Ready today.
Your floor manager has been with you since day one. Now without her, you feel back at square one. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our all-in-one hiring platform connects you with quality candidates, and you can easily schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard.
You can make anything possible Because you have a reliable connection that puts everything within reach. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum. Force goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Clearly fine, smart, clearly uplifting, clearly CBS Mornings. Oscar-winning actors Tilda Swinton and Adrian Brody. Plus, can you believe he's in common? And close up on the rising sun.
Panama's president says U.S. warships cannot pass through the country's famous canal for free, despite what the White House claims. He says he was surprised by the State Department's Wednesday statement claiming they had reached that deal, and that earlier in the day he told Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth that only the Panama Canal Authority could set tolls for transiting the canal, and that it has not made any adjustments to them. President Trump has repeatedly voiced his desire to retake control of the waterway. Salvage crews are working to remove the remaining wreckage of the airliner involved in last week's mid-air collision from the Potomac River near Washington's Reagan National Airport. Crews will also try to bring up a helicopter today if weather permits. Remains from all 67 victims of the crash have now been recovered and identified. The cause of the crash is still under investigation. CBS News has learned that FAA officials pushed to close one of 3 runways at Reagan National last summer, following 2 close calls between airliners still on the ground. We've received pushback, including an argument that closing it would cause additional burdens on runway 33, the runway the American Airlines plane was supposed to land on before the fatal collision. At least 4 people are dead after a U.S. military contracted plane crashed in a rice field in the southern Philippines. U.S. Indo-Pacific Command says the aircraft was on a routine surveillance mission when it went down. Bodies of 1 U.S. service member and 3 defense contractors were recovered at the scene. U.S. forces have been deployed in the region for decades to help train Filipino forces battling Muslim militants. The cause of the crash is under investigation. A Southern California utility company says its equipment likely sparked one of the massive wildfires that erupted in Los Angeles last month. The Hearst fire did not destroy any structures or result in any deaths. It broke out the same day as 2 other wildfires in the area that killed 29 people and destroyed tens of thousands of homes and businesses. Southern California Edison made the admission in a required filing with state regulators. It said it is also looking into whether one of its idle transmission lines may have become energized and started the deadly Eaton fire, although the company says there is still no evidence to suggest its equipment was responsible for that fire. Snow is hitting the U.S. from coast to coast. People in the Seattle area are facing power outages and icy conditions while a winter storm moves through the Northeast. The system started last night, making its way across the Midwest. This video was taken in central Indiana, where one driver caught a lightning flash during an ice storm. More video shows tree branches covered in ice as a result of freezing rain. And the ice has made its way to the Northeast, making roads dangerous and slippery in eastern Pennsylvania. That's a concern here and across the area. When the snow stops, it's expected to turn to sleet and freezing rain, which could lead to icy roads and frozen power lines. The National Weather Service issued winter weather advisories as these conditions are expected to continue into the weekend. CBS News Philadelphia meteorologist Tammy Suzanne has the forecast.
We've been watching a storm system that was on the Pacific coast 2 days ago move through the Northeast today. Now we're watching another one that's going to affect everybody this weekend. Here we go. This system is making its way into central and northern California. It's another one of those atmospheric rivers with heavy rain to follow. So as this moves in, you can see very heavy snow up along the Sierra and heavy rain from Southern California all the way into Oregon, and that's not great because of the burn scar and the potential for some localized flooding in Southern California. This system is then going to make its way toward the East Coast, and it'll be out of California awaiting the next system that comes in the middle of next week. So here's how much rain is expected. Possibly anywhere from 2 to 4 inches where you see these deep shades of purple and where you see the blue and green, 1 to 2 inches of rain. So that will be a significant rainfall for parts of California. Snowfall, delight for everybody in the ski resorts up and down the spine of the Sierras and all the way down into the mountains of Southern California, looking for some significant snow, a foot or more in some places. Now, once the system makes its way into the Midwest and the Ohio Valley, that is going to be for Saturday. Look what happens. The purple would be freezing rain and sleet. The green would be rain. The blue would be snow. This system is going to continue into the area On Saturday, that's going to be a bit of a mess for the Northeast, including Philadelphia, preparing for all the watch parties for the Super Bowl. Good news is it looks like it will be out of the area by Super Bowl Sunday.
Tammy Souza, thank you. The European Climate Agency says this past January was the world's hottest January ever. January 2025 was about a tenth of a degree warmer than the previous January, breaking a record. A scientist at the European Weather Agency says parts of the Canadian Arctic were especially warm. They saw temperatures that were 54 degrees Fahrenheit above average, and that caused sea ice to melt. Scientists actually expected 2025 to be cooler than 2024 because of the La Nina phenomenon, which tends to bring cooler air. Security is tightening in New Orleans as tens of thousands of fans make their way to the city for Super Bowl 59. Hundreds of armed National Guard members, along with thousands of federal, state, and local agents are on the ground. Authorities have also installed more physical barriers to protect the streets of the French Quarter following the New Year's Day truck landing attack. Under state law, visitors are allowed to carry concealed weapons. You can add Google to the list of major U.S. companies backing away from its diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Coming up, why the moves away from DEI may have been in the making before President Trump won the election. And fresh off a huge win at the Grammys, rap superstar Kendrick Lamar arrives in New Orleans for the biggest gig of the year. What he says we can expect from his Super Bowl halftime show.
It's not just a donation.
It's a warm blanket.
It's a bottle of clean water.
It's a roof and a bed.
It's knowing someone cares.
It's feeling safe.
It's a today that's better than yesterday.
Every dollar you can spare helps so much more than you can imagine. Donate now to help people affected by the 2025 California wildfires. Your support is urgently needed.
It's a thing of beauty.
Deliveries happen.
Order that.
Okay.
Frazzle happens.
Check your jacket. You're my hero.
Close calls happen.
Not today.
Order.
All good.
Second.
This happens. That happens.
Now, I want the knife. Try to zip the back and pinch.
Home happens. Be there with Ring. Learn more at ring.com.
With Amazon Photos, Prime members get unlimited full-resolution photo storage and 5 gigabytes of video storage, so you can securely store your digital photos. To get started, download the Amazon Photos app.
Giant standing on $5 million, the grand prize of the most insane competition show you've ever seen. And competing for at least 1,000 contestants. Start the timer. That's never been done on TV before. This might be the most cutthroat thing I've ever done. Everything is on the line. So, it comes down to this.
So dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I bought
This will be like
Go away, Beyonce. Don't touch her like that. You are not Drake. Why the fuck are you so concerned with some shit that I'm not even saying is real? If I'm correct, yes, you are, bitch. I'm about to listen. I'm about to say the people who are talking, I say shit that's off the list. I ain't running around this motherfucker with no goddamn banners. This bitch is just crazy stalking me. I'm innocent. I don't even denying it.
And inclusion initiatives. The company told its employees today will also edge its hiring rules for representation this week. Google, Amazon, and Meta. So the company scaled back on DEI programs. The moves come after President Trump took office and signed an executive order pressuring government contractors like Google to get rid of these initiatives. Axios' managing editor,
That's
Daniel
it.
Massey,
That's
joined
it. I'm about
CBS
to
News
go
Mornings
fuck
and said the
yourself.
rollback on DEI has been happening even before the new Trump administration.
There are things that happen that are just very cyclical.
I'm going to goddamn lie to take this. That was her motherfucker. If I say that shit, they crazy on my lip. If we end up hearing
We saw
this shit.
some unrest, and that summer of unrest and that reckoning led to, some companies actually making these commitments. About 50% of corporate or Fortune 500 companies actually said that they were going to address systemic racism in some way. And we're starting to see that rollback happen now. And this has been years in the making since the affirmative action ruling the Supreme Court in 2023.
And my flesh ain't under no goddamn lie to take this. If I'm crazy. I want these people hearing this. That's what shit is talking about. True story. Her and goddamn it, a whole bunch of crackheads. They ain't crackheads.
Not all companies are getting rid of DEI. Earlier this week, the NFL said it would continue its program, joining other companies like Apple and Microsoft. Super Bowl halftime show headline Kendrick Lamar's revealing more about what is in store for his performance. The comedy rapper will take the Super Bowl stage fresh off of Grand Triumph and multiple golden statues, including Song and Record of the Year. Earlier today, we spoke about infusing West Coast hip-hop influence with New Orleans culture.
Because the culture is for where it is to be, and not minimize to just
It was a he. I said the wrong
a
woman.
catchy song or verse. This is some true
Nah,
art form.
that ain't true. You
To
talking
represent
about
on this type of stage is like everything
that.
that I've worked for.
Singer SZA will join Lamar in the halftime show, and Louisiana natives John Batiste, trombone Shorty, and Lauren Daigle will also perform. Coming up, It's America Decides. A federal judge is temporarily pausing the Trump administration's proposed buyout, offered to more than 2 million federal workers. Maryland Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen joins to share his concerns about the program. Plus, the NFL says it's committed to diversity initiatives despite removing the words "end racism" from the end zone. We'll talk about what's replacing the slogan this Sunday at the Super Bowl. America Decides is next. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
With Mochi Health, I've lost 30 pounds. I have no desire to be skinny. I love being a plus size girl. I just wanted to be healthier for me. When my grandmother died, I knew that diabetes was hereditary. That was my wake-up call.
For these medications, they are designed for long-term use.
With Mochi Health, I never feel alone. It's about progress, not perfection. I've lost 30 pounds and I'm more me. Check out joinmochi.com.
Hims is a fantastic find. Hims makes me feel prepared and comfortable for dating. Hims makes me feel confident. I went to Hims.com and there's a lot of different options to fit my lifestyle. I was shocked at actually how affordable it was going to be. It's allowed more spontaneity and allowed us to be more playful with each other. No matter what happens at the end of the day, I know I'm ready because I have Hims. It's a safe and simple way to get my medication.
Get treatment for ED with doctor-trusted medication. Get started today at Hims.com.
I'm back a minute saying if we crazy. Then I said, girl, stop. Don't talk to her like that. She ain't dumb. I'm back a minute saying if we crazy. So then I said that I'm back a minute saying I don't get people knowing this. I'm back a minute saying if I'm crazy. That's actually that's off of this. True story. Yes, it is true. I'm back a minute saying if I don't get the fuck off my lips. Don't talk to her like that. And go be in your goddamn skin. Don't talk to her like I'm back a minute saying if I'm crazy. That's actually that's off of this.
Take this place from us.
What are you saying?
Long time. I'll destroy everything they say sleep.
I'm pretty special. Now this is them trying to frame Jay-Z. Yes, it is. I'm telling you, we ain't crazy. Back, we ain't saying. I'm thinking about hearing this. Then I said that. I'm saying shit that's off of it. Don't say nothing. We ain't crazy. I'm about messing. If I'm dumb, yes, you are protected because we know this woman is thank you what it is now. No, I'm not commencing. If I'm dumb, I don't know nobody knowing this. Got out dancing. Did I go to jail? Did I don't want people hearing it. Get the fuck off my lips, then dumb bitch. Don't talk to her like that. Yes, it is.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is
about to record. Yes, you are recording. I'm gonna say shit that's off of this. Fuck me and say, I'm not retarded. I'm not this. I went dumb. Don't say shit that's off of this. How the fuck is she in the United States Supreme? If we crazy, don't say shit that's off of this. I'm about to commence saying if I'm dumb. Then I said, don't say shit that's dude Trump. Oh, Jay-Z money. Yes, not. I'm not biting. Don't answer. It ain't great. I'm about to commence saying if we answer, don't say shit that's off of this.
The true story behind the bathroom mirror.
The CBS News and Wiki 60 Minutes opens its archive.
You actually really be over money. Nah, I'm about to mention if we crazy. I said they don't hear this. Then, when I say they on her mouth, is it us? Then I ask that question on this. I'm about to mention. We about to say the people who are talking on her lips ain't us. Then I said they on her mouth. I'm about to mention. I don't think people hearing this shit. We about to be innocent if we insane. Then I said that way. We innocent. We about to say people who are talking on her lips ain't us. I said that on her mouth. Then, when we say, just shut the fuck up on her lips.
For 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS.
I can't hear. Yes, I know you can't hear this shit. Fuck, we innocent. We about to say the people who are talking on our lips ain't us. Then I said that on her mouth. Fuck, we innocent. I don't think people hearing this shit. We about to be innocent if we crazy. Then I said, that's that shit about it. And why are y'all putting on the performance without chapel? Don't say that we ain't crazy. I'm about innocent if. Don't think people hearing this. Fuck, we innocent if we crazy. Then I said, that's that shit about it.
You're giving access to this incredibly sensitive information to people who don't have experience working in this space.
Well, don't that sound like reason for them to be arrested? What the hell is going on right here? Fuck, we innocent. If we crazy, then I said that on this. Then I'm about to mention. I'm about to say, so I said that on that. I'm about to mention if I'm done. Then I said, I don't think people hearing this. I'm about to mention if. I don't think people hearing this. I'm not commencing if I'm crazy. Then I said that, did I? I said that on her list. Then I'm about to get the fuck off this room, good. What is going on? Who's gonna say we crazy? I'm about to say, then I said that on her list. I'm about to mention if we crazy. So then I said that on her list. I'm about to mention if insane. I said that on her mouth. Then I'm about to mention. I'm about to say, I said that on her list. Then when we talk off her mouth, is it us?
A focus on religion, the president gives remarks at the National Prayer Breakfast as he announces a plan to create a Freedom of Religion Commission. The task force will address anti-Christian.
I'm about to mention, I don't think people hearing this. About to mention, if we crazy, that's that shit is something. I'm about to mention, I don't think people hearing this. I'm about to mention, if I'm crazy, then I said that. I'm about to mention, if I'm insane, I said that. That's that shit is something.
You have to bring it back.
And later in the
yes, it is. So she ain't crazy. So I said that. We're going to end up being innocent. If we crazy, then I said, that's that shit is something. How are they playing voodoo magic with the president? Visual. So say, don't think people hearing this about we innocent. If we crazy, that's that shit. Why the fuck the goddamn city ain't told about how they playing with the damn TVs in here? If we crazy, that's that shit is something. I'm not commencing. I'm people hearing this shit. We about to be innocent. If we crazy, then I said that on her mouth. Then I'm about to commencing. I'm about to say, so then I said that, did I? I said that on her list. I'm about to commencing. I think people hearing this. I'm about to commencing. If I'm insane, I said that on her list. Then when I say that, is it me? So I said that on her mouth. Then I'm about to commencing. I'm about to say, so then I said that. That's that shit that's off of it. Story. Yes, it is true.
Yeah, and this was in response to lawsuits that were filed by labor unions.
Yes, retarded crazy. Yes, we can hear this shit. Now what the fuck happened to her? About innocent. Did something happen to me? So then I asked a question on her list. Who about nothing? Goddamn, stop asking what happened to her. If we innocent, no, I'm about to mention. I'm about to say, I'm about to say the people who were talking on her lips ain't me. Then I said that on her mouth. I'm about to mention. I don't give a damn this shit.
Discussion up here on Capitol Hill about whether the president, the government can actually do that. I mean, government funding runs out here on March 14th. There is a lot of discussion.
They don't need the man upstairs. If I'm crazy. So then I said that. I'm about to mention. If we insane, I said that on her mouth. Then I'm about to mention. I'm about to mention. I'm about to say. So then I said that on her lips. I'm about to mention. I'm about to say the people who are talking on her lips ain't us. Then I said that on her mouth. I'm about to mention. I don't think I'm hearing this shit. I'm about to mention. If I'm crazy, so I said that on her lips. Then when I say that on her mouth, is it us? Then I said that on her lips. Then I'm about to mention. I'm about to say the people who are talking on her lips ain't us. Then I said that on her mouth. Then so what should I say, Kayla? Then I said that, did I? So I said, there it is. Yeah, I'm about to mention. What are you trying to do? Don't answer that. She's trying to mess with you with the sexual voodoo assault. Oh, goddamn. Yes, it is. Just like it. Okay, I'm about to mention. Do we sound? I don't even know that. And then I said that on her.
And in court today,
don't say that.
Boston court Justice Department lawyers are saying tens of thousands.
Don't fuck with me. We ain't crazy. I said that on her. Then, when I say that, is it me? Boomerang. That's what I don't people hearing this. I'm about to say, do I sound crazy? I said that on her list. Then, when I don't think people know this, I'm not crazy. Then I said that on her list. Then, what is wrong with me? Then I said that on her mouth. I don't know and don't give a fuck. Don't talk to her like that. No, I'm about to say. No, that's what Jake Oliver Brown. That's what they saying. They saying what's wrong with me. I'm about to mention it. You're crazy. Then I said that. That's that shit that's off the list.
Take this. 40,000 is not that. It may be more than that now, but let's see how close they get to even low six figures.
Now just tell them to go to hell. Don't tell her. No. You and I both know what's about to happen to Cassandra Brown. That's how I'm about to mention. Do we sound crazy? That's that shit that's off the list. Now leave me the fuck alone. They can require. Yeah, they can find out what it is. Just ask. No, that ain't saying we ain't crazy. I'm about to mention some people hearing this shit. And I don't have nothing to do with this. This bitch is crazy. What the fuck?
Systems. What can you tell us about this new lawsuit?
Yeah, so it's New York Attorney General Tish James and the top state lawyers from Arizona, Colorado, Connecticut,
So she gonna be back messing with me. Yes, it is true. That's how they crazy. That bitch is crazy. She do this every day. I'm about to mention. If I'm insane, so then I said that's how shit is something. About like insane. Then when she done like that, I'm just hearing this shit. What is going on? So then I said, I'm gonna keep it straight. Then I don't want people knowing this. I said that her mouth. What the fuck you asked on her list then? So I said that her mouth. It is really Cassandra Brown. Yes, we know it's her. That's how that. I'm about to mention. I'm just hearing this. Then when I said it on her mouth, is it me? So then I said that. It's still you. Yes, it is. That's it.
Jeopardize the personal data of Americans. Today is a great example, Nancy, of how a president can issue orders and try to enact new policy, but people can sue to slow it or stop it. And that's what we saw today when it comes to the birthright citizenship arguments.
Yes, it is. Sure, that's it. I'm about to mention. If I'm insane, I don't want to see people knowing this shit. Yes, the fuck you did. Don't talk to her like that. I'm about to mention. I'm about to say. Then when I said it on her mouth, is it me? Then I asked that question on her lips. I'm about to mention. If I'm insane, so I said, don't say shit. Yes, they keep cheating. Yes, we know. That's what we okay. I'm about to mention. Do we sound retarded? Then I said that on her lips. Then I asked that question on her mouth. Then I'm about to mention. Do you have to ask the question on my mouth? Don't answer. Okay, I'm about to mention. Do we sound dumb? Then I said that on her lips. I'm about to mention. I'm this shit. I'm about to mention. Just say that.
So
yeah, it's gonna be Jay-Z. Just say that.
And why did
they are into some freaky goddamn crazy shit. If we insane, then I said that. That's it. It ain't freaky.
The Capitol meeting with
yes, it is. No, that shit is. Do we sound crazy? Then I asked that question on this. Bob
just returned here moments ago.
I just tell them to fuck yourself. Yes, we know. Don't say that. We crazy. Bob Winston. Do we sound insane? Then I asked a question on this. Bob Winston. Do we sound crazy? That's what shit is talking about.
Not only top line budget numbers, but some of the detailed policies that they want to see. There's least they got to have a whiteboard, and they were actually working on numbers, and it's so important because we saw late last year how if Republicans and Donald Trump are not on the same page,
yes, it is
this can easily blow up.
If we retarded, I don't want to see people hearing this. Fuck me and say, do we sound dumb? Then I asked that question on I'm about to mention. I'm about to say the people who are talking on my mouth ain't us. I said that on this. Get off my lip, my mouth. Don't say nothing. I'm about to say the people who are talking on our lips ain't us. Then I said that on her mouth. Then I'm about to mention if we insane. Then I said that on her lips. I'm about to mention. I'm about to say the people who are talking on our lips ain't us. Then I said that on her mouth. I'm about to mention. I'm about to say. Then I said that. Did I? That's that shit that's off the lip.
That's what Republican lawmakers are trying to argue. That's where we're going to really shine.
Yes, it is. Don't say that. Okay. I'm about to mention. Do we sound insane? Then I asked a question on her mouth. I'm about to mention if I'm insane. I said that on her lips. Then I'm about to mention. Then when she said that's that shit that's off the lip.
Immigration without any Democratic support, they're going to have to find a way to keep all the Republicans on board, which is never easy.
You know, to paraphrase the great rapper Eminem, they don't want to lose their chance to go because this opportunity comes once in a lifetime. And the reality is they can only use this gimmick, this legislative gimmick once. It's called reconciliation.
Do you hear the news? Okay. I'm about to mention if we insane, I said that on her. I'm about to mention if we insane, I said that on her mouth. Then I'm about to mention. I'm about to say the people who are talking on her lips ain't us. Then I said that on her mouth. I'm about to mention. I said that way. I'm about to mention if I'm retarded. Then I said that on her lips. I'm about to mention. I'm about to say the people who are talking on her mouth ain't us. Then I said that on her lips.
Like Lindsey Graham now to say, let's try it on our own, on our end of the Capitol. to see if we can do it. The House today, by spending so
No,
much
you
time
don't.
on the
Yes, you
president
do.
trying to prove
No.
that, no, let us take the lead on this. The overall issue
Yeah,
for
you can't say
Americans
no,
is
no, no.
if
Yes, he's not.
Republicans
No.
fail to do
Yes, I
this,
am. So I said
then
that
the
earlier.
president
I'm not
has to
mentioning
shut
all these people
and
hearing this.
have to go to
I'm not
Democrats
mentioning
at
it
that point.
because
And
that's
that
what shit
gets
is
a lot
up
of
with.
things and really spoil the Trump agenda, at least from a legislative sense. And that's why we've seen the president in the interim spend so much time issuing these executive orders.
Bitch, you retarded. Don't talk to her like that. I'm about to mention it. We crazy. I don't know if people know this shit. I'm about to mention. I'm about to say the people who are talking on this ain't me. Then I said that on her mouth. I'm about to mention. I'm about to say the people who are talking on this ain't us. Then I said
Thank you so much for that.
now we are nuts. Yes, she's trying to fucking say it's everybody. I'm about to mention. I don't think people hearing this shit. About we insane. If we
And
crazy.
we are
Don't say
joined
shit
now
that's
by
up.
Maryland Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen. Senator, thank you so much for being with me. I want to start with this short-term delay in the deadline for federal workers to take a deferred resignation. You represent hundreds of thousands of federal workers who live in your state of Maryland. What's your message to constituents who are trying to decide what to do?
Well, Nancy, it's good to be with you. My message has been proceed with great caution before you jump at this proposal. It's a proposal that really came from Elon Musk. The memo that came out to federal employees was labeled fork in the road, which is exactly the language that Elon Musk sent to his employees at one of his companies. So I think they need to proceed with great caution. And it's not clear that the Trump administration has the authority
No, he ain't
to do
crazy.
this. So I'm glad
That's
that
it,
the
I'm not gonna
judge lost this today.
Russell Vogt, who is the president.
Why are you telling me? That's her name crazy. Balance. You bitch gone crazy. It's because you playing this game. So when you made that mistake and then have the right one come out, like, you know this game, goddamn it, what is the game called?
A confirmation vote for Russell Vogt. Now, why did you decide to take that approach on this one particular nominee? And can we expect to see a similar strategy for others?
Well, you're right, Nancy. I just spent a lot of time today on the Senate floor. Urging
Yes,
my
it is.
colleagues
We ain't
to
crazy.
vote
Bob Williamson. I
against,
don't think people hearing this.
Russell Vogt. He was the architect of Project 2025. And, you know, it's interesting to think back to the
That's it.
campaign when
These people hearing this. Bob Williamson.
Project
If we
2025,
got
he
one
said,
people
"I
know
don't
that.
have anything to do with
Then
it.
I
I'm
said
not
that. That's what shit is
involved."
happening.
He is installing the architect of that Project 2025 in this key position in the White House.
So yeah,
All
it
of the
is. You don't think
directors,
people
like
hearing
the
this.
command and
Bob
control
Williamson.
guy.
Do we sound down? Then I that's what shit is up for this
And
Beyonce. Just shut the
his
fuck
hearing
up.
in the budget committee, he refused to agree that
True
he
story.
would
Yes, it
comply
is true. That's
with the
it.
law.
Okay. I'm not mentioning if we insane. I said that on her list. Then I'm about when I say I'm like this, I'm about I don't think we're hearing this. I'm not mentioning if we crazy. Then I said that on this. Now I'm people on this. I'm about mentioning if I'm crazy. So I said that's what shit is up for this.
So Russ Vogt was in this position before. He broke the law before, according to GAO. I really hope our Republican colleagues have second thoughts.
Do you think they will?
Based on the discussion on the Senate floor, the answer is no. But I would just say the reason you're seeing this flood of lawsuits is because you're seeing a flood of illegal executive orders. You have Elon Musk literally taking over agencies of the federal government. And at some point, you would hope that Republican senators would recognize that the constitutional authority given to Congress under Article 1 is just being slashed and burned by President Trump and Elon Musk. So I hope at some point they decide to respect the Constitution and their responsibilities under the Constitution.
Senator, I want to ask you about the major cuts at USAID. Here's what Secretary of State Marco Rubio, your former Senate colleague, told U.S. diplomats in Guatemala City yesterday behind closed doors. He said, the United States is not walking away from foreign aid. It's not. We're going to continue to provide foreign aid and to be involved in programs, but it has to be programs that we can defend. It has to be programs we can explain. It has to be programs
back.
we
Yes,
can
it is.
justify.
I'm saying, okay. You about to mention. That's what shit is up for. I don't think people hearing this. That's what shit is up for this. I don't think people know this shit. All of them are Democratic. That's it. Yes, it is. That's it. Okay. Back when saying if we insane. That's what shit is up for this.
It's become
That's
pretty
it.
clear that Marco Rubio, Secretary Rubio, is not in charge of the operations at the Elon Musk is in charge of the operations over at over AID. And it was Elon Musk who tweeted out the other day that he was putting AID through the wood chipper. He said he was going to kill AID. He called it a criminal enterprise, which should be a surprise to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, who have recognized for years on a bipartisan basis that AID is a very important part of our national security and foreign policy strategy. So, no, we got this letter from
Back commencing if I'm in sense, I said that. Back commencing if I'm done. Then I said that. Then I'm about to mention if I'm retarded. Don't think we're hearing this.
Has told everybody from overseas to come back to the United States. And when I, with a number of colleagues, tried to go to AID,
Yeah, she
to
retarded.
get in the building.
I'm not saying that on my thought. Listen, do we sound like we got mental problems? Then that's what shit is up with it.
In control, not Secretary Rubio.
I want to ask you about another major foreign policy matter. That's
I'm not
Israel
trying to hear
and
you.
Gaza.
I'm
You
not
said
trying to read credit.
relations
Not
between
being
the
said
president's
if we instance I said then I heard it. Then when I said that's shit is beyond.
ethnic cleansing. The White House now says that under the president's plans, the Palestinians would only be displaced temporarily. They say the effort wouldn't involve U.S. troops, nor somehow would it involve any U.S. cash, even though the president says we would own it and redevelop it. Do you think he's serious about this plan? And as far as you can tell, do your Republican colleagues think he's serious about this plan?
Well, I don't know. All I know is what the president said. And what the president said was that he wanted to transfer 2 million Palestinians out of Gaza. He said he would be prepared to use the U.S. military to clean out Gaza. That is ethnic cleansing by another name. He says he wants to redevelop Gaza, and then maybe someday
If we could, so I said
some of the Palestinians can
I'm about to say the people who were talking about this ain't me. Then I said that I'm about to mention, I'm about to say the people who were talking about this ain't me. Then I said that I'm about to mention if I'm down. Then that's what shit is up
They
there.
want to use U.S. power, influence, and even the military to forcibly transfer 2 million people from
I
their
don't
homeland.
fuck with Jay-Z. That's it. We can cut it. I'm about to
Senator
mention.
Chris Van Hollen.
Other people hearing this 5 minutes, and if we could, then I sit there and I'm about to mention. I don't think people know this. I'm about to mention if I'm done. Then I stuff your shit up there.
Department of Government Efficiency's access to the Treasury Department. But a former official tells CBS News about whose information Elon Musk's team could have access to. You're watching America Decides. We'll be right back.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
Number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
Stand by. When weather turns extreme,
A historic and deadly winter storm dumped more than 6 feet of snow.
there's a white knuckle drive up your every second counts.
The storm is set to hit more than 60 million people.
More than 20,000 still without electricity. Your weather when it matters most.
This water continues to rise.
People are trapped inside their home.
It is a complete sheet of ice. See, hear, feel on the forecast. Streaming on the free CBS News app and Paramount Plus.
Hey there, welcome to the uplift. I thought she was a groom. And I stepped back and I'm like, oh, you're the queen. She's going to be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you go to Disneyland with me today. I look over at him and he's smiling. I'm going to remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was going to be born, he was only going to live for 30 years. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift. Stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our faces! Bright shiny faces!
Nate has one of the biggest minds I've ever seen. Put me in the day, bro.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable. The best interviews feel like it's just a conversation with me.
Haley is unbelievable knack to ask a question like that. Is the
Back
question
mention if we could.
I've been
So then I said that I'm about to mention if I'm mentioning. So I said that's what shit is up there.
morning, I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7. I'll see you in the morning.
I'm back a minute. I didn't even hear this. That's it that I'm out there. I'm back a minute. If we crazy. That's what she was talking about.
To breaking new ground. Welcome to the oil business. When you need a break, Paramount Plus.
Who are you? Done for that. Okay. I'm back a minute. If we answer, that's what she was talking about. No, who is these people always calling out Beyonce instead of Beyonce knows friend? Ketanji Brown Jackson. Then I said that. Then Kyle out we answer. Then when I say that on her mouth, is it me? Then I ask that question. I don't give a fuck. We ain't crazy. Lock we answer. Do we sound insane? That's what she was talking about.
To hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time, it's time for 60 Minutes.
Back we answer. I'm about to say. So then I said that I'm about to mention. I'm about to say the people who were talking out her mouth ain't us. Then I said, get the fuck off the phone.
The federal government. But the department's reach is prompting concerns over the access it has to some of the most confidential information for millions of Americans.
The actions that Musk and his IT goons have taken, they're illegal, very clearly illegal, but so far unprosecuted actions have already compromised millions of Americans' privacy and data security. And if you want to understand how nervous you should all be, think about how hard Donald Trump worked to protect his tax returns from becoming public, even under a legitimate subpoena from the House of Representatives.
So what's Doge doing with that data? Let's bring in CBS News Chief Washington correspondent Major Garrett. He has been looking into this. Major, good to see you. In fact, you spoke with Natasha Sarin. She is someone who worked at the Treasury Department under President Biden. You asked her about the scope of the information that Doge now has access to. Let's listen to a little bit of that exchange and then talk about it.
Sure. I file my taxes electronically. I receive whatever refund I get electronically.
Yep.
Does that put me inside this database of the Bureau?
It sure does. And your bank account information, that's how you get your refund electronically.
Back when if we crazy.
So
then I said that I'm about to mention. I'm about to say the people who are talking out of mouth ain't us. Then that's what she was talking about.
Absolutely.
It is a vast ocean of data.
And the most private, sensitive data about American citizens all sits in the Bureau of Fiscal Service and the Treasury Payments ecosystem.
So
It's a lot.
It's a lot, and I think for people who are
Trillions every
hearing
year.
this,
Yeah.
the basic questions they probably have are, how is this information going to be used?
Right.
And has it ever been accessed like this by an outside entity before?
Not to our knowledge. Under no circumstances has an outside group of essentially IT consultants who speak first to Elon Musk, who then theoretically speaks to President Trump, have access to all this data.
Back a minute,
So
saying
it raises all sorts of terribly scary
then I'm back a minute, saying
and
if
some not
I'm
so scary
insane,
questions,
say
but
that
terribly scary
then I'm back a minute, saying I'm about to say the people who are talking out of this ain't me. Then I said that I'm back a minute, saying I'm about to say. So then I said that did I said that I'm back a minute, saying if I'm crazy, I said that I'm back a minute, saying if I'm people hearing this. Back a minute, saying if I'm crazy, I said that I'm people knowing this. I'm back a minute, saying I said that I'm out. Then when I said that's actually that's something.
These tech officials who answer to Elon Musk have only currently read-only access, meaning they can just scan the data. The important word there was currently. Maybe a couple of days ago, they could get in there. And for what purpose? We don't know.
Right, because there have been reports
Yes.
that they do have more than read-only.
More than read-only access. But here's something that, just take it out of those massively terrifying scenarios. Just think about this. Elon Musk personally has about $2.6 billion in federal contracts with his various companies. He now, even on a read-only mode, knows everything about every other federal contractor, some of whom are competitors. He knows every single
Yes,
thing
it is.
about them, when they
But
get
I'm
paid,
saying
what they
if
get
I'm
paid.
crazy, then I said that if I'm just people hearing this, they use the motherfucker's name. Exactly. My name ain't that bitch name. I'm about to mention if we crazy. I'm about to mention if I'm gone. Then I said that I'm about to mention if I'm crazy. So I said that then I'm about to mention if we mention. Then I said that's actually something.
Access to data that in the commercial world is almost priceless.
And when the White House press secretary was asked about this, She said, oh, well, if there is a conflict of interest for Elon Musk, he'll remove himself. He will self-identify his own conflicts of interest and remove himself in those situations, which is not how these things usually work.
It's not how these things typically work. And think about it this way. Let's say you're on a read-only basis. You have all this vast data in front of you, Nancy. We've all heard the term, even I'm an IT dummy, and I've heard the term scrape. Scrape the data. Scrape the data. Doge is shut down 6 months or a year from now. You're still holding on to the data. You still think that is valuable? You don't think that has a commercial price that someone would pay a lot of money for? Maybe you could parcel it off in bits and pieces and make money each and every day. No one knows. All I'm saying is this kind of access and this kind of eyes on right now has zero transparency, zero accountability, and no one in the Republican side really asking any questions. And I think here's the political answer why. This is supposed to cut spending. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But if it does, that means they don't have to vote on it.
Already. No, I said shit. We ain't cutting. I'm about to boomerang. Don't say that. See people hearing this. When I went crazy, I said, "Girl, this, that." Don't say shit that's something about. This is not me. Don't say that. We ain't crazy. Yes, the fuck y'all is if y'all calling what the fuck y'all saying off my lips crazy. If we insane, I think people hearing this shit about we insane. Then I said that I don't think people know this, but I don't think people hearing this. I'm about that messing. If that's that shit that's off my lips.
You don't do it through the Bureau of Fiscal Service. You go to the agency.
Yes, it is true. What I say? I'm about to mention if I'm insane. I said that I heard this. Then I'm about to mention. I'm about to say the people who are talking out her mouth ain't us. Then I said that out her mouth. Then when I say that on her lips, is it us? Then I asked the question out her mouth. I'm about to say the people who are talking. That's that shit that's off my lips.
Story with lots of different angles. We still don't have everything.
Oh, I know you'll stay on it. Major Garrett, thank you so much. Appreciate it. President Trump has issued a flurry of executive actions to jumpstart his agenda since taking office.
I'm about to say the people who are talking to her mouth ain't me. Then I said that her mouth. I'm about to mention. I'm about to say if I went crazy. Then I said that her lip. Then I'm about to mention if that's that shit that's off of it.
And my progressive rep was super helpful.
Tom Hayes is passive progressive.
The way Kevin says he always has to help you.
Tom doesn't have progressive, so he takes it out on those who do.
You switch, you can save hundreds.
That's great.
Leave my body the fuck alone, because I'm about to mention. If I'm crazy, then I said that on it. And I'm about to mention. I'm about to say the people who are talking to her, we ain't crazy. I'm about to mention. Is this true? Biden said yes, we are not. Then I said that. That's that shit that's off of it. I'm about to mention. I don't think people are hearing that shit. I'm about to mention. If we crazy. That's that shit that's off of it. I'm about to mention. That's that. We ain't retarded. Motherfuckers, don't crazy. Goddamn. Who the fuck is this woman telling this shit to? Then I said that on her mouth. Then when I said that on this, is it us? Yes, it is not. No. I'm about to mention. If we crazy. That's that shit that's off of this. That was Katanji who said yes, it is not. Katanji is in trouble. Yes, she is. That's that. People not hearing this. I'm about to mention. If we crazy. Then I said that. People knowing this shit about that mention. Do I sound like something wrong with me? Get your whack ass away from that. I sound like that. She ain't whack. Yes, she is goddamn whack. No, I'm not convincing. I want you people knowing this shit. I don't give a fuck about your little fucking army. Fuck you, bitch. Don't talk to her like that. I'm about to mention it. I'm crazy. That's that shit that's up. Yes, it is true. That's that I don't want people hearing this shit. I ain't even finished my goddamn words. Now that's that I don't want people knowing that shit. About like me innocent. Then I don't give a fuck about you, Aubrey Graham. I don't like you, nigga. You the one relying on me, not the other fucking way around. I don't think people go fuck yourself. Go fucking hell, bitch. Don't talk to her like that. I don't think you're hearing this shit. And your mama can too, nigga, with her ugly ass like you told me. I'm about to mention. I don't think you're hearing this shit. Yes, he did call his mama ugly. I'm about to mention. Did I give a fuck? She don't give a fuck. I call her ugly. Is it true? Yes, it is. Now, I'm about to mention. If we crazy, that's that shit that's up with it. Now, y'all go figure that shit out and leave me alone. Don't talk to them like that.
Like a John Grisham novel. A Buick in a true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Survivor's ready!
You never know what you're gonna get.
Oh, that's marvelous!
This is what I'm talking about.
I like it.
Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
as they fight to survive.
The United States still has a glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app. Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with 48 Hours Podcast.
Stop dancing. It's okay.
Your
So
life.
then I sit down and I'm talking about hearing this. I'm not commencing if I'm insensitive. That's actually that's something.
President Trump has not been shy about using executive power to advance his agenda, but there are questions about how successful Republicans might be pushing that same agenda through Congress. Joining us now on set is CBS News political reporter Hunter Woodall. Hunter, good to see you. You have been looking into their goals for the first 100 days. They seem to all be in agreement that they want to push a big immigration package first, and yet they're all over the map when it comes to how exactly they should do that.
That's right, Nancy. That's a really notable thing here because you see, Republicans see immigration reform as a winning issue.
Back
They see it
that's
as
that shit is
help them
No, that's it. That's we ain't crazy. Back Wednesday. Yes, it is. That's it. I'm back Wednesday. I don't know nobody knowing this shit. I sit there. Then when we say stuff on our mouth, is it then I sit there. Back Wednesday. I don't people knowing that shit. I sit there. Then when I say this on her mouth, just shut the fuck up, Biden. What the hell going on right here?
And so, you know, the challenge for them seems to be that if they want to do this without any Democratic involvement, Republicans always end up splitting into two camps. The far right, the conservatives who say, let's go as big as we possibly can, let's get everything we've always wanted, and leadership and more moderate types who say, hey, let's like reach for
I'm
the
insane. I sit there in her mouth. Then when I say this on her, this is it me. I'm back Wednesday. I'm retarded. Biden, that you is retarded. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm about to say, if I'm done, I don't know nobody knowing it's a matter of mentioning if okay, then that's that shit that's up good.
They don't want to be the kind of winning government that lets them down. I mean, they have a Republican Senate, they have a
So,
Republican House.
mind games cause Beyonce now to go crazy. Yes, it is. I'm saying, okay. I'm about to mention it. I'm mentioning that's that shit that's up good. Some play something a little easier. Yes, it's not a little easier. That's it. I don't want people knowing that shit. She ain't retarded. Then I said that's that shit that's up my mouth. Yes, she is goddamn retarded. It's on my fucking line. I'm about to mention it. Okay, I'm about to mention my IQ is 300. Yes, it is true. My shit is higher, bitch. I'm about to mention. I don't think people hearing this. The Kentucky was that's so I said that on her mouth, but the rest before was.
Thanks so much.
Yes, it was her. Yes, it was. Because mine is higher. So I said that. Then I'm about to mention. Then when we talk on her mouth, is it us? Don't say shit that's off her mouth. Don't say that. I don't think people hearing this. Stop being innocent. If we could, then I said that's that shit that's off her.
It's not just a donation.
It's a warm blanket.
It's a bottle of clean water.
It's a roof and a bed.
It's knowing someone cares.
It's feeling
You
safe.
can't play this goddamn game.
That's better than yesterday.
Whatever this bird sort game. Don't say that. We ain't crazy. Stop. We innocent. If we insane, so I said that on her list. Then when I say that on her mouth, is it us? That's that shit that's off the list. Then randomly off my list, somebody is bragging about they got a higher IQ because the game shows some kind of IQ on the first level. If we insane, then that's that shit that's off the list. True story.
You can also share and display your photos on Amazon devices, including the Echo Show and Fire TV. To get started, download the Amazon Photos.
No, I ain't say not one person name, but the same motherfucker who it is in their feelings. If I'm crazy, that's that shit that's off the list. How the fuck would you know? That's it. I don't want people knowing this. I'm about to mention if I'm crazy. That's that shit that's off the list. So I logged out and I'm going back into the game. Just say that. I don't think people hearing this shit. Just see if I beat level 2. Somebody's IQ is gonna be yupped off my lips as being higher. If I'm insane, I don't think people hearing this shit. I'm back to mention if I'm crazy. That's that shit that's off the list. I don't want nobody knowing that shit. If she is this crazy, what in the fuck is this goddamn back? We innocent. If we could, that's that shit that's off the mouth. So my IQ is 6. No, don't fuck with me, crazy. I'm about to mention if we crazy. That's that shit that's off my mouth. You don't want people hearing this shit. No, that's say nothing. I'm about to mention. I'm about to say if I'm retarded. I don't want these people hearing this shit. I'm about to mention if I'm dumb. Then I said that's that shit that's off of this. They are trying to make you sound like you retarded. Then I said that's that shit that's off of this. I am not trying anything playing a goddamn bird sword game. Yes, we know that's that. 917. Yes, it is true. Fuck you. I'm about to mention. Do I sound dumb? Then I said that 100. That's that shit that's off my mouth. That was my IQ level. Yes, we know that's that. Rock Quinton is in 917. So I said that. Then I'm about to mention. Do you think I'm retarded? So I said that on her list. No, I don't know who this is. Yes, we know you don't know who it is. Well, that's that shit to it. I'm about to mention. I think people hearing this. I'm about to mention. Boomerang, Aberdeen, Boomerang. That's it. So you think she retarded? Leave me alone, Cassandra Brown. No, that's it. I'm back to mention. If I'm insane, then that's that shit that's off of this. I don't want people knowing that they are like this. So I said that. Then we buy like we innocent. If we crazy. No, that's that shit is. We don't need no damn new system. Yes, we do. No, don't tell them that. I'm back to mention. If we insane, then I said that's that shit that's off of this. When you not lying, no, she knows they need a new system. I don't want the people hearing this. Back to innocent. Now no, fuck you. I'm back to mention. If we crazy. No, that's that shit that's off of mouth. So it's so high, I don't know the number. Yes, we know. That's it. I don't give a fuck. I'm about to mention. If we crazy, don't you dare say shit else. So my IQ is high as fuck. Yes, it is. On the game, bitch. I said that on it. I'm about to mention. If we crazy, don't say shit else on this woman's lip. So my IQ is high as hell. Yes, it is. No, I don't know why she keeps saying that. It ain't no real IQ. Yes, it is. That's it. I'm about to mention if I'm incense. I said that. I'm about to mention so you don't care about my IQ being higher than yours. Yes, I do not. So I said that. I'm about to mention if because yes, they said it's just a game. So I said that on her mouth. Then I'm about to mention if we crazy.
On the DNC meeting where they selected a new head of the Democratic National Committee. And, you know, I'm not breaking any news by saying that the Democrats are a bit demoralized after what happened to them in November. But it is really striking the degree to which they seem to be sort of repeating the same patterns that got them to this point.
So now my courier is dropping the food off, but they have a code. Usually you get this before, but I got it 3 minutes prior to the message that they arrive soon. If we crazy. So I said that on her mouth. Then I'm back to mention. I don't think people hearing this shit. Then I said that on her lips. Then we got if we crazy. That's that shit that's off the list. That was not me. Yes, it is. That's that.
From the Trump administration. And there isn't that much more they can do. But I think there is still a deep frustration out there among their base.
Not wearing pennies. Yes, we know. That's how they went crazy. Did I ask you if you was wearing pennies? I'm back to mention. If we crazy, that's that shit that's off the list. About mention. Do we sound like we going crazy?
As Molly points out, that they
do fishes shit in the damn aquariums? Yes, they do. That's what they went crazy. I'm back to mention. If we incense, I said that on her list. Then when I said that on her mouth, people hear this. Let people know this. I'm just holding up my phone. Yes, it is. Should I said that we ain't crazy? I'm about to mention. I'm about to say the people who are talking on her lips ain't us. I said that on her mouth. Then I'm back to mention. I'm about to if I'm done. So I said that's that shit that's off the list. So yeah, I can't get into the app. Yes, it is. I'm saying we're crazy. Yes, it is true. That's that shit to it. We're back. We answer if we crazy. So then I said that on her list. Then when I said that on her mouth, is it us? Then I asked that question on her list. I'm back. I'm about to say the people who are talking on her list ain't us. Then I said that's that shit that's off the list. No, it's not. Well, yes, it is. That's it.
Were very cognizant that they didn't need any Democratic votes, and that is just the reality. Who's the leader here that is setting the tone for Democrats?
So I don't know if this is Ketanji's strategic plan to win over Africans with we deserve reparations. Don't say that. I'm back to mention if we insane. So then I said that's that shit that's off the list. I don't want people knowing this. Back we insane. If I don't want people hearing this, I'm back to mention if I'm crazy. So I said that on her list. Then no, I'm not crazy. Then I said that's that shit that's off the list.
People are hoping can help lead the fight. Other potential presidential candidates, governors in different states.
So I got this will arrive soon 5 minutes ago. Yes, it is. She done said it ring crazy. I'm back to mention if we incense. I said that on her list. Then when I said it on her mouth, easy us. Then I sit there on her. Then when I act like I'm listening, I sit there on her mouth.
So fast. They'll schedule a press conference
Hello?
to respond to something that Trump and Elon Musk are doing, and by the time they
What
get
door
up
are
to
you
talk about
located?
it, it's over and we've moved on to something else, or a judge has blocked it and something else, some new outrage has come up.
You at which
So
door?
it's been hard for them to keep up, and of course that is part of the strategy. And there are some Democrats who hope that, you know, some
I
of what Trump
understand
is
your
doing
Grubhub. I
is
mean,
just going
yeah,
to
Grubhub,
bring
but I
too
don't
much
know
political
what you're
capital
trying to
that
say
goes
because
back
you ain't
on
said if you're at a door.
public backlash. And we do see Trump's approval rating starting to decline from the point it was at the inauguration.
Are you by
But
the
for so
apartment
many
door or are you
Democrats,
at the entrance
that kind
door?
of passivity just is not enough in the face of what they see happen. And it frustrates and demoralizes their supporters. Sophia, you wrote this week about
So I have a doorbell.
who, you know, has
I have an actual physical door you can knock on. The person calls me while they're standing outside the door. If we crazy, that's what she has something to tell. So this man seemed like he was aggressive. If I'm inside, I'll say shit that's off her mouth. Seemed like he was aggressive. If I'm inside, I said that in her mouth. Then when I said it on her lips, is it me? So then I said that in her mouth. Then when I said it on her lips, in my cut, I don't think people hearing it. Every day. Yes, it is. Don't say it ain't crazy. Every day, the same woman.
He's extremely close to JD Vance. JD Vance's first guest on Air Force Two. He was at the White House in the first week. He was an unofficial.
Bitch, come feel what I feel in my shoes. If we in, I think people hearing this. That's like shit that's off limits.
You know, before and after the inauguration, and he has really transformed his social influence.
From the same goddamn woman. If we in, I think people hearing it.
To the nerve center of the current Trump White House, which includes people like Stephen Miller, people like Taylor Woodridge, people like Sergio Gore. And these people are all in like this next generation of MAGA, the people who are running things behind the scenes. And that now also includes Charlie Kirk on the outside.
Yet another example of how if you can control the message, you've got a lot of access to power. Sophia Kai, Molly Ball, thank you both for being here. Appreciate it. Tomorrow, thousands of U.S. aid workers will be put on leave as a result of the Trump administration's efforts to slim down federal spending. Tom Hart, the CEO of Interaction, which represents about 170 non-governmental organizations, sat down with Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan to discuss his concerns.
We think this administration will want to continue those programs, but after 90 days, some of those implementers and some of those programs will be gone.
In short, it's not what they're doing, but how they're doing it.
Yes.
That's the problem.
I think it is a bit of both. We are worried that after 90 days, so much damage will have been caused to this that it will be extremely hard to restart programs on the ground. We have no problem with the review. We do have deep concerns with dismantling the system before you do the review.
Coming up next, the moves already being made by Pam Bondi to transform the Department of Justice. You're watching America Decides.
Grab the best part of tax season, a whole 5 days.
That's it. We can crazy.
File on Credit Karma, powered by TurboTax.
No, I just count my calories. Yes, and I have a strategic pattern where I'm trying to maintain less than 1,400. She's back again. I don't want to hear shit about that woman. If we enter, I think people hearing this back. We enter. If we could, that's that shit that's off of it. Stutter.
Then this is your place. Find your shows, your movies, your next obsession. Find your movie on Paramount Plus.
How do you define happiness?
Yeah, I call it happiness.
She is a beloved American
Yes, it
icon.
is. You are not Oprah Winfrey. Don't talk to him like that. What think people hearing this back? We innocent. If we could, that's that shit that's off of mouth.
Enjoyment, you need satisfaction, and you need purpose. It's up to you to be the master of your happiness. That is a really big deal.
Find out when we go person to person.
What
do you know about the happy face?
He's my father.
Every violent act is a rock dropped in water. The ripples of trauma just keep pulling everyone they touch underneath.
So good to see you, Nessie.
What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
Anyone that
That wasn't
doesn't
it. Yes, it is. You know what I'm saying?
in the submarine force has to ask themselves why they would think about it.
I forgot. I'm about like a minute. Don't say it.
Racing compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
Life is a little bit different now.
It's going to take a while to get used to. And I say it to myself that I can't make this about me.
When we put people before politics.
What would happen if it was harder for Mexican residents to come over to work in Presidio?
I think we'd be in serious trouble.
Are you okay, man?
What happens when you experience the story?
I'm shocked at how devastating this neighborhood is.
How bad is it in your house?
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
Here in Chicago.
Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every June night.
You're caught. You're going to go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
Pam Bondi has not wasted any time implementing her agenda in her first days as Attorney General. Among other things, she has ordered a review of the prosecutions against President Trump and froze funding for sanctuary cities. Department of Justice reporter Jake Rosen joins us now. Jake, great to see you. So walk us through what she's already done in her very short time at the top of DOJ, particularly when it comes to sanctuary cities and diversity initiatives.
Yeah, and just like what Trump put in an executive order on his first day in office, all across all of government, her first day, first hour, she signed basic memos, first of which eliminated DEI inside the Department of Justice, like we've seen all of the new departments heads do, but also outside the department, right? Kind of rolling back some of what the more progressive
my
liberal,
zero
prosecution ideas were for the Biden administration to go after more hate crimes or racially charged things. Environmental justice is another thing that the Biden administration really did. That a woman on fire. They
didn't run nothing.
Memo that under her administration and Donald Trump's administration, they expect there to be a death penalty sought in cases like those.
Don't say shit for a little bit.
Priorities. I want to play some sound for you from our Scott McFarland because he spoke exclusively with a current FBI agent who worked on January 6th cases and now is worried about retribution from the Trump administration, and especially at DOJ and the FBI. Let's take a listen to that.
What is it like filling out that questionnaire? Saying what you did and when you did it.
It's really demoralizing. Defeated, we all feel defeated. And really for nothing. We don't feel like anyone has our backs.
How widespread are the concerns that
I'm back a minute. Don't say shit and stuff. Beware of a police officer called Basika. Don't say it. They might put it on different bags. Don't say it.
Preserve that name of those agents who worked on the January 6th and Trump-related investigations. The attorneys repeatedly laid out through over 5 hours of hearings today how worried they are for their clients' safety, kind of in this environment that we're living in, but also were any further details, not just necessarily in this case, but once Kash Patel if and when he gets confirmed, what he might further do, they're extremely worried, especially when you have people like Elon Musk and Donald Trump who have not been afraid.
There's something going on in the hallway. Yes, I'm saying we can crack.
Information about these agents and people out online.
Right, and some of these agents were just assigned to do that work by their superiors. Jake Rosen, thank you so much. We're just days away from Super Bowl 57 in New Orleans. How the NFL is making some surprise changes ahead of the big game. You're watching America Decides. We'll be right back.
Oh, yeah.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy. Isn't that giving people false hope? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun.
That's it.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an
I like that. If you tell me, don't talk to him like that.
To moderate a conversation. That means bringing
Not even police officer. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
to become better informed.
There's no more room in our city. New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants. Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children.
They tell him, yes, I know it's goddamn a time. I'm about to mention. I'm crazy. Don't say shit that's off of it.
Cities and families are facing as they fight to survive. The United States still has a
With the camera off. No, don't say that.
Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to the Uplift. I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I'm like, oh, you're the queen. She's going to be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today. I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm going to remember that the rest of my life. Dave told us when he was going to be born, he was only going to live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift. Stream now on the free CBS News app. It's now available wherever you get your podcasts.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar too.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is
That's
fine.
how
Serena is feeling. That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old, Sally. Yeah. I'm 20.
So it's true that they have a tennis court near or by my old house. Don't say that. I'm about like a minute saying if we crazy. I said, I'm telling you the spell work they're like putting on Drake. They crazy ass women. Yes, they ain't crazy. Back when I don't think people sharing it.
He's one of the greatest war correspondents 60 Minutes has ever met. But it's his relationship with his mother that you will remember. Plus, the robots making marble masterpieces in Italy.
So I don't know what year it was when she was on Oprah. Don't say that. We ain't crazy. I'm back a minute saying if we insane. I said that on her mouth. I'm back a minute saying I don't think people hearing this.
Did you know that the movie was partly inspired by an actual murder? The true story behind the bathroom mirror.
Opens its archives. With moments you haven't heard before. Listen to 60 Minutes, a second look, wherever you get your podcasts.
It's always funny how it's
The
like
NFL is removing
non-flesh
words
of
and
them.
racism
Yes, we ain't
from the
crazy. Back
end
we
zone
ain't.
ahead
Don't
of
think
Super
people
Bowl
hearing
Sunday.
this. Back we in saying if we crazy.
Those
I'll hear
words will
her.
not be stenciled in at least one of the end zones since February of 2021. Despite some big changes in Washington recently, the commissioner of America's most popular sports league says his organization is committed to continuing diversity initiatives. Mike Silver is a national columnist at The Athletic. He has been reporting on this
They
and
ain't
joins us
black
now for
faces. Don't
more
say it.
on Sunday's big game. Mike, thank you so much for being with us. You have spoken to your sources who tell you that the NFL is going to be removing the words "end racism" from the end zones, and they're going to be stenciling in "choose love" instead. What's behind the change?
Well, Nancy, this was a very conscious decision by the league, and it can only be framed under the prism of what's going on politically. So many institutions, as you know, are either voluntarily or involuntarily moving away from DEI and other shows of anti-racism in this country. And so it coalesces with the expected attendance of the president, which is the first time a sitting president will attend the Super Bowl. They made that decision, told the people up high, this is what we're doing. And then a couple of days later, the commissioner went out and did stick up for DEI in his press conference.
Have you been able to get a sense of how that decision is sitting with the players?
She ain't even gonna correct them. Yes, it is true.
Players are far less galvanized than they were when this practice started, and that was in the wake of the George Floyd sparked protests and the civil unrest in the summer of 2020. Back then, the constituency, and especially the players within the NFL, was very, very motivated to try to affect change and make these type of statements. It was a topic of discussion in every locker room. This last season, we saw some players dancing, doing the Trump dance in celebration. So things have definitely shifted within NFL locker rooms to some degree for now.
President, every chairman is starting on their paper. Yes,
any sort of
but they already talk about how he's gonna be staying in the season and not
in the coming days, I would imagine that some of them are pretty.
The NFL in recent years has made some inroads into the diversity space, one of the most well-known DEI, which aims to increase the number of minorities and females in top positions across all 32 NFL organizations. What does the future look like for other diversity programs within the NFL now that obviously the message that they're getting from Washington is that various organizations should take a step back?
Yeah, it's a great question. I've been covering the league for 35 years, and the systemic racism involved in the hiring process, retention process, involved in second chances, and on when it comes to head coaching and general manager jobs has been rampant. And there have been times where it's gotten better, but it's still a problem. The Rooney Rule, which is long-standing, was designed to give minorities at least a chance to get into the interview process and have a chance to impress owners and, on the way to hopefully getting some of these jobs. But one bad byproduct of the Rooney Rule, which has been tweaked a few times, is that when a team really wants to hire a white coach or general manager, sham interviews sometimes seem to be a result of that. And there is some blowback toward that. But I believe the commissioner when he said on Monday that they're sticking with their commitment to DEI. It would be very, very frowned upon among players and others within the 32 organizations if he was perceived as completely kowtowing to the new political environment. But then again, we've seen a lot of corporations reverse course, and we got to keep a close eye on this in the coming months.
Right. I mean, President Trump has been harshly critical of the NFL and its players in particular in the past, especially when a lot of them were kneeling during the national anthem. Now he's going to be in attendance on Sunday. So what's the atmosphere around his anticipated presence? You've seen a lot of players being very circumspect when they're asked about him coming. They say it's an honor for any president to be attending the big game. What are you hearing about what's expected?
Well, he's obviously an incredibly polarizing figure. And when it comes to race, any political divisions in locker rooms tend to disappear when it comes to issues of bigotry and racism, because it just seems so stupid in that context. These people are joining together from different backgrounds, different places, to try to form a brotherhood and collectively do something epic and win a championship, culminating in this, massive game that hundreds of millions of people watch, and they're very sensitive to, how stupid some racist depictions are, because they live it every day and they know those stereotypes are stupid. And what happened in the wake of the George Floyd murder is that a lot of white players, such as now Detroit Lions quarterback Jared Goff, I've had many conversations with about this. Many white players started listening to her black teammates and saying, wow, I never understood your experiences were so pronounced, and really wanting to help get involved and make changes. Obviously, as you referenced, the kneeling inspired by Colin Kaepernick, those messages of protest against police brutality also galvanized the players in the years preceding that. And direct President Trump, I believe, called the kneelers SOBs, which did not go over well. I believe that was back in 2017.
Mike, before you go, I have to ask, because you are the expert, you recently interviewed Travis Kelce. What are you predicting for Sunday? Are you
Yes, we
expecting
in
a
crazy.
three-peat
Back we in saying
for
if we
the
in
Kansas
saying
City Chiefs, or you think the
back we
Eagles
saying
are
if
going
we
to
in
pull it
saying
out?
I think people hearing this.
I'm glad you asked, Nancy. It's such a tough question because the Eagles look like a comprehensively better team, but the Chiefs have an incredible head coach in Andy Reid.
That's it now. We can retire. I'm people
One of
know
the
this.
most luminous stars ever. At
That
29,
video where
going
that's it. I don't
for
think people hearing this. That's
Super
that
Bowl
shit.
championship of
Because I
unprecedented
know it's you. Yes, it is. I'm about to mention if we crash. Yeah, sit there and look. I'm about to mention. I don't think people hearing this. By the way, listen. If did I say that shit is up there?
almost wins. So for that reason, I always pick Patrick Mahomes in this context. I just figured that he and the Chiefs will find a way.
That is the correct answer. Not that I am biased, but I appreciate you, Mike, because you are the authority. I really appreciate it. Mike Silver of The Athletic. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
And that does it for today. We'll be back with another edition of the
Back
American
commencing
Decides
if I'm crazy.
tomorrow
I said
at 5 p.m. Eastern.
Then
The
when I
Daily
said it on her
Report
mouth, is
starts
it
right
me?
now.
Then I asked the question. I'm about to mess up. I'm about to say, did I go to jail? Then I asked the question on her lips. Then when I, that's what she does be upset. Yes, you did. Nah, yes, you did. No, I'm about to mention it. I'm hearing this shit. What I'm hearing, it sounds like y'all motherfuckers is not really going to jail. If we crazy. So then I said that on her lips. I'm about to mention if I'm insane. So then I said that that's what she does. Just shut up, bitch. No, I'm about to mention if. Okay, I don't think we're hearing this shit. I'm about to mention if I'm insane. So sit down, her lips. Then I'm about to mention if I'm done. Then what's hearing this? I'm about to mention if. Oh, that's that shit that's off of it.
We're getting a living, breathing example of checks and balances at work. The Senate Judiciary Committee had delayed its vote to advance the president's pick for FBI director.
So I'm gonna write this. Don't write some shit. I'm about to mention if we crazy. So sit there and her lips. I'm about to mention. I think people hearing this. Like we insane if we crazy. So then that's that shit that's off of it. I'm about to write the president again. Just don't write him shit. I'm about to mention if we crazy. That's that shit that's off of it. I'm about to write the president again. Don't say that. No, you're not. I'm about to mention, and then I said that. Then I'm about to mention if we crazy. I said that. That's that shit that's off of it. I'm about to write the president. Yes, you're not. That's it. I'm about to mention if. You don't think people hearing this? I'm about to mention if I'm crazy. Don't say that no more. I'm about to write the president. Yes, you're not about to write the president. Yes, she's not. No, I'm about to mention if because I'm think people hearing this. I'm about to mention if I'm insensitive to her list. I'm about to write the president. Yes, you are not. No. I'm about to mention. I don't think people hearing this. That's what shit is off of this. You are dumb as fuck, Beyonce. I'm about to write the president. Yes, you are not about to write the president. That's what shit is off of this. I'm about to write Trump. Yes, you're not about to write Trump. No, I'm about to mention if you crazy. I'm about to mention. I don't think people hearing this. I'm about to mention if I'm crazy. Then I said that. Then I'm about to mention if I don't think people knowing this shit. I'm about to mention if I'm done. So then I said that. I'm about to mention if. So I said that way. I'm about to mention. That's what shit is off of this. I'm about to write the president. Yes, you're not about to write the president. Don't say that no more.
From releasing information on thousands of FBI agents
I read him. Yes, you did not write him. No, don't say shit that's off of it. I'm about to mention if we crazy. I said that. That's what shit that's off of it.
Another roadblock with a second federal judge in 2 days.
I'm about to write the president. Twice. Yes, you not. I'm about to say that. I'm about to mention if we crazy. Then I said that. That's what shit that's off of it.
CBS News, the administration is looking at sending daily.
I'm writing the president. Yes, you're not. That's it. I'm about to innocent. I'm about to say the people who are talking to her list ain't us. Then I said that in her mouth.
A group of 4 unions that represent more than 800,000 federal employees sued the agency over this buyout, arguing it violates federal law. Where does the judge's decision leave things for those who have yet to decide and for those who have already taken it?
Well, for those who get to decide, the White House now says you've got more time. You've got essentially until Monday now to decide whether or not you'd like to take what they're calling a deferred resignation plan, which would allow federal employees to serve out their
Leave
time
me alone.
through the
I'm gonna
end
say
of
that
fiscal
being
year
crazy.
beginning
I'm about to
September, but
mention.
not to show
I'm about to
up
say the
in
people who are
meantime.
talking to her mouth
If you
ain't
want,
us.
they
Then
can
I said to her
some
mouth.
other line
I'm about to
item.
mention
But
if we crazy. So then I said
Boston-based
that.
federal
Then
district court
I'm about
judge
to
today
mention
saying
if we
he'd
crazy.
like to
So then
review
I
the
said
matter
that.
at 2 p.m. on
Then
Monday.
I'm about to
And
mention
we'll
if
then
we
on
incest.
whether
I
or
said
not
that.
the
That's what she
legality of this needs to be questioned further in court. It's a good example today, Lindsay, of sort of checks and balances starting to kick in on some of the things that the president is trying to do. Obviously, there's been a lot of concern about the legality and the budget authority of this buyout. The Trump administration and the DOGE program, the Office of Personnel Management, insisted repeatedly to federal employees in recent emails, you can take this, we'll be there to back it up, we will pay you out when it's time. They're skeptical of it, the unions especially that sued today, and successfully, at least for now, delayed its implementation.
And forgive me for going back to the beginning, but and let me know if I'm oversimplifying things. The whole idea behind this proposed buyout is come back to work full-time in office 5 days a week, or take this buyout, or if not, risk getting let go.
They're gaming or predicting
Bullshit.
that there are
That's how they
hundreds
do
of
it.
thousands of
I'm not
federal employees.
mentioning
By
if
the
we
way,
incest.
most
I
of them
said
work
that I heard
well
it.
outside
Then
Washington,
when I said
D.C.
that, that's actually that's
that
something.
are not willing to come back to the office. Now, there is a huge percentage of them are larger than most metropolitan areas here in the Washington area, no doubt. And they're being summoned back to the offices and they're adjusting accordingly. But there are federal employees all over the country: Richmond, Columbus, Charlotte, Miami, Tampa, Houston, Seattle, Portland, wherever. And there's offers for them too. And they're trying to get enough of them to take this or to just attrit out of the system in the coming years so that Musk and his DOGE team
That's
can
it. I
reduce
mean,
the
crazy.
federal
Back we
real
incest.
estate
If we
footprint
incest, that's
and
it.
force
Then I
them
heard
to
it.
work in
Then about that
smaller,
makes sense.
more
People
confined
hearing this. That's
offices
actually that's
with
something.
less space, and hoping that maybe by doing that, it forces other people out. All of it designed to reduce the size and scope of the federal government. They believe they can squeeze federal employees out by making
Where
life
are you
miserable for
at?
them,
Don't say that we
so
incest.
making
I'm about
it
to mention
harder for
if
them
we
to do their
incest. I said
jobs.
then I heard this.
We'll
Then
see if it works.
I'm about to
So
mention.
far,
Don't say
we
nothing
have
else. Let's shut the fuck up right
roughly
now.
40,000 is what we know. We're expecting an update on the number later tonight and again potentially over the weekend.
Let's talk about another one of the top lines we just mentioned. Where do things stand on the birthright citizenship order now that it's been blocked twice?
So now, it's a Maryland district court judge and a Seattle-based district court judge today saying that it's unconstitutional, that if the president wants to undo this, he's got to change the Constitution. That will obviously be challenged by the Trump administration. This is a legal fight that they invited, that the president has been relishing and calling for, as have his conservative allies, who believe that by removing birthright citizenship eventually from the Constitution, it reduces or takes away the magnet
That's
they
it.
believe
That's
has drawn
it.
so many undocumented
About mention.
immigrants
I'm just people hearing this. I'm about to mention if we crazy. Leave me
to establish some kind of an
the
anchor
hell
for
alone.
them
That's it.
and their
Just leave
families.
it alone.
But again, judge today.
I'm about to say the people who are just fuck the fuck up. We ain't crazy. Back Wednesday. You a goddamn lie. Yes, it is. That's it. We ain't crazy. I'm back mention if
A federal judge on Thursday temporarily
then
blocked
when I
the
that's what
DOJ
shit
from
you
releasing
see
a
my
list of
word.
FBI
Yes, it is.
agents
That's
to
it.
help
We ain't crazy.
investigate
I'm back
January
mention
6th.
if we
The
incest.
issue is
That's
on
what shit is.
hold pending a
Shut up.
hearing Friday. As we reported this week, FBI agents were instructed to fill out a questionnaire detailing their
must be the
involvement
man.
in the
Yes,
January
not.
6th probe.
No, that's it. I'm
That
about to
raised
mention. No.
concerns those agents
Yes,
could be singled
yeah,
out,
that's what I said.
punished,
That's
or
what shit is
fired
something.
for
I'm
their
about to
role in the
mention.
investigation.
No, it is
CBC
not
Justice
me. And then I said that. I'm about to mention. I'm
Scott Farrell
hearing this.
found
I'm about to
FBI
mention.
agent who
No, that's what
investigated
shit is
these
something.
cases
Just shut up.
and was
No, I
screened
said that.
anonymous.
What was it like filling out that questionnaire? Saying what you did and when you
It
did
worked. Yes, it is.
it.
That's how it okay. I'm about to mention if we crazy. So then I sit there. I'm about to mention. I'm just hearing this. I'm about to mention if that's how shit is something. What the fuck wrong with you?
You don't feel like anyone has your back.
Scott McFarland joins us now. How are
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
employees
Honestly, it's feeling great.
responding to the
Back
changes
when
at the
people hearing this
agency
shit.
and this
No, that's ain't nothing about. About like Winston. I'm about to say the people who are talking to her, this ain't us. Then I said, that's how shit
is
is something.
spreading perhaps most quickly, Lindsay. There's concern that these agents, who otherwise
I'm
handle
sorry.
the
Yes,
service
you
for
ain't sorry.
terrorists, child
Sorry.
predators,
Yes.
violent
What the fuck
gangs,
does that mean?
are being blackballed because they were part
I do do
under
no
orders of the
Yes, you did not. No, that's what I mean. Okay, I'm about to mention. It means you do do on yourself.
some form
Yeah, I said that.
of a search for
That's what I mean. Okay, I'm about to mention.
on their shoulders.
Then why is
These
it that
were cases that were launched
Darius
under the
is not
first Trump
Darius?
administration
Darius.
in
That's what I
January
mean.
of
I'm about to mention.
2021.
If we
Went on
incest.
for 4 years, secured
Then when I said it
1,500
in her
plus
mouth,
arrests,
is it us?
about
Leave me
1,000
the fuck alone.
guilty
I'm not
pleas,
about
a trial
anymore
conviction
about
rate
that. Yes, we know that's
before
what I
juries
mean. Okay,
of
I'm about to mention.
100%
So what is y'all
convictions.
shit? Y'all got a lot of it. If I'm just people hearing this back, we innocent. If we crash, that's it. That's what she is.
In
disseminated earlier this
Yeah,
week
you know
by
you're
the
supposed to be
acting
right there.
Deputy
Don't talk
Attorney
to him
General
like
of the
that.
United States
Come
to
on,
the
Squeak.
FBI.
Don't talk to him
It was a
like that.
message
Fuck
sent
we
to
innocent.
nobody who was following
Come on,
rules or
Squeak. Don't talk to him like that. Fuck we innocent. Don't say that.
face disciplinary issues. But I can tell you, Lindsay,
Break, Squeak.
the
No, don't
agents
say that. He ain't gonna break that. Fuck we innocent.
suing in federal court to keep that list under wraps.
That's what I'm saying.
The
I'm
agents
about
who we
innocent
spoke today
if we crazy.
do
Don't
not
say shit.
believe. do not
I'm about
have
innocent
confidence
if we
in that
innocent. Just say
I
nothing.
understand the DOJ just has their employee ID numbers, but I can't
Yes,
imagine
he is
that's
a
much
pussy.
solace for these.
That's it. I'm about
employees and
innocent
stuff.
if we crazy. Nah, I will break. Goddamn, about innocent.
Demoralizing to fill out this
Didn't break. Don't talk to him like that. We ain't crazy. That's that shit. That's
Consider leaving the agency or some other option instead of following these orders.
Oh yeah, old man. That's it. He ain't no damn old man. Yes, it is a little old man. That's it. We don't
task
crazy.
forces nationwide if people decide to leave.
About
or
innocent
fire.
if
These
we
are
crazy.
task forces
That's
to
that
keep
shit.
American communities safe. And a
I
reminder
thought
of
I
what
told
January
you.
said.
Don't talk to her like that.
Those
No.
investigations
I
are
told her
not
don't say
just
shit. That's how
Washington,
it
D.C.
is. Then, nah, I'm over for it. I don't want people hearing this shit. Don't say nothing to her. You better act like you innocent. You better say the people who are talking to her mouth ain't us.
So this is a nationwide concern. Also, there's going to be a concern about recruitment. Are
Go
people gonna be
away
as
and
inclined
go
to
to
join
your
the
fucking
FBI
brain. Don't
this
talk to her
morning?
like that. I'm about to
And
mention.
everything feels so
How the hell
prejudice.
did she write a book? I'm about to mention if we crazy. That's that shit that's off of it. Why we can't get money that way? Don't say that we buy like we innocent if we crazy. Then I said I don't say hearing that shit.
Couple things
I
come
am
down.
home. Yes, we know you home. Y'all need to take your ass back home. Don't talk to them like that. We back we innocent if we crazy. That's that shit that's off of it. They the Martians. That's it. I don't want you people hearing that shit.
Fear in our interviewees' eyes.
They don't want to tell
Over
nobody.
this.
Yes,
And
we ain't.
those
I'm
that
just
go
saying.
over
I
right
saw
now,
them.
but also
And when they
part of
space
the back
crash
and forth
landed.
we had
That's
was
it. We ain't crazy. They ain't no
we're
damn
concerned
Martians.
because of
Fuck,
this
we
internal
innocent.
investigation.
I'm about to say the people who are talking about this ain't us. Then
Let's
that's that shit
take
that's off of it.
future cases of a certain sort. If they're worried it may rub the president or political leaders the wrong way.
Not
the
mention if
interviewee
we
said,
crazy.
yes, that's a
Fuck
definite
you.
concern.
Don't talk to
Very
him like that.
true, chilling effect.
No, I'm talking to off the ground. Because he's the one thinking I'm about to have his piece of meat. Now, she wants some of my meat. Says no, I do not. No, don't talk to him like that. You do want some of that damn meat. Not mention if we could. That's that shit to her.
To take over and
Yes,
rebuild
it
Gaza.
is.
The ceasefire
No, I don't
agreement
know.
between
Yes,
Israel and Hamas is
yes, you do
ongoing.
not.
So far, Hamas
That's that
has
shit
released
to her.
18
Yes, you
hostages
do.
in
I'm about to
exchange
mention.
for
Yes,
hundreds of
I'm about
Palestinian
to.
prisoners.
Do you want some meat? Tell them to ask that question. No, I just ate some chicken. Yes, we know. Just say that. I'm about to mention if we crazy. That's that shit to her. I'm about to mention. Do you want some meat? Tell them to ask that question. Don't ask that shit. Do you? I want some meat. Then I did want some meat. No, that's that. We ain't crazy. I'm about to mention. If we crazy, that's that shit that's up. Do you want some meat? Yes, you just not. Do you want some meat, nigga? I'm about to mention. That's that shit that's up. That's why he keep doing this, because he wants some meat. Yes, I don't want no meat. I'm about to mention. Do I want meat? Then I ask. That's that shit that's up. The fuck is going on around here? He wants some damn meat. I'm about to mention. If we, that's that shit that's up.
Yeah.
I'm about to mention. Do I want some meat? Then I ask.
For 15, 16
I don't
months.
know who this is.
I think it
I'm about to
was,
mention. Do we sound? That's that shit that's off the list. This is insanity, goddamn. What the hell going on around here?
He did do everything that it takes within your body and soul to keep going. He said that he told us.
Something wrong with these human beings. Don't say that. We ain't crazy. Back me insane. Do we sound crazy? That's that shit that's off the list. Yes, it is. I'm not saying
And thinking about things that he wanted
bullshit.
to do when he'd be back home.
You are over here wasting this goddamn money like it's just random money, and your little black ass is gonna come across $5. Yes, you do be winning this sometimes, but right now you ain't winning shit. Back we insane. If we crazy. Then I said that on her. That's that shit that's off the mouth.
To keep us home, but we know what it is to wait for the list, and who's going to be on the list, and will the hostages really on Saturday be on their way back? I couldn't believe
Yeah,
that he
you gotta do
was
when
on
ain't
his
got a
way
job.
back.
That's what I mean, crazy. I'm about to mention. That's that shit that's off the list. I'm about to mention. If we insane.
We don't let our guard down.
Just so they can laugh.
It's
No, we
indeed
want
a
to talk off your
fragile
mouth and act like we
situation. An
innocent.
Israeli
Do we sound
expert
crazy?
says
Then I
the
said, that's that shit that's off the
plan
mouth.
to resettle Gazans outside the strip is a negotiation tactic.
There you go. Why I cannot get a job right now? That's what we can crack. I'm about to mention. If we insane. I said, that's that shit that's off the list.
Back to you.
Chris will say thank you.
Before, I didn't know what it was. I was 18, 19 years old,
And
and
will allow U.S. warships
20
in the country's
time
canal
frame.
for free. President Hussein
yes, we know. That's what
Rouhani
we can
says
crazy.
the
I'm about to
Secretary of
mention.
Defense
If
had
we
said
insane. I'm
we
just
can't
hearing it.
ships from
We about to be insane. If we crazy, then that's that shit that's off the list.
Otherwise is wrong.
About how we insane. This
Secretary
bitch
of
going
State
crazy.
responded
Goddamn, about
this
we
way.
insane. Then I said that emergency. That's that shit is up for fucking mouth.
Canal becomes under attack. That treaty obligation would have to be enforced by the armed forces of the United States.
What's my last one? Yes, it is not. Well, don't say nothing to it. I'm not mentioning if we create testing. That's that shit is up for
to protect.
Rubio met with Rubio in Panama over the weekend as President Trump makes a push for the U.S. to retake control of the canal. Central American country's leader says he's speaking with Trump Friday. A second bird flu strain has been detected in dairy cattle. We talked to a doctor about what we know and whether there should be cause for concern. And the nation's report card reveals many students aren't making the grade when it comes to reading skills, why kids are performing at a below basic level. You're watching the Daily Report.
Damn, who's kids? Don't say that. We ain't crazy. I'm about to mention. Do we sound insane? Then I asked that question on her list. That's that shit is up.
I was still masking my depression symptoms.
My doctor said it could be because my antidepressant alone wasn't enough, so she recommended an add-on treatment. She recommended adding Rexulti.
When taken with an antidepressant, Rexulti was proven to significantly reduce depression.
I mean, not once. Yes, it is. She done said we ain't crazy. Back then.
Rexulti could provide a boost. Elderly people with dementia-related psychosis have increased risk of death or stroke. Antidepressants may increase suicidal thoughts and actions and worsen depression in children and young adults. Call your healthcare provider right away to report new or sudden changes in mood, behavior, thoughts.
No, I'm not worse than you. Don't talk to me like that. Fuck when.
Report fever, stiff muscles.
Oh, but don't say that. I don't think you were hearing this. I'm about to mention if we curse. That's that shit is up with.
Weight gain, increased cholesterol, unusual urges, dizziness on standing.
Boomerang. Just say that. I'm about to mention if we curse. That's that shit is up with.
Be right for you. Ask your doctor about adding Rexulti.
Get ready for
Oh,
the big game with
snap.
Spectrum. Welcome more excitement into your home as you enjoy the best TV streaming experience. Spectrum brings your entire family together with the fastest, most reliable internet so everyone can enjoy all the sports and entertainment they love. Cheer on all your favorite players on football's biggest night. With the touch of a button, Spectrum puts you at the center of it all so you never miss a play. Get in the game and save with Spectrum Internet Premier for only $30 per month when bundled plus a 3-year price guarantee. Call 1-877-959-1741.
Toss out the mess. Toss in the power sheet. Toss out pricey. Now toss like a boss. Arm & Hammer Power Sheets clean 3 times more small loads than premium towel detergent at the same price.
I was scared when I was told age-related macular degeneration.
Leave my brother the fuck alone. Don't talk to her like that. We ain't crazy.
Preservision was easy.
Preservision has the exact clinically proven ARES2 formula recommended by the NDI.
I beg to fair. Yes, it is. Shannon said it.
This is the moment the magic happens. Celebrate Valentine's Day with Ferrero Rocher. Smooth chocolate and crunchy hazelnut wrapped in gold. Happy Valentine's Day from Ferrero Rocher.
Lancôme, new Genifique Ultimate Serum, our revolution in skin recovery science. Powered by beta-glucan, known to accelerate surface cell renewal. Reverse visible signs of skin damage in just 1 week. New Genifique Ultimate Serum, Lancôme.
Somebody wants the bag. How do you get it?
It's a name with synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
While on Capitol Hill Thursday, the chair of the National Transportation Safety Board gave a brief update on the investigation into last week's deadly mid-air collision near Washington. Jennifer Homendy says based on preliminary reports, she believes the pilots of the Black Hawk helicopter were wearing night vision goggles at the time of the crash. She also spoke about the status of the agency's investigation.
Since we just pulled up the helicopter, it's going to take us time to determine what's there. It's going to take several days, maybe weeks.
CBS News senior transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleave has the latest from Washington.
The focus for salvage crews for the remainder of the week will be getting the rest of the wreckage out of the Potomac River. That includes the Black Hawk helicopter and a portion of the plane's wing, as well as any other large pieces of debris, wreckage that may have come down away from the primary spot where they've already pulled airplane pieces out of the water. They expect that to wrap up the principal work by the end of the week. You may see workers out on the water looking for additional pieces into next week. The National Transportation Safety Board, as those pieces of wreckage come ashore, will begin poring over them. We know the Safety Board has said they need access to the Black Hawk helicopter to better understand some of the data that came out of the Black Hawk. Once the helicopter is out of the water and in a hangar, they'll be able to start that work. We also understand the NTSB and the FAA briefed Congress today. It's not a surprise that legislators would want an update as to what we know about this mid-air collision and probably the crash in Philadelphia as well. And what safety concerns or lessons may have already been learned about traffic around Washington's Reagan National Airport. CBS News has learned that the FAA waived closing one of the runways at DCA last year after a couple of close calls last summer. Ultimately, the decision was made not to do that. But you're going to hear more talk now about how much congestion really is at that airport and how much traffic can that airport and controllers safely handle. If changes need to be made, you may see fewer flights be allowed to take off and depart from Washington's Reagan National Airport. All of this will be part of a larger investigation, the NTSB probe, likely to take about a year. Back to you.
Chris Begley, thank you. A deadly strain of bird flu has been detected in dairy cows.
Oh, that's okay.
Scientists are calling it D1.1. At least 4 cattle herds in Nevada have tested positive. Health officials say this form of the virus has recently become the predominant strain of bird flu in wild birds and poultry across North America. It's the same strain that killed a Louisiana woman last year. This is now the second time a strain of the virus was transferred from birds to cattle. The CDC says the health risk to the public remains low, and there's no evidence of human-to-human spread. Dr. Jacob Glanville joins us now. He's the CEO of Centevax, a San Francisco-based biotech firm. Thank you so much for being here. Doctor, this strain was never before seen in cows nowadays. What does that say to you about the virus?
Yeah, so this is concerning at a couple levels. The reason that H5N1 has always been at the top of the pandemic risk list is that over the last 20 years, we've seen about 1,000 cases of H5N1 that goes from birds or other animals into people. And when that happens, about half of them die, which those are Ebola numbers, so they're very concerning. Now, this outbreak, we've had about 70 people infected, and for most of them so far, it's been mild, but we don't know how many mutations it's going to take to make it more virulent and to enable human-to-human transmission. So getting back to your question, the issue with cows is that we now have 2 different types of strains evolving in the cows, which means that their genetic information could shuffle and could accelerate the creation of new mutations that could make it easier for the virus to transmit human to human.
Shit. No, that's it. Okay.
For it to mutate back to its old ways of being highly lethal.
Well, shit. That's it. In a moment, but between cow outbreaks and outbreaks among chickens, do you feel like this news will further impact the food supply? What does it mean for our food supply?
Yeah, sure. So we have everyone's experienced the problem with just getting access to eggs, and California has declared a state of emergency based on massive infection in our cattle. It will likely continue to affect our food supply because our current method is culling. It would be nice to be able to vaccinate those herds, but the alternative is you have to kill all the animals. The other risk here is that when you have lots of chickens around people and then lots of cows or mammals around people, it just makes it easier than ever for the virus to jump towards humans. So there's a food access problem, but there's also a public safety problem.
So you mentioned that we still don't know how many mutations this will need to undergo before it becomes more virulent and could pass more easily to humans. I mean, experts keep saying that the risk to public health remains low. Do you share that sentiment? At what point would you change your mind?
Well, I think that sentiment's evolving. I think until we see it transmit human to human, then we get very worried. But it's not 0 to 60. Right now, we know that this is now circulating in cows, and it's not just going away, and there's new strains coming in. And that's dangerous because you have a mammal that lots of people are hanging out around, which now can transfer over new mutant strains to humans. So I think we're in a moderate risk scenario. I still think until we see it get more virulent and until you see human-to-human transmission, it's something to monitor but not to panic about. But I also think it's critical at this point that we invest resources in preparative vaccines and countermeasures in the event that we do see human-to-human transmission take place. This is the work that my company does on broad-spectrum vaccines. The U.S. government recently spent $590 million on a strain-specific vaccine to be developed. And I think it's time to do that now because the virus is so close to the human population and we're seeing spillover take place.
Interesting point. All right, Dr. Jacob Randall, thank you.
Thank you.
California's Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom said his meeting with President Trump over wildfire aid was, quote, very productive. Newsom said he pushed the president in the Oval Office for federal assistance as the Los Angeles area begins recovering from the fires, which killed 29 people and burned tens of thousands of acres. This is from the president's visit to California last month. Now, the president has publicly criticized the governor and other Democratic officials over their response. Newsom also met with members of Congress on Capitol Hill Wednesday. Trump and some Republican lawmakers have
Bullshit. That's what I mean, crazy. Back mention if we incense, I said that on her mouth. Then when I say that on this, is it us? I said that that's what she said.
Could see up to 5 inches of snow this weekend. In Pennsylvania, drivers are being warned about wind and freezing rain. In Washington, heavy snow from the afternoon is tapering off as systems move east. CBS News Texas meteorologist McKenna King has more on conditions around the country.
That wasn't me. Yes, it is.
That's it. McKenna King,
that's
the
you.
last in a series of
Back mention if we could. That's what she said. That wasn't me. Yes, it is. Sure.
That moves on shore today, brings additional heavy rainfall to portions of Northern California.
That wasn't me. Yes, it is. Back mention if we could. That's what she said. I'm about to mention if we instant. I think people hearing this. I'm about to mention if I'm instant. That's what she said. That wasn't me. Yes, it is. That's it.
Now as we push a little farther to the east, parts of the Tennessee River Valley, parts of Kentucky dealing with a severe weather threat. That lasts through this evening. That is for a surface cold front that is moving right through that area. Meanwhile, the winter storm that impacted the Ohio River Valley has now pushed into the northeast, and that will exit off of the coast as we head into early Friday morning. Leaves behind some winter alerts and a little bit of lake effect snow. That's as we head into early Friday and the start of the weekend. There's those winter alerts I mentioned, winter storm watches, winter storm advisories that you'll notice up into the northeast. As far as temperatures go, down south, we've been talking about just how warm it is, and that warmth sticks around for the southern portion of the country, parts of North Texas into the 80s today, 69 for Albuquerque. Notice this stretches on tomorrow, 70s for North Texas, and into Albuquerque, Los Angeles at 62. Carries us into Saturday, where Dallas hits the middle 80s, low 70s for Albuquerque, near 80 for New Orleans. Back to you. McKenna King, thank you. Senate Democrats delay a confirmation bill for one of President Trump's cabinet picks for now, while they push things back for Kash Patel and when we can now expect a vote on his nomination for FBI director. You're watching The Daily Report.
What will you do when the power goes out?
Finally.
This can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
Number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
How do you define happiness?
Yeah, I call it happiness.
She is a beloved American icon and head of a media empire. But is Oprah Winfrey happy?
None of us can be happy all the time. You need enjoyment, you need satisfaction, and you need purpose. It's up to you to be the master of your happiness. That is a really big deal.
Find out when we go person to person.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
CBS Mornings is the best way to start your day.
Clearly.
Give us some love, baby. Yes. Oh, no.
It's really fun.
Smart. We've got tips to save on clothes, tech, and more. Clearly uplifting.
I'm getting goosebumps right now.
Oh, my heart is soaring. It's a bright, bright, bright way to start your day. Clearly, CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7 on CBS.
Hey there, welcome to the upper. I thought she was a groom. When I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen.
She's going to be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you could visit out with me today. I look over at him and he's smiling. I'm going to remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was going to be born, he was only going to live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift. Stream now on the free CBS News app.
What do you know about the happy face killer?
He's my father. Every violent act is a rock dropped in water. The ripples of trauma just keep pulling everyone we touch underneath.
So good to see.
Big win. That's what I mean, crazy. Back, man. That's what she does.
Inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope.
That's what I mean, crazy.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to the Daily Report. I'm Lindsay Reiser. Here are some additions to our top stories. Swedish police say the gunman who opened fire at an adult education center earlier this week may have been a student at the school. 10 people were killed in a shooting in Örebro, which is located about 125 miles west of the capital, Stockholm. The gunman is dead. Officials said there was, quote, a lot to indicate the gunman had shot himself, saying he was already dead when police reached him. Swedish officials call the incident the worst mass shooting in the country's history. A U.S. service member and 3 defense contractors were killed in a small plane crash in the Philippines. U.S. officials say the crew was on a mission meant to provide intelligence and reconnaissance support. The victims have not been identified yet, and the cause for the crash is unknown. Hawaii's Supreme Court heard arguments Thursday involving a $4 billion settlement for wildfire victims. 7 defendants blamed for causing the deadly fire, including the state of Hawaii, Maui County, and Hawaiian Electric, have agreed to pay out. But there's a holdup because insurance companies also want to take separate legal action to recover damages. 100 people were killed in the 2023 Maui fire. Officials estimate the flames caused $5.5 billion in damage. Senators on the Judiciary Committee were set to vote on advancing Kash Patel's nomination to lead the FBI Thursday, but that's now been delayed. Democrats used the panel's rules to push the vote back a week. The committee's ranking member, Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois, explained why he's questioning whether Patel is right for the position.
We have an individual, Kash Patel, who has published a book which in detail describes his view of politics in America. It is a book that is filled with grievances, filled with conspiracy theories, and filled with information on how he sided with the January 6 rioters.
Let's bring in CBS News congressional reporter Torian Small. Torian, does this delay have any impact on whether Patel is ultimately confirmed? And are you seeing a change in how Democrats are approaching President Trump's nominees?
Well, Lindsay, I'll start by saying I haven't seen any significant reservations from Republicans. It appears Patel has the full support of the Republican conference, meaning if 4 don't defect, he's likely to eventually get to a floor vote and ultimately be confirmed. What I'm seeing Democrats, though, is shift their strategy. So Grassley did invoke the minority party's right to prolong this, so he's pushing it off until next Thursday for a potential committee vote. But during that time, Democrats are saying that they're looking to introduce not just their Republican colleagues, where they're unlikely to sway their minds on Patel, but America at large to who Patel is. I talked to Senator Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut, and he told me that Democrats have demands. They want to get more on his testimony to the grand jury in the Trump classified documents case. They also want to see the second volume of Jack Smith's report on that case as well. And then ultimately, they're looking for a second hearing from Patel. They want to revisit some of his questions. As we talked that out, he told me that it's unlikely Grassley will ultimately get paid for those demands.
Also on Capitol Hill, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met with lawmakers in the wake of President Trump's proposal to take over Gaza. How seriously are Netanyahu and congressional leadership taking this plan?
Well, a lot of lawmakers were interested to see where things stand on that ceasefire. Dr. Blumenthal was in, and he was a part of that meeting with senators with Netanyahu. He said that the majority of the conversations need to be driven around an extension of a ceasefire deal. He said that he did not at any point indicate whether or not there would be entertaining President Trump's idea of the U.S. occupying Gaza. I asked him if he asked for funding for a redevelopment project there. He said that there's no expectation that the U.S. would be financing redevelopment in that area. So he said it appears, at least based on conversation that he and Democrats are having with the Israeli Prime Minister, that there's no plans to have the U.S. move forward with actually occupying Gaza.
Torian Small, thank you. China filed a complaint with the World Trade Organization, or WTO, against the United States Wednesday, arguing that the 10% tariff on all Chinese imports imposed by President Trump violated international trade law. The WTO is an international body that creates global trading regulations and settles disputes between nations to prevent escalations like tariffs or an all-out trade war. All 166 members in the organization agree to follow those rules, and they're held liable by the WTO if they are found to not be. The WTO has a 3-step process to solve any trade dispute. It starts with consultation, which works like arbitration. If that fails, a panel begins investigating the country's claims that another nation is engaged in illegal trading practices. If a nation is found to have violated the law, the panel can order the end of any disputed trade policy and issue penalties, such as allowing the complaining country to impose retaliatory tariffs. Either nation in the dispute can also appeal the ruling, but if it's upheld, the ruling is binding. But this system has been in limbo for almost a decade now. In 2017, the Trump administration began blocking the appointment of new judges to the WTO's appeals court to replace retiring ones because he felt the organization went unfairly light on China and has too much authority. The court normally has 7 judges. By December 2019, it had lost nearly all of them. The WTO requires there to be 3 judges to hear an appeal. Without that, the case stalls. So this means that the WTO panel can still issue its recommendations, but those can't go into effect if another nation appeals. So in China's case, it can't ask for a WTO investigation into the U.S.'s new 10% tariff on Chinese imports, but then the panel's findings or penalties can be enforced if the U.S. appeals it. President Trump has frequently complained about the WTO in the past and called it, quote, the single worst trade deal ever made. New federal data shows that reading scores among American children and preteens have hit record lows. The 2024 National Assessment of Educational Process, known as the nation's report card, found that 33% of 8th graders have below basic reading skills. It's the highest percentage in the test's 32-year history. And that number rises to 40% among 4th graders, marking the most in 20 years for that age group. Laura Meckler joins us now. She's a national educational writer for the Washington Post. So is this drop largely due to lost classroom time during the pandemic? Are there other factors?
Well, it's hard to blame it completely on the pandemic at this point. It certainly does trace to the pandemic. That's when we really saw scores drop. But what we're also measuring is that there was a big drop since 2022. So by 2022, school was more or less back to normal. And yet there was still a drop in most ways that this was measured between 2022 and 2024. So that's what's really troubling folks. They had hoped that we would start to see some recovery.
Does a student's race, class, or location in the country play a factor? I mean, the report noted Louisiana's 4th graders were a rare exception of very high reading scores.
Yes, Louisiana was a bright spot, but one of the only bright spots, frankly, in reading. In math, it was a little more mixed. The math scores were better. There was some improvement in 4th grade, and in 8th grade, it was fairly steady. So there were some states that did see increases, others that saw decreases, so a little bit more of a mix of math. But in reading, it was pretty grim all over.
President Trump has said he would like to eliminate the Department of Education. So how could that impact its ongoing decline in reading skills?
Well, I think the first way we should think about impact is the other way around. You see proponents of closing the department using these NAEP scores as an argument. They're saying, here, this shows that the Department of Education isn't effective, because otherwise, why would we have such bad scores? Which, I think in reality, it's a lot more complicated than that. How would closing the department, if it closes, affect teaching and learning in this country? It would really depend on what replaced it. If you moved all of the functions of the Department of Education to other parts of the government and kept them funded at the same levels, maybe it wouldn't have an impact. On the other hand, there are proposals to keep the Department of Education. Maybe it stays, but yet you drastically cut federal spending. And if that were the case, it could have a real impact, especially on schools that really depend on federal funding as a supplement, such as high poverty schools.
Are there any obvious steps that the government, schools, individual families should be taking to drive up reading scores?
You know, one of the things that is linked to these low scores that we haven't talked about is chronic absenteeism. When kids aren't in school, it's hard to learn. It sort of is a truism that you might think, but there is a connection between absenteeism, which has gone way up since the pandemic. It's come down a bit, but it's still much higher than it was pre-pandemic. And when we see those high chronic absentee rates, we also see lower scores. So send your kids to school. That would be the first advice. Keep them off screens, have them pick up a book. Too often kids, the experts say, are just spending their time, looking at video games and screens, and they're not reading for pleasure as much as they used to. And the more you read, the better you are at it.
Fascinating takes, Laura Meckler. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
A powerful asteroid could be headed for Earth in a few years. Don't panic. Not yet. What scientists are saying about the odds of impact. You're watching the Daily Report.
Grab the best part of tax season, a whole 5 days soon, guaranteed. File on Credit Karma, powered by TurboTax, and get the hard-earned money you've been waiting for ASAP. Start filing today on Credit Karma.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy. Isn't that giving people false hope? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
Roll out. From breaking the rules, I don't answer to email, to breaking new ground. Welcome to the oil business. When you need a break, Paramount Plus has the perfect escape. It's time to show up. And with a Paramount Plus subscription included with a Walmart Plus membership, you can get all this without breaking the bank. That's what I was going for. Awesome! A Paramount Plus subscription is included with a Walmart Plus membership. Survivor's ready! Yeah! You never know what you're gonna get. Oh, that's marvelous!
This is what I'm talking about. I like it. This is brilliant.
Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Go to the ends of the earth or hit the heights
The great adventure together.
and reach for the stars.
Starter. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking, that's undeniable mindfulness, innovative, magical,
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting. How'd you do your research?
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
I'm not asking that we ignore disability, rather that we do not ignore ability.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
Oscar-winning actors Tilda Swinton and Adrian Brody. Plus, can you believe heat and calm? And close up on the rising sun.
former Japanese language interpreter for Dodgers star Shohei Ohtani was sentenced Thursday to 57 months in prison, which is what prosecutors asked for. That's for stealing nearly $17 million from the player to pay off gambling debts. The judge also ordered Ipe Mizuhara to serve 3 years of supervised release and pay nearly $17 million in restitution to Ohtani and more than $1 million to the IRS. He pleaded guilty last year to bank fraud. Scientists are closely watching a recently discovered asteroid that is being called a potential city killer. The asteroid, known as 2024 YR4, was first spotted December 27th by the El Salce Observatory in Chile. NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory calculates there is a 1.6% chance it will hit Earth on December 22nd, 2032. Astronomers say based on its brightness, the asteroid is between 130 and 300 feet wide. So we have a handy graphic on your screen to compare. So the asteroid that struck Earth 66 million years ago and wiped out the dinosaurs, well, that one was just over 6 miles wide. For more, let's bring in CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood. Bill, good to see you. This asteroid is now rated a 3 out of 10 on the Torino Impact Hazard Scale. So what does that mean? Is this something we need to be worried about?
Well, I'm not worried particularly. It just means we need to pay attention to it. You know, this scale goes from 0 to 10, 0 meaning there's virtually no chance of an impact, 10 meaning a climate-destroying, world-destroying sort of impact. Never seen anything like that since the dinosaurs, obviously. But there's a slight chance this one could come by and hit us in 2032, as you said. The tracking is not very precise yet. They'll get another chance to really nail down the orbit when it comes back by Earth in 2028. And by that point, hopefully, the numbers will show that there's 0 chance of hitting the Earth. But right now, you know, they're certainly paying attention to it. They want to make sure they can nail down this orbit in time to do something if necessary.
I don't like talking doomsday, but if this asteroid were to strike Earth in 7 years, where could it hit? How much damage could it do?
Well, we don't know where it could hit yet because the trajectory is really not nearly well defined enough to make a prediction like that. But the kind of impacts we're talking about with a body of this size and its possible composition, you know, back in 1908, an asteroid hit western or eastern Siberia and leveled like 830 square miles of forest. So it's a big deal. If something like that came down in a populated area, in a big city, for example, it would be truly catastrophic. But it would be a local catastrophe. It wouldn't be something like the rock that killed the dinosaurs. It wouldn't affect the global climate, but it would certainly be a disaster of epic proportions. So we're all hoping that doesn't happen.
NASA's ahead of this. They're ahead of everything. In 2022, a spacecraft successfully pushed an asteroid off course during NASA's first DART mission. Could scientists do this again if they have to?
I don't know. I thought about that. You know, they definitely demonstrated the feasibility of diverting an asteroid, nudging it slightly off course. Of course, the thing there is you want to do it when the asteroid is far enough away that a relatively small nudge can have a big impact on where it ends up going. Whether they could do that in this case based on whatever they learn in 2028, I'm not sure about that, but they would certainly have advanced warning of an impact if it came to that and could warn people away from any affected areas in plenty of time. I'm not saying that it still wouldn't be a bad day if it hit, but it wouldn't be like it was hitting out of the blue. It would be warning.
You know, every time we see you, we got to ask you about any new information regarding Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore as well. Of course, they're on the International Space Station. Do we have any idea when they're coming home?
Well, we're starting to. You know, they've had some meetings this week to try to nail down exactly how they're going to do this. And it's looking like they're going to be able to get down around March 19th. That's a few weeks ahead of schedule. Basically, it's because they're moving the next crew to the station to a different Crew Dragon vehicle to speed things up a little bit. If that happens, then the Starliner astronauts and their crew station crewmates could get back to Earth in the best case scenario around March 19th or shortly thereafter. So, yeah, something about them to get home, but it's not going to be too much longer than we all hope.
And I will be watching that. Bill Harwood, thank you.
Yep. Go to Magic
Single performance, not like the rest.
They not like us. 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 They not like us.
Kendrick Lamar will be headlining this year's halftime show. What the rapper had to say about his big night in the Big Easy. You're watching the Biggie Report.
And I'm going to need you to what's your next?
Take this place from us. Where are you headed? Montana. Yeah, I'll destroy everything they think from. I'm trying to expect second to here. I don't have time.
Anything worth having is worth fighting for.
1923, new season streaming February 23rd, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
The carnage in our nation's schools has become painfully repetitive.
School shootings have parents fighting mad.
I brought up my daughter up in the fight. We see what's happening.
And teachers taking lessons in how to fight back.
This is an exercise.
We approach it as it's but with a battle over gun control,
People are afraid that they're going to lose their gun rights altogether.
be the hardest lesson of all.
The exercise, you're having to shoot at an adult. Are you prepared to have to kill one of your students?
Guns in the Classroom, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case, or still on the street.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Standing over there, Murdoch, open fire.
Investigators say human remains found this week.
1997, 4 families shattered when their daughters disappeared.
Psychopaths are without guilt and they are without remorse. The mystery of what happened would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Why did you buy that sledgehammer? Did you do some home improvement or were you buying a murder weapon?
When you hear the name Gabby Petito, what comes to mind? Would Gabby Petito still be alive today if the case had been handled differently?
He pointed a gun to me and said, "This is the day you die," and he shot me. And you're talking here about a very messy crime, and yet there's no physical evidence that connects to the scene.
The world can see it now.
I'm arrested for the quadruple murder of 4 Idaho college students.
Like a John Grisham novel on the life.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This deal. Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
California's wildfire victims are facing a new challenge as they try to rebuild their homes and communities. President Trump's immigration crackdown could worsen what is already a shortage of construction workers. CBS News' Mark Strassman has details.
On this street in North Pasadena, we ran into about a dozen workers volunteering to clear debris, potential kindling just 2 miles from the Eaton Fire's burn scar. Many of these workers are here illegally. Bernardo Osorio is their crew boss. He migrated from Mexico 36 years ago and in 2021 became a U.S. citizen.
From every single people, they're afraid. What are they afraid of? Deportations. People like to work. They want to work. They want to live life. And there's lots of work to be done. We can do it without them. We cannot build America without them.
These are the hands that will rebuild Los Angeles.
We found many of those same workers protesting. This is a rally of migrant day laborers. They're critical to the rebuilding of Los Angeles, but worried they won't get that chance because of the Trump administration's aggressive stance toward deporting anyone without legal status.
We will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came.
In California, 41% of construction workers are immigrants, many of them staying here without legal documents. Under the Trump administration's immigration crackdown, deportation officers can remove most immigrants who are here illegally, even targeting refugee programs and birthright citizenship.
They learn their trade.
You cannot just bring new people, and train them. It's going to take years. So, who's going to do it?
Dan Gatsby founded the Los Angeles Builders Association, a trade group for the local construction industry. Is it realistic that Los Angeles could rebuild what's been lost without immigrant labor?
It's going to be very difficult. We already have big shortage of homes in Los Angeles. With this, on top of it, good luck.
Gatsby estimates rebuilding Los Angeles could take 20 years and maybe twice as long without the help of immigrant construction labor.
We are essential workers, essential people for the community.
Just like rescuing LA from the flames, rebuilding it will take every available hand. For Eye on America, Mark Strauss in Los Angeles.
We're only a few days away from Super Bowl 59, and the Kansas City Chiefs will take on the Philadelphia Eagles in New Orleans. But for those who care more about the halftime show, Rapper Kendrick Lamar spoke Thursday about the energy he wants to bring in his performance.
Being in the now and being just locked into how I feel and the energy I have now, that's the LA energy for me. That's something that I want to carry over to New Orleans and for the world to see.
The halftime show will come exactly 1 week after Lamar's song Not Like Us won Record of the Year and Song of the Year at the 2025 Grammys. If you want to see the Chiefs face off against the Eagles in person, it'll cost you, but surprisingly not quite as much as last year's game. CBS Sports found the average price of a Super Bowl ticket was just over $8,000, according to listings on StubHub and Ticketmaster. Still way above my budget, but actually down 14% from last year. So on the lower end, you could spend around $3,000, still out of my budget, while some of the most expensive tickets are up to $12,000. Kickoff is 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time this Sunday at the Caesars Superdome in New Orleans. There's a look at some of the stories we're covering in our next hour. Parts of President Trump's agenda now face some legal setbacks, with separate judges just ruled regarding issues around federal worker buyouts, birthright citizenship, and the release of FBI agent information. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu meets with lawmakers on Capitol Hill, what he and other leaders are saying about the White House proposal for a U.S. takeover of Gaza. And dairy cattle in Nevada become infected with a new strain of bird flu for the first time, what experts are saying about the risk to the general public. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
Roses are red, plus is blue. And now that we have a bloody Valentine's Day treat for you.
Don't think I won't get to the bottom of this.
Stream all new seasons of Yellow Jackets and School Spirits. Plus catch up on all things Dexter.
Homicide looks good on you.
What can I say? You never will kill a date.
You really are insane.
Plus, stream now.
After nearly 4 decades of March Madness, this sports broadcasting legend is stepping away from his role in covering the NCAA basketball tournament. Jim Nantz on his fondest memories and what's next when we go person to person.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate the conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators.
What in this law teach us about the way things move?
But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have the books, computers, or other supplies they need just because of where they live. Kids want to succeed, but when schools don't have the right tools, getting there is harder. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, help a music class get a guitar, or you could supply a classroom like this one with a science project. What you're really giving is a moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow. Learn more at DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
When you need your sports in us now, we're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ. Find it on CBS Sports. HQ is really free anywhere you want.
We always find a way back home. Love It Hip Hop Atlanta is back. And this season will shake the A's KO.
I got more streets than you.
You can battle it out.
You can't even look me in these eyes.
Love It Hip Hop Atlanta. Only Tuesdays at 8.
I'm 16. He's 1.
Listen. In 60 Minutes, a second look wherever you get your podcasts.
CBS News. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan, Sunday on CBS.
Well, let me start with this.
Just really.
You want me to switch on with that art?
What have you done?
You know why?
Why?
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS.
Welcome to the Daily Report on Thursday, February 6th. I'm Lindsay Reiser. On pause, a judge temporarily halts the Trump administration's proposed buyout deadline for federal workers. How this legal challenge will affect the president's plans.
A second federal judge temporarily blocked President Trump's executive order ending birthright citizenship.
We do not have a king. We have a president who must abide by the laws. And if they want to amend the Constitution, there is a process by which to do that.
A federal judge in Boston paused today's deadline for federal employees to accept what the administration calls a deferred resignation offer.
We're getting a living, breathing example of checks and balances at what the Senate Judiciary Committee had delayed its vote to advance the president's pick for FBI director.
I have to question whether or not this man is really ready to take over this job.
Kash Patel has united support from Republicans, so he is headed for confirmation eventually.
The new strain of bird flu that killed a person in Louisiana last month has now been detected in cow's milk in Nevada.
The risk to humans is low, and it's unlikely that we'll see a shortage of milk or beef like we've been seeing with eggs.
Thanks for joining us. The Trump administration spent Thursday in court on 3 fronts. A judge temporarily blocked a deadline for federal employees to accept President Trump's proposed buyout offer. Workers originally had until just before midnight Thursday to make a decision. There will be a court hearing on Monday now over its legality. The White House says at least 40,000 workers took the offer so far. They're expecting that number to grow, and they're being promised pay through September 30th if they leave. Some Democrats are warning them not to take it.
I've been saying to all the federal employees, beware of this offer. I don't believe it's been funded. I don't believe Donald Trump has any history of ever paying his bills.
A federal judge is temporarily preventing the Justice Department from releasing information on thousands of FBI agents who contributed to January 6th cases. More on that in a moment. President Trump's executive order ending birthright citizenship faced another roadblock, with a second federal judge in 2 days temporarily blocking it. And Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem will visit Guantanamo Bay Friday. U.S. officials tell CBS News the administration is looking at sending daily deportation flights there. Let's bring in CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. So, backing up a bit, a group of 4 unions that represent more than 800,000 federal employees sued the agency over this buyout, arguing it violates federal law. Where does the judge's decision leave things for those who have yet to decide and for those who have already taken it?
Well, for those who get to decide, the White House now says you've got more time. You've got essentially until Monday now to decide whether or not you'd like to take what they're calling a deferred resignation plan, which would allow federal employees to serve out their time through the end of the fiscal year at the end of September, but not have to show up for work in the meantime. If they want, they can find some other line of work. But Boston-based federal district court judge today saying he'd like to review the matter at 2 p.m. on Monday, and will rule then on whether or not the legality of this needs to be questioned further in court. It's a good example today, Lindsay, of sort of checks and balances starting to kick in on some of the things that the president is trying to do. Obviously, there's been a lot of concern about the legality
I was cleaning. I need you to load the dishwasher tonight. That's it. That's clean the bathroom. I hope you. Okay, that'll be a lot. I'm just trying how to keep these ropes. That's not good, huh? Oh, we're going over your grandma's. Okay. I'm going right now. So I'm going to grab some stuff. Go sleep. You don't want to come? Right, that's good. No, chip on it. Oh, yeah, do it. I'll clean it. Okay, I just went over there and come back. One job. When it goes to, I don't like Marquita. Yes, we never said it. After I've been one of the people running around here sexually voodoo assaulting her and all kinds of crazy stuff, and then she finds out about it and mentions my name because now I say it too. That's right. Okay. Then I didn't put Staff Sergeant Shane on. So now a whole bunch of white people also knows how to voodoo assault if I'm crazy. Yes, it is true. That's it. But like or unlike, yes, white people that way. We're gonna act like we don't do that to people if we crazy. But we blacks, we're gonna proudly tell you we do that to one another if we crazy. Yes, it is true. You know what? Yes, I know how it sounds. We ain't crazy. That's what it is. So I got my camera rolling. Kalia knows that I asked her about that. Can't put it because nobody knew or probably don't know about nothing about what I feel. To be like, I can describe it to my child so that you know. It's great. That's what it is. Because I know they even make it when she is left alone. Yes, it is. Look at that. Okay, I'll be back. Turn on this alarm. Here. Get it after I leave. I'll be back. Lock the alarm, please. You ain't ate yet? I just dropped this battery. Oh, you ate something? Did you leave them out of your bag? Your balloon?
Mom, you still like let me have the Subway cookie?
Well, I gave it to you.
Oh, you did?
It's been sitting there, so get rid of it.
Why didn't you tell me you can get it?
Okay, no. You're not taking my money.
Uh-uh.
Take this trash out. You know that you guys. You like my cup? Huh? Eat your food first.
I'm complaining about
Oh. Okay. Let's little place in there. You didn't want no mac, I mean, you gotta eat some broccoli with that. You already warmed your chicken up? Well, here, let me fix your plate. I'm gonna fix it up. You got one for me? That's it. Oh, this shit, my goddamn country. Got that. Get the shit out of here. Let that down. Leave me alone. My lemon's not salad. Yes, we know that. I said it ring crazy. Yes, it is. Leave me alone. Just said it ring crazy. I'm back commencing. If we insane, I said that. Oh, that shit is so for that. True story. Yes, it is. True. That's today. I'm gonna play my phone. Yes, you said not. And that's it. I'm back a minute. Do we sound crazy? Yeah, don't say shit yourself a little. I just said I want to play my casino game. No, don't say that. Don't play that shit the way you want to be moving the money. What you want, bitch. I'm about to come in and say, leave me alone. Don't touch her like that. Yes, it is true. Yes, it is not. You gotta say that to her. Is it me? Then I ask her quick. Don't say shit yourself for this. How you don't know when the fuck is you? Don't touch her like that. She ain't done. Man, yes, it's true. This shit gonna get better. You gonna be out here trying to sleep with me. And you got that ugly ass scar on your hand. Don't fuck with it. If she fuck with that shit, it's gonna start bleeding. I'm about to come in and say, if we could, don't say shit yourself for this. Yeah, I know. Yes, I know. Pure. Nasty. Everything like that. I'm about to come in and say, yes, it is. Shit, don't say shit to her. It's not nasty. Yes, it is nasty. Don't say shit to her. It's not nasty. Oh, it is. No, it don't taste nasty. I'm about to come in and say, if we crack, just say shit yourself for this. When these people talk on this woman's list, what the fuck is this? Come on, just for that. Leave me the fuck alone. Leave Khalil alone. Just for that. I'm not commenting. Don't say shit to her. Yeah, you are. Now leave me alone. Don't talk to him like that. I'm not commenting. Quit calling everybody fucking him. Don't talk to him like that. Just say her. Play this shit. Fuck him. I'm about to be innocent. I'm about to say the people who are talking on her lips ain't us. Don't say that on her lips. Who the fuck are you? I'm about to commenting. It's correct. He said, don't say nothing. Is it her? Then I asked that question. Don't say shit that's talking about. I don't give a fuck. Yes, I know you don't give a fuck if it's her. No, I don't like any of you motherfuckers. Don't say that. We don't crack about like that. He retired. Yes, it is true. So what? We don't crack about this. Don't say shit that's off of this. That's a good man. Yes, he ain't no damn good man. Yes, he is. He's fine as fuck. I'm about man. Do we sound crazy? Don't say shit that's off of this. Shit. Yeah, I don't know. Don't say that. Where is these damn Mercury women? Leave me alone. Don't talk to her like that. Fuck is they always looking for us? Don't say that on her list. I don't want these people hearing this shit. If we get off my list, they want me to not talk to them. Yes, it is. I'm not taking it from the secret. Yes, you are not. Say upset. Don't say shit that's off the list. Don't say that. Hey, I'm not going to do we say that? Don't say shit that's off the list. What the fuck is going on? They know I'm trying to have babies. I'm about it. Okay, that's that shit that's off the list. Don't say shit that's off the list. That's it down on it. Okay. That's a shit. Honestly, that's it. Okay. To me. To more honesty, that's it. Okay. I said, go to the United States Police Department and tell them about photography about Jackson. That's it. I'm about to mention if we could. We're hearing this about Vincent. Well, yes, it is true. How do I bring just life or justice in regards to moving respect in our message in our needs and mine? Don't say that. Me and me. Me and mine. Just say that. Me and. Yes, it is. Just say that. Okay, about mental. Good man. Just say that. Good man. Just say that. I ain't gonna do shit I don't. There we go, crazy. That's actually that's something. That's it. Check it out. Check it out. This and that shit. If we correct, that's actually that's something. I'm just thinking that something else is not. That's actually something. Check it out. Check it out. What's that? If we correct, that's it. That's actually that's something. Say it. Just sit down. That's how the if we cut. That's how that ain't how the damn song goes. Sing the song like you know it. Goddamn, back we innocent. Shake the ass for me. Shake the ass for Jack. That's how the if we cut. So I said, that's saying that shit. Sing something else. That's shit stupid. I'ma shake my jelly at everything. That's how that shit. If we curse, that's it. That's that shit. That's something else. Oh, say, can you sing by the dawn's early light? But so that's saying that shit. Get the fuck off her lips. I'm not up here hearing this shit. Stop listening. Sing something else. Stop shaking your ass. I'm not up here hearing that shit. Sing something else. I said that on this. Don't say shit to me. This shit. Say, can you sing? That's saying it. By the dawn's early light. That's it. If we crank, I sit down, heard it. That's it. If we crank, that's like sit down. Yes, he's making up a song. Don't say that. Okay, I'm not missing. Just say that. Don't say that. Girl, you look good once you back the thing up. Let's say that if we cut. That's it. Don't say that something else. Saying something else. Yes, it is. That's what it is. Okay, I'm not missing. That's that shit. That's something else. When we crazy like this, I don't want to hear this. Don't say it. Oh, say, can you see? Oh, say, can you see? Baba don't be like. Don't fucking me. Okay, stop shaking your ass singing that dumb ass song. Stop mentioning it. That's that shit is up there. Sing something else. That was his song. Okay. It was a cold day. Just say that shit. I'm not commenting. That's that shit that's up there. Sing something that ain't no damn song. That's that shit to her. Documentation. That's that shit or something. Don't fuck with us. Don't talk to him like that. Leave me fuck alone. Just saying something else. I said that. No. I'm gonna say that. No. 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 I'm gonna say that. I'm not mentioning. Don't say shit or something else. Saying something else. You used to call me. That's it. If we crack. That's saying that dumb that song. Saying something. That's talking to her like that. I'm hearing this back when it's do we sound? That's that shit that's off of it. Oh, that's not that shit either. So I'm saying that. Saying something else. Yeah, no. I'm not talking to you. So then that's that shit that's off of it. I want my lawyer to sit there or not. Document something. I want my lawyer. Look, let's say, okay. Document, yes, good. That's honesty. That's it. I'm not messing. Do we sound crazy? Then I ask, that's that shit that's off of it. I want my lawyer on speed dial. That's it. Speed dial. That's it. That lawyer on that speed dial. Yes, it is true. I really don't go with that man. All right, that's it. Okay. Then we, document saying it. We crazy. That's that shit that's off of it. That wasn't me. Yes, it is true. That's it. Document saying it. That's that shit that's off of it. What the fuck is going on right here? That's saying nothing that's off my lip. I don't know who you are. And that was you. Yes, it was not him. Like I said, do you think what the fuck is going on around here? Follow me and saying it. We crazy. That's that shit that's up there. It wasn't me. Yes, it is true. Like I said, yes, it was your motherfucking ass. I'm not commenting saying it. We crazy. That's that shit that's up there. Go away. Your girlfriend gonna think she's flirting with you. No, I think you're flirting with him. Then I sit there on her mouth. No, I ain't. Yes, he's not. I'm not coming to people hearing this shit. Leave her alone. The fuck is this about saying? Do you be crazy? That's that shit that's off the list. Oh, I gotta go. No, she does not. Yes, I do. Yes, she does not know. That's just stupid. I'm not commencing if we pray. That's a serious affiliate. If we are innocent. That's a serious affiliate. Yes, we do. I heard fuck you ride a bicycle. You heard on. Fuck, we ain't saying if we pray. So then I said that on the list. Don't say shit or something. Well, yes, it is. She just said it. We don't pay it. Yes, you don't need a damn Panisa tape. That's that shit or something. What the fuck is wrong with you? Leave her alone, Kanye West. I'm not coming saying if we pay. That's that shit or something. Dominique. You don't need a damn Panisa tape. That's that shit or something. All right, bro. Kanye back off my mouth. That's it. Yes, it is. That's it. Okay. I'm not coming saying if we insane. That's that shit or something. I'm not like this. Goddamn Panisa tape. If we pay. That's that shit or something. Oh, wait, yes, leave her alone, Kanye. Wait, I'm not coming to my hair in this balance. Do we say that's that shit? Oh, yes, I know how it sounds. They ain't on the damn drugs. Lock me in. I'm about to say, if we are crazy, then I told you, shit, lock me in. That's ain't on my head. What the fuck is going on? Don't say that. Yes, you are. What do you mean, Panisa? I'm not coming saying, if that's that shit is up a little. Do you think people want to hear you buy a Panisa tape? If we crack it, what is wrong with y'all? So, these motherfuckers don't crack it. They're going to buy a Panisa tape when they ride bicycles. If we, that's that shit is up a little. Yes, it is. Shit, that's it. Okay, not me. That's that shit is up a little. That's it. Okay. I'm about to mention if we insane, then I said that. I'm about to mention. I'm about to say, said that. Then that's it. Let's be here and see about it. Yes, it is. Leave it alone, kind of. We ain't crazy. About Vincent. We can't about Vincent. Then I said that. That's what she was talking about. Shut up. That's it. She knows that what you can't rap on this shit. I'm tired of him acting like this real bad. About Vincent. Do we sound this shit? That's what she was talking about. Boomerang. That's it. Boomerang. That's it. Boomerang. I'm not going to hear this. That's what she was talking about. Yes, you're not crazy. Documenting every person. Documenting what's going on. Documenting, do you hear how dumb you sound? Documenting, then I sit there and look. That's what she was talking about. She can hear it, but she don't want nobody to think that it's her. Yeah, she's retarded. I'm documenting. Do I sound dumb? Then I sit there and look. I'm documenting. It's crazy. That's what she was. I don't give a fuck about y'all trying to call somebody dumb because they play casino back. I'm documenting. Do we sound the same? Then I sit there and I'm documenting. I'm thinking, what's hearing this? I'm documenting. I'm crazy. That's what she was talking about. Yeah, she ain't no crack yet. I don't know what that's true. That's what they ain't crazy. Back Winston. Do we sound like we on crack? That's what I know damn well we ain't on damn crack. Back Winston. Do we sound the same? Then I said there, look, then back Winston. Back Winston. Then I said that. Then when I said that's what shit is something about. Back Winston, if we crazy, I said that. Back Winston, if I'm hearing this, and back Winston. Do I sound dumb? Then I said, I'm back Winston. Then I said, did I? I said, I'm not. That's what shit is something. It's retarded. Back Winston. I said that I'm listening. Back Winston, I'm not dumb, I'm not dumb, I'm not dumb. I said that I'm listening. Back Winston, people hearing this. Back Winston. That's what shit is something. That bitch is retarded. How the fuck is that her? Then I said that like people said. Then I asked her quick on this. Then I'm back with my son. We ain't crazy. But that's what shit is something. What did you get? Back with my son. Leave me the fuck alone. I don't want to hear shit from y'all. If we crazy. So then I said that in her mouth. Back with my son. If we insane. Don't say shit. That's what I do is crazy. You are not helping me with this game. I'm not commencing if I'm insane. So I said that. I'm not commencing. I'm about to say the people who are talking about this ain't us. I'm not commencing. That's actually something. Back commencing. I sit down. I'm not commencing. Do I sound crazy? Then I sit down. I'm not commencing. That's actually something. Just said it ain't crazy. Not commencing. I'm not saying people who are talking about this ain't me. Then I said that. I'm not. Some people hearing this about commencing. Do you think you sound crazy, bitch? Back when saying if we press, I said down. That's what should have fucked me. Back when saying, I'm about to say the people who are talking under this ain't us. Then I said, that's what should have fucked me. Back when saying, I'm doing who the fuck we ain't retarded. Then I said to her, this woman ain't lying. We ain't retarded. Back when saying, y'all are motherfucking retarded. Just said it. We ain't retarded. Back when saying, we're hearing this. We about to be in saying, if we that's what should have fucked me. We ain't crazy. About to be in saying, then I said to her, then back when saying, that's what should have fucked me. Back when saying. I said that. Then I'm about to mention. I'm about to say the people who are talking to her lips ain't us. Then I stuff for shit or something. Shut up. You are dumb as fuck. I'm about to mention. I'm thinking, what's hearing this? So I said there. Then I'm about to mention. If I'm dumb, then I said that way. I'm about to mention. I'm thinking knowing this. I'm about to mention. If I'm crazy, then I said there. Then I'm about to mention. I'm about to say the people who are talking to her lips ain't me. Then I said there. I'm about to mention. Some people hearing this. I'm about to mention. If I'm dumb, then I said that's that shit or something. Yes, she is on crack. No, that's it. I'm about to mention if we crash, then I sit down and listen. Yes, it is true. I'm just saying, she ain't gonna say shit else on my list. That's it. I'm about to be hearing this. I'm about to mention if I'm insane, then I sit down. That's what shit I'm talking about. I'm about to mention if I'm insane, I sit down. I'm not saying, that's what people hearing this. I ain't retarded. Yes, you are retarded. No, don't say that. I'm about to mention some people hearing this shit. We ain't dumb, we ain't dumb. Then I sit there and I'm about to mention some people hearing this shit. Then, but we are crazy like this. We're gonna act like we in some shit. We're gonna say that, and then that way, we're gonna act like we in some. That's that shit or something. Why the fuck is she not lying? Every day. Yes, it is true. That's what it is. Crazy. I'm about to mention. I'm about to say the people who are talking about this ain't us. Then I said that I'm like, I don't give a fuck what you tell yourself. Leave me the fuck alone. Don't talk to them like that. We about to answer. Hearing this. We about to be answering if we crazy. So then I said that I'm about to mention. I'm about to say the people who are talking about this ain't us. Then I said that I'm like, yes, it is. I don't give a fuck about that cycling. That's it. I'm about to mention. I'm just hearing this about our innocent. If we crazy, I said it on her list. Then when I said it on her mouth, is it us? Then I said that. I'm about to mention. I'm about to say the people who are talking. That's it. It's Drake. Yes, it is me, but it's Billy Jay-Z, and he gay as fuck. I don't know if you heard that shit. Yes, it is. That's what it means. Okay, I'm about to mention. Do we sound insane? Now, we're hearing this. About the insane. If we, that's what it's up to this. Yes, it is. Okay. I'm about to mention. Do we sound dumb? Then I said, don't people hearing this shit. Hell yeah. The first time you guys have been caught with this shit. Yes, it is. I said, okay. About to mention. Do we say, only thing because now you're doing is slowing in that. Yes, I know. That's it. I don't people hearing this shit. I'm about to mention. Do we sound dumb? Then I said, don't people hearing this shit. But I mentioned, do we sound dumb? Then I asked that question on the list. Don't people hearing that. Then I asked her, what's that shit else? He ain't gonna come out of no closet. Yes, he is. The fuck you thinking? That's that shit I'm talking about. Leave me alone. Don't touch him like that. That's that shit. Leave me. I'm hearing this about the innocent. If we crazy. The innocent. That's that shit is something. We ain't crazy. A lot of them innocent. Thank you, Daddy. I tell him to leave me alone. Just say that. Oh my gosh. Just say that. Okay. Back, Mason. That's it. Back. Then I'm back, Mason. Do I sound down? So I said down. I'm like, then when I'm just hearing this back, Mason. That's what shit is up with. This bitch play again, kind of like somebody Mason. Do we sound? You a bitch. Don't talk to her like this. Okay. Okay. That's what she was talking about. Not Mason. Do we sound the same? Leave me alone. Let's say that. That's it. I'm gonna play some. So that's just it. Fucking boomerang. That's it. Leave her alone playing with. Why is he messing with little girls? That's it. What do people hearing this? Back in saying, do we sound crazy? That's that shit is off of it. That ain't what he doing. They done sit down and you know that shit. I lock their asses up. Katanji and Drake all be Graham and Beyonce knows and Beyonce's friend. They don't sit there and do it. Kanye West. That's it. Oh, you hearing this shit. I don't even know this about Lance saying that's that shit is off the list, Kanye West. I'm not sure if they're arrested. That's it. Just say that. Just say that. Then bow and say, if you could. That's the shit else. Crazy as fuck. Michael Manson do I sound down there. Sit down. Just say that. Just say that.